Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was broken Jedi of Star Wars? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Mace Windu ran through the tunnels that had led to the bunker that the Chancellor had been placed in, until he had been taken by the attack dog of the Sith, General Grievous. Vu was taking Supreme Chancellor Palpatine with him as a prisoner of war, probably to flee the system. The Corran Master used the Force to increase his speed, seeing the ship that Grievous was using. The mad cyborg was in a dark cloak that covered his body before the former organic being turned, 4 lightsabers activating to block the entrance of the ship. Mace simply looked into the Force and a shatterpoint on the general's chest, reaching out to it and pushing against it. Grievous's chest caved in on itself, causing the already coughing cyborg a heavy spasm that also caused even more of the armor to fail. The skull-like mask split down a seam, making it seem like Grievous was more like some metallic bird with a bloody beak. The hacking continued for a few moments before 2 small squares came out of the cyborg's opened mask before Grievous slowly stood up. Yellow reptilian eyes that reminded Windu of some predator or even the eyes of Ventress, but then the yellow turned and shifted. It became green like a refined emerald crystal but glowing like the blade of Grandmaster Yoda, the reptilian nature replaced with cold intelligent cunning. The Force howled in protest as something happened, as Mace was hurled backwards by some invisible force that wasn't something that he had sensed. As he seemed to hover in the air, he saw the cyborg general's arms reconnect before the 6 fingered hands on his left hand curled like Mace's had. The same move that Windu used on Grievous, his chest collapsed in on itself. His ribs cracking and stabbing into his own organs. He heard the voice of Grievous snarl, reaching his ears even though they were apart by several hundred meters, for Jedi. The energies that crushed his chest blew Mace Windu backwards before he slammed into the wall. The concrete crumbling around him as he caused a building to collapse upon him from crashing into it. IG-188 growled within the vocal processor he was built within. D had upgraded due to Grievous's engineering, Frog marching the Republic Chancellor into a seat before having bindings on his wrists. Looking over at one of the other specialized dozen guards that Evis personally upgraded into being proper Jedi killers, one stepped up with a medical device and pricked the human's finger. All clear for any pathogens that might affect that crew of the Invisible Hand, For that was the vocal processor had been changed to and the body having a more feminine shape to it. However, something is producing an error in the device. Getting it rescanned for proper analysis. 188 looked at the Chancellor before he motioned at a medical droid they had brought, heavily sedated the human. As it came forward to do his bid, he turned to see his general. The being that got them into the upgraded forms, who was dripping blood out of the mask of bone. The droid bodyguard was quick to look over his general before activating his internal comm to that of Grievous's. Dr. EVA-4D. Doctor. He grunted. Code Gamma Gamma 381 Alpha. It was quiet on the other end for a moment before the doctor spoke up. I hear you, 1-8. Now, what condition is he in? I can't tell from here as you're not fit with a projector inside your singular optic. Crushed chest. Organ sac might be compromised, he reported quickly. Mask seal snapped, 2 brain chips were coughed up. Biologically impossible, but you can look into it later. Multiple locations on the body are compromised. I suggest pulling out the upgraded prototype body and having full transfer, along with enhanced clone organ replacement. EVA-4D snorted. If only they kept those bodies around, but given he had one kept as a memento from Hypori. However, it was upgraded due to his specifications. Not only that, his verification is needed for his contingency plans to become active as well. If only he was awake to give the command, it would be far easier to deal with it. Have his body ready for transfer. We will be coming in hot and having the Chancellor as well. He closed the link before finding the 1IG unit from before walking up to him. Report. Chancellor is good but is hiding his midi-chlorian count. IG-160 reported, he is a force user. I had him put into two-way force suppression binders and given a dosage of that doctor's anti-force medication. It's more like a concoction of deadly drugs that cause Jedi to become unable to focus on their force powers, more likely to kill the man than stop him from using his powers. IG-188 nodded before motioning to Grievous. See to his mask being clamped shut until we get to the invisible hand. Understood. She moved over to the general to get him patched up so he wouldn't die on the short trip to the flagship. EVA-4D calculated within its processor as the body of its master was brought in. The shell that he used was wrecked beyond reason. It was clear why it needed to be transferred to the more prototype body that he had saved in case this occurred. The Magna Guards had put the master on the work table before dragging in the Chancellor, locking him into a chair before taking up position at the entrance to guard from intrusion. It was clear that EVA-4D needed to work swiftly if he was to save the master. So grabbing his tools, he started to get the general from the compromise edge shell and then transfer him to his better Jedi slaughtering body. He quickly moved to the mask and removed the rudimentary clamp that kept the needed fluids inside, slowly removing it as the doctor mentally gave the equivalent of a grimace. This operation may take hours. IG-188 waited patiently as he silently gave orders to the crew of the Invisible Hand, the Nemodians moving the ship to be in the center of the massive Confederacy fleet while also giving orders under the guidance that Count Dooku had provided. While the general was busy getting repaired, he was in charge due to being his master's right hand. The ship shuddered under another barrage of ionizing gas beams that was followed up by polarizing blasts. The IG unit ignored it as he continued to give orders and move the fleet just so to keep the Republic dogs from breaking through. He was so focused on his task that he missed the notification that popped up in his processor before it became too loud to ignore. Yes, EVA-4D responded. The transfer was a complete success. However, the master isn't the same. Something is different about him. 1-8 looked over at his counter number, 184, before having the IG unit take over giving orders. Entering the doctor's sanctum, the right hand of Grievous stepped inside before stopping. The master was standing as he adjusted a white cloak over his sleeker form. Adjusting the cloak minutely in the floor length before looking up at him. His eyes were a glowing emerald green, the first clue something was wrong before he spoke. IG-188, report, the voice was deeper. More controlled and calculating than the snarling wild animalistic nature from before. Sir, the IG unit straightened. I have 184 currently commanding the forces around the Invisible Hand. However, we have made a discovery that may change the entire scope of the war. That the Chancellor is a force user, Grievous said darkly, eyes flicking over to the man that was strapped to the chair in heavy manacles, the one called Lord Sidious. The one that has been keeping both the Republic and Confederacy under his grip for years. I believe it's time to rectify that mistake here and now. Sir. Grievous turned, his cloak sliding around his frame as he stepped forward. Bring the good Chancellor and Dooku to the observation deck. I want to personally execute them. Both as traitors and for their war crimes. Make sure Dooku is also secured and drugged with the doctor's cocktail as well. IG-188 quickly relayed the orders to the other guards. As he followed his master through the halls, two more Magna Guards dragged the drugged-up Chancellor behind them. Grievous then started giving orders that overrode what Dooku had put in place. Ships W. Air now fighting to their strengths instead of fighting in brawling battles that would tear them apart. Soon, it was becoming clear that the Republic was being routed and slaughtered by the numbers of the Cis Navy. For every loss suffered by the Republic was having 3 or more of their vaunted Venators destroyed, Grievous directing the battle like a conductor at a symphony. Sir, I do not mean interrupt, but you are not the being we followed to the surface. Grievous paused before his antenna on the side of his head twitched. As he said, the warlord you have followed died the moment mace caved in his chest. His heart stopped and he passed on. However, I took his place begrudgingly. I'm not of this universe, nor will I claim otherwise. In public, I simply had my eyes changed due to how they were destroyed in combat against the Jedi, nothing more. IG-188 nodded. Understood, sir. Shall I make preparations for the inevitable rescue mission that will be pulled off by Skywalker and Kenobi? General Grievous was momentarily silent before one of the walls warped, melting and shifting into the faces of the pair of Jedi as the general looked at them silently. I suspect they will come to rescue the traitor. But I will have them taken care of soon enough. Until then, stay on course. Have the Chancellor searched everywhere, as he will have a weapon on him no matter what. He is a Sith, the opposite of the Jedi but still something I loathe. IG-188 nodded before giving out the orders with quick succession as his master returned to commanding the forces of the Sith. Count Dooku knew something was off the moment he was shot with a dart by a pair of Grievous's heavily modified Magna Guards. He had been meditating in the captain's chambers that were located at few corridors away from the main bridge before the Force had tried to warn him of a threat to her person, much too late as the needle had struck his neck. Much like that time he had been struck by the needle of the assassins from years previously, his senses dulled but so did his connection to the Force as he was bodily grabbed by the droids. Grab his lightsaber, one said, its voice a deep snarl of electronics. The general will want him to not be armed. Dooku felt his lightsaber taken from his belt by the other one before he was dragged out of the room, his mind feeling like it was SWIMMING through the muddy fields of Felucia. He didn't know where he was being dragged before something was injected into his neck, allowing his regular senses to be returned to him. Looking around, he realized where he was. In the observation tower, which was showing the raging battle outside. Multiple Venators were floating in space as various Sith ships tore into the Republic's defenses, as Sever, Al Providence-class dreadnoughts blew the twin towers of a Venator into slag after overwhelming its shields. Dooku, the voice came from a figure that watched from the window of the observation deck, cloak of white covering most of the imposing figure easily. I see that my guards easily caught you. Dooku grimaced as he was roughly put to his feet as the figure turned, showing General Grievous in his full glory. Oh, how he hated the cyborg, but his hatred had nowhere to go as his connection to the Force was so muddied and lost that it was like trying to find a glass of fresh water in an ocean. What are you trying to prove? That you can take care of any Force user within your realm of influence? Grievous looked at him before chuckling darkly. No, I'm culling the traitors from those at actually have a real stake in this war. Of course, the Sith have done nothing but caused this war to stagnate and run on for far too long. A war the Sith could have won ages ago, but it's clear that you and Sidious had other plans. Like Sidious gaslighting and grooming a child into being his new apprentice, are you leading the Sith into being a nothing more than a curse word? Dooku suddenly had a very sudden, unexpected, overpowering, and entirely distressing bad feeling about this. Grievous stepped down from the upper level before one of his metal arms reached out and turned the chair that made up the center of the room, where the commander of the ship would sit. Sitting within it was Chancellor Palpatine, his master. The man was out cold and paler than usual as the cyborg general sneered. My IG Magna Guards did the standard medical check and had to pull off another check when the medical device showed an error. A second check revealed a Force user that somehow hid himself from the Jedi. Meaning only one of two things. 1. The Chancellor was one of the Force users that fell through the cracks like Ventress, or he is Lord Sidious. Dooku suddenly realized what Grievous was talking about as the cyborg general sneered as he held up a very expensive-looking lightsaber, before activating it. The snap hiss of the weapon filled the air as the crimson blade burned brightly as the Gene Rawl looked at Dooku with a look of victory. I simply need to have you, Skywalker, Kenobi and Sidious here for the grand finale, where I finally put to the blade the four most dangerous advisories that have pushed this war beyond its reasonable conclusion. Captain Sishril Brimman of the Cis Invisible Hand grimaces as his ship shakes under the barrage of the new ISD Victory 1 class vessel's missiles. The shields of the Invisible Hand bloomed as the missiles struck against them, exploding brilliantly before the gunnery crews turned to face the threat. The Nemodian quickly started shouting orders over the blaring alarms of the ship he had commanded for over 3 years, the last captain having met a grisly end on the fist of General Grievous. The ship stopped shuddering as an entire wing of Vulture bombers blew the upper hull of the Victory I to the void, sending personnel of the Republic into the vacuum. The missile payloads soon followed as the bombing run completed its course, the Victory Eyes missile pods on the sides of its triangular body going up in a massive explosion that caused the vessel to crush itself. It was a gruesome display, but one that had become commonplace in the galaxy-wide war. Have the repair droids along with the engineering teams report to the aft section, Sishrilb ordered over the comm links. Have Tri-Droid Teams 4 and 8 be ready to launch, G. I've them Vulture Teams 23 and 51. Have the Lurkers Grave and Hand of Separation send in more bombing runs on our right flank. The Republic Dogs are reinforcing that flank with the 212 Sky Corps fleet. As his orders were carried out, his ship shook before one of the sensor officers spoke up. The Zeltran woman grimaced as her dark red skin flushed from the warmer atmosphere of the bridge. Her outfit clinging to her frame as she spoke up. Sir, her husky if parched voice said, sensors have picked up 2 ETA-2 Actus-class light interceptors. One yellow and red, both having T.E. signatures of the Jedi generals Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Captain Sishrilb grimaced before nodding. Understood. Also, Commander, get some water before you pass out from heat stroke. I'd rather not have my best sensor officer lost from this combat situation. As she nodded, whipping her brow as a droid moved up with a heavy container, Sishrilb quickly got the general on the line. General, the Jedi are here. Shall I proceed with the plan? Yes, the tones of General Grievous came through as the captain stilled before relaxing. Bring them in, I'll handle the rest. Antifighter flak flashed on all sides. Even louder than the clatter of shrapnel and the snarl of his sublight drives, his cockpit hummed and rang with near hits from the turbolaser fire of the capital ships crowding space around him. Sometimes his whirling spinning dive through the cloud of battle skimmed bursts so closely that the energy scatter would slam his starfighter hard enough to bounce his head off the supports of his pilot's chair. The drives of the multiple starfighters and droids in a cascading dance of death, leaving nothing but smoking wreckage and the bodies of the dead in their wake. The Eta-2 Actus class spun nimbly out of the way of another barrage of particle beams that would have torn the thin wings completely off the vessel with near-practiced ease. An ease that was not shared by the pilot. Right now, Obi-Wan Kenobi envied the clones. At least they had helmets. R4, he said on internal comm, can't you do something with the inertials? The droid ganged into the socket and his starfter's left wing whistled something that sounded suspiciously like a human apology. Obi-Wan's frown deepened. R4P-17, one of the only astromech droids that actually had survived the last year of the war with him, had been spending too much time with Anakin's eccentric astromech. It was picking up R2-D2's bad habits. New bursts of flak bracketed his path. He reached into the Force, ling for a safe channel through the swarms of shrapnel and sizzling nets of particle beams. There wasn't one. Oh, lovely. He locked a snarl behind his teeth, twisting his starfighter around another explosion that could have peeled its armor like an overripe Ithorian starfruit. He hated this part. Hated it. Flying's for droids. Not only was it for droids, it was obvious why the separatists used them in a new religious manner. They were faster, didn't need pilots and were getting smarter every single criffing day. His cockpit speakers crackled. There isn't a droid made that can outfly you, Master. He could still be surprised by the new depth of that voice. The calm confidence. The maturity. It seemed that only last week Anakin had been a 10-year-old who wouldn't stop pestering him about for my lightsaber combat. Sometimes, Obi-Wan wished that he could return to those days and not have to worry about who had been killed on the battlefield by the enemy. The clones of the 212th hurt more with every loss because of the war. Sorry, he muttered, kicking into a dive that slipped a turbolaser burst by no more than a meter. Was that out loud? Wouldn't matter if it wasn't. I know what you're thinking. Do you? He looked up through the cockpit canopy to find his one-time Padawan flying inverted, mirroring him so closely that but for the transparasteel between them, they might have shaken hands. Obi-Wan smiled up at him. Some new gift of the Force. Not the Force, Master. Experience. That's what you're always thinking. Obi-Wan kept hoping to hear some of Anakin's old cocky grin in his tone, but he never did. Not since Christophsis. Not since Zygeria. Not since Jabum. Perhaps not since Geonosis. Not since the bombing of the Jedi Temple and loss of his one and only Padawan. Not since. Not since everything the council had put Anakin through honestly. The war had burned it out of him. Obi-Wan still tried, now and again, to spark a real smile in his former Padawan. And Anakin still tried to answer. They both still tried to pretend the war hadn't changed them. It had gotten worse after Ahsoka Tano had come aboard the Negotiator and Anakin split the 501st for his one-time Padawan, creating the 332nd Company. They left with Bo-Katan aboard the Republic's Dawn, one of the few Venator IIs in service, along with 2 regular Venators which had to leave due to the battle now taking place over Coruscant. The same battle that had been going horribly ever since the news arrived on the Negotiator. The Supreme Chancellor had been taken. Master Mace Windu was in critical condition in the temple due to some known force. General Grievous was commanding the forces in the space around the capital of the Republic with the precision of being that casually did this on the weekends. That made Obi-Wan's insides twist. General Grievous, the former Kaleesh warlord turned cyborg general of the Separatists. The being that had slaughtered multiple Jedi from Masters to Padawans without any remorse. A being that had been winning victories across the galaxy but also had a reputation of being like one of those Holonet morning cartoon villains that the younglings watched. It had been true, before the events of Hypori, and even now. "There's Grievous's ship," Anakin said, as Obi-Wan looked up at the approaching shape of Grievous's personal flagship, the Invisible Hand, the one covered in vulture droids. "Ah, I see." Vice Captain Vas Cernali got back onto her feet as her vessel, the Venator Shield of the Innocent, stopped shaking from the barrage of the assault. Of the 3 Munificent-class star frigates, they had only stopped when 5 Acclamator-class assault ships came in with their starfighters, and it seemed that the 212th Sky Corps Navy assets had arrived finally. The female Alderaanian Navy officer grimaced as one of the clone officers handed her a datapad before saying, "We're lucky the Corp arrived or we would have been space scrap." "I know, Coral," she said, the name of the clone, whose face had a tattoo of the sea creature on his face. "Now, see if you can get the engineering crews to get the criffing shields back on." "Of course, Captain." Vas started giving out orders before something seemed to happen as video feeds on many of the screens blanked out before a new feed appeared. "Where is this?" she asked one of the crew in the crew pits. "It's being transmitted across all bandwidths and signals across the galaxy, ma'am," the clone answered as she blinked in confusion. "It's coming from the Invisible Hand." Anakin slid along the bank of chairs on one side of the immense situation table that dominated the center of the general's quarters, main room. Obi-Wan mirrored him on the opposite side. Silent lightning flashed and flared. The room's sole illumination came from the huge curving view wall at its far end, a storm of turbolaser blasts and flak bursts and the miniature supernovae that were the deaths of entire ships. A stark shadow against that backdrop of carnage, the silhouette of one tall chair. Anakin caught Obi-Wan's eye across the table and nodded toward the dark shape. "Ahead," Obi-Wan replied with the Jedi hand signal for approach with caution, and added the signal for be ready for action. Anakin's mouth compressed, like he needed to be told. After all the trouble they'd had with the turbolifts, anything could be up here by now. The place could be full of droidekas, for all they knew. The lights came back on. Anakin froze. The dark figure in the chair, it was Chancellor Palpatine, it was, and there were no droids to be seen. And his heart should have leapt within his chest, but Palpatine looked bad. The Chancellor looked beyond old, looked ancient like Yoda was ancient, possessed of incomprehensible age. And exhausted, and in pain. And worse, Anakin saw in the Chancellor's face something he'd never dreamed he'd find there, and it squeezed breath from his lungs and wiped words from his brain. Palpatine looked frightened. No, not frightened, utterly terrified. Anakin didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine what to say. All he could imagine was what Grievous and Dooku must have done to put terror on the face of this brave good man, and that imagining ignited a sizzle in his blood that drew his face tight and clouded his heart and started again the low roll of thunder in his ears. Thunder from Argonar. From Jabum. Thunder from the Tusken camp. Thunder from the loss of Ahsoka after her near execution and the criffing bantha dung that the Jedi Council tried to shove down her throat. Thunder from Umbara. If Obi-Wan was struck by any similar distress, it was invisible. That or he had silently studied and created plans within his mind to counter anything that may occur. with his customary grave courtesy. The Jedi Master inclined his head. "Chancellor," he said, a calmly respectful greeting as though they had met by chance on the Grand Concourse of the Galactic Senate. Palpatine's only response was a tight murmur. "Anakin, behind you." Anakin didn't turn. He didn't have to. It wasn't just the clack of boot heels and clank of magnapedes crossing the threshold of the entrance balcony. The Force gathered within him and around him in a sudden clench like the fists of a startled man. In the Force, he could feel the focus of Palpatine's eyes, the source of the fear. That rolled him in billows like vapor down a block of frozen air. And he could feel the even colder wave of power, colder than the frost on a Minec's mouth. That slid into the room behind him like an ice dagger into his back. Funny, he thought, after Ventress, somehow I always expect the dark side to be hot. However, Ventress was different and changed after her betrayal from Dooku. Anakin couldn't fault her for changing either. Something unlocked in his chest. The thunder in his ears dissolved into red smoke that coiled at the base of his spine. His lightsaber found his hand, and his lips peeled off his teeth in a smile that a krayt dragon would have recognized. That trouble he was having with talking went away. "This," he murmured to Palpatine, and to himself, "is not a problem." He turned and then noticed something was very wrong. Wrong as Dooku looked broken and lost. He gazed towards Anakin and Obi-Wan with something so far broken that it was staring into a hollow shell. On either side of him, a pair of Magnaguards with active electrostaffs stared at them with glowing crimson photoreceptors. This was wrong. The Force swirled as the feelings of confusion filled it. Anakin glanced over at Obi-Wan before the Force rang with warning, but it was much too fast for the pair. Both were hurled away from Palpatine as Anakin slammed into the situation table while Kenobi hit the staircase with a heavy thud. Head throbbing, Anakin got up to his knees before something shimmered behind the chair that kept Palpatine chained. The Force hissed like a cornered Nexu as a figure appeared, tall, metallic and cloaked in white. General Grievous, at last. However, something was off about Grievous. His stance, the cough that was so intrinsic to the droid general, was gone. Rolling his shoulders back, Anakin watched as the white cloak parted to reveal the cybernetic form. This body wasn't the same as the one everyone had seen on the holonet. And his eyes, they were not reptilian. Yellow. They were glowing emerald flames. Something that unsettled Anakin to his very core. "Obi-Wan Kenobi," Grievous said, standing straight behind Sheev Palpatine, "Anakin Skywalker, Jedi of the Republic, you are both my prisoners." Count Yan Dooku knew he and Sidious were beaten, outsmarted and outmaneuvered by a cybernetic Khal-Si warlord. He didn't know when that had occurred until Grievous had told both him and Palpatine to their faces that he had known the entire time, and he wasn't happy that his mind had been tampered with either. He had used his unknown powers, as it wasn't anything that was within the Force as it screamed. Whimpered and tried to flee from it. It was a sensation that he never believed he had ever felt before. Both Sidious and Dooku had been cursed by Grievous with this power. That had sealed them away from the Force except for being able to sense it. That was it, which was also causing Sidious to fear the general as his powers overwhelmed his own. While Sidious was a black hole, Grievous was staring into the abyss that the black hole sat in. The abyss was staring back at the hole and had started to squeeze it shut. Now, Grievous was staring at the pair of Jedi that had been key to the grand plan as he waited 3 heartbeats before both Jedi had their weapons pointed at the cyborg. "Such stubbornness," the cyborg general said before chuckling darkly, "just like leech that you both allowed to thrive upon the Republic's artery." Both Jedi looked confused at that statement before Grievous put a hand on Sidious's shoulder, "The same man you both have been seeing for nearly 15 years. That got both Jedi to gape in horror at the cyborg before Anakin snapped first, always first to anger, "Palpatine is a good." Grievous laughed, a sound that was like a deep rasp. "The man you call good is as evil as the darkest goddess of the abyss. The man that has been controlling both sides of the war. This is Sidious, the being you've been hunting for ages." "Liar," Anakin snarled before something happened. The Force wailed as one of the chairs that had been sitting innocently at the situation table leapt at Anakin. "Holy." The metal chair melted and formed into thick bands that wrapped around the Jedi Knight with frightening accuracy as Grievous watched, his other hand curled with fingers moving until Anakin was fully wrapped in metal. The Gen. Errol then lowered his hand before his eyes narrowed at the other Jedi as he shifted his cloak to show off two new hilts that were magnetized to his hips. One was the curved lightsaber hilt of Count Dooku, but the other was a single-hand weapon that Grievous pulled off his hip and held it up to the light. Orodium, Grievous said as he turned the hilt in a few fingers, frickin' with a high-quality electrum finish. All things that can only be found with a high-end expensive bank account, and with a synthetic crystal made up of melted-down kyber crystals. He activated the weapon and a crimson blade erupted from the hilt as Grievous looked it over, eyes narrowing in disgust before sneering at the pair of Jedi. Dooku then realizes what he was going to do moments before the pair of Jedi did, he was going to kill Sidious. Then he held up a vial in his hand, made of a clear silver liquid. "This is the strongest truth serum ever brewed," he said with a sneer. "It overrides the mind, heart and body and forces the one given the serum to answer truthfully and completely." He then used the crimson blade to slash off the top of the vial before forcing Palpatine to swallow all the contents. "Ha!" Palpatine shuddered before his eyes turned blank as Grievous growled something in Kalish. "Your name, date of birth and actual profession." Palpatine shuddered before he said, "Sheev Palpatine, born on Naboo around 7893 Costa Rican colones. Dark Lord of the Sith currently employed as the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic." Grievous's eyes smirked or in this case, danced with victory before asking, "Why have you started this galactic war?" "To create an empire from the ruin of the Republic that will last for an eternity, turn the Sith into a memory, slaughtering their leaders and make Anakin Skywalker my apprentice." Grievous laughed darkly as both Jedi looked horrified. Dooku felt his heart sink as betrayal as the way of the Sith. "And now so does the rest of the galaxy," Grievous chuckled before taking tea. He still active lightsaber and stabbing it through the back of the chair and through Palpatine's throat, so ends the master of the Sith. With a flick of his metal hand, the top of both the chair and Palpatine's head were severed from the chair. Before the head could connect to the ground, Anakin roared as the metal shattered. Leaping at Grievous with a shout in the Force, blue blade swinging to decapitate Grievous. The cyborg general moved faster than Dooku could see as his own blade activated, parrying the blue with a crimson line. The two danced before Anakin was kicked across the room. "Please do try to control your temper, Skywalker," Grievous growled as he walked down to the same level that the pair of Jedi were on, "or I'll simply break your body like I did with Padawan Shah Gi. Get up and defend yourself, Jedi. I want a proper fight without any interference from any mind-altering chips." Chapter 3, Padme Amidala Skywalker, last name kept strictly off the record because her who's band would be expelled from the Jedi Order, watched in horror as the screen showed the execution of Sheev Palpatine and the battle between her husband and his brother in all but name. General Grievous was also putting both Anakin and Obi-Wan on the back foot as he fought as though he was simply training the pair and not fighting like it was a duel that would bring an end to the Clone Wars. Thankfully, she and several other senators had gotten into the bunker that was reserved for the Naboo delegation. Rio Chuchi and Bail Prestor Organa, some of her closest friends in the Senate, also watched. The Pantoran had a light blue hand to her mouth, eyes white as crimson blades danced around the twin blade of blue. The cyborg general also looked different than what Padme remembered Major Malevolence looking like. His darker yellow armor had been replaced with sleeker clean whitish armor, even the design was different. He was also wearing a white cloak as he used the two crimson blades, one was Dooku's and the other. She couldn't believe that Palpatine was Sidious, but the way Grievous had used that unknown truth serum that had made Palpatine speak in a monotone. His questions had been very particular and to the point that the last question was asked before Grievous decapitated the Chancellor. Padme could only imagine the shock across the galaxy upon seeing the Chancellor's death, as She felt her own emotions in a boiling churned mess. Sheev had been somewhat of a mentor for her and Anakin, but if what Grievous had done was true, it was all a lie. Gaslighting Anakin and grooming him. Padme nearly whimpered out loud as she watched as Anakin was backhanded by Grievous before the cyborg general focused on Kenobi with a ferocity that bordered on complete hatred. Given the history between the pair, the Naboo senator wasn't really surprised. Bail grimaced as he muttered, "Grievous isn't using a Jedi sword style, at least, from the way both Knight Skywalker and Master Kenobi are being thrown around." Padme frowned as Rio blinked. Why, you're right, Grievous is fighting with something else. He's simply toying with the pair. That made Padme have a very bad feeling about this. Oh, Obi-Wan Kenobi was not having the best day as his blue blade weaving through a defensive velocity so bewilderingly fast that it was a wonder that he was still standing. So now, facing the tornado of annihilating energy that is Grievous's attack, Obi-Wan simply let the Force guide him, but the Force was acting like it was expecting to be attacked at any moment. The electrodrivers powering Grievous's mechanical arms led each of the 4 attack thrice in a single second, integrated by combat algorithms in the biodroid's electronic network of peripheral processors, each of the 12 strikes per seco. ND came from a different angle with different speed and intensity, an unpredictably broken rhythm of slashes, chops, and stabs of which every single one could take Obi-Wan's life. Not one touched him, except. That was because the Force was with him as these attacks were bypassing his Sorzu defenses like a serpent slips through water. Even though he had often walked unscathed through hornet swarms of blaster fire. Defended only by the Force's direction of his blade, countering 12 blows per second was only difficult, not impossible. But the Force was whimpering and crying as Grievous assaulted Obi-Wan's defenses with the grace and mastery of a sword master. His blade wove an intricate web of angles and curves, never truly fast but always just fast enough, each motion of his lightsaber's ubtly interfering with 3 or 4 or 8 of the general's strikes, the rest sizzling past him, his precise, minimal shifts of weight and stance slipping them by centimeters. Grievous ramped up intensity and velocity of his attacks 16 per second, 18 until finally, at 20 strikes per second, he overloaded Obi-Wan's defense. So Obi-Wan used his defense to attack. A subtle shift in the angle of a single parry brought Obi-Wan's blade in contact not with the blade of the oncoming lightsaber, but with the hand grip. Grievous moved so seamlessly that it jolted Kenobi into a halt. The cyborg general had split his arm so he could hold the blue blade with his 3-taloned hand, the green eyes glowering at Kenobi as the fight paused. I would expect you to try and disarm me, Kenobi. I don't believe I want to have my caretaker yelling incessantly at me for disregarding my safety. Grievous yanked his blade sideways, pulling Obi-Wan off his feet and throwing him into the far wall. Hitting the durasteel wall was hard on his back, as he grimaced and got up to spot Anakin slamming his blue blade against the duo of crimson. Grievous crossed his blades in a scissors-like pattern, before slashing them across Anakin's blade with enough force to throw him a few steps backwards. He then jumped at Anakin with the speed of a speeder, blades slashing in that same manner that was CL. That his one-time Padawan style of combat would not counter. It couldn't counter it as it was a subtle sword style that was not taught to the Jedi. One that was barely held back by Sorzu but was a complete counter to Shin Gem So. As Anakin was becoming overwhelmed near utterly before Grievous kicked Anakin across the room before he growled. It seems that you both are completely outclassed. Unworthy of earning a warrior's death. The contempt and disgust was easily heard through the mask as Grievous marched up to Kenobi, one of the crimson blades deactivated as he grabbed Obi-Wan by the back of his robes and threw him into Anakin. Groaning as he collided into his Padawan, Obi-Wan wheezed as his bruised body was given more bruises. You know, Obi-Wan snarked, if you had fought as easily as you did after Hypori, we might have actually stepped up, General. Grievous snorted, like you could learn another sword style. I would be impressed as your guard is heavily influenced by sword shields. But that is for another time. I have one more Sith to execute. This is the death of Count Yan Dooku. A starburst of clarity blossoms within the mind of Dooku, when he says to himself, oh, so this is how my life ends. On the screen of every holonet in the galaxy. It is that simple, and that complex. And it is final. Dooku is dead already. The rest is mere detail. The play is still on. The comedy of a cyborg general and the two faces of the Republic warfront and propaganda ending in only both Jedi having been brutally beaten by a being that had terrified Sidious. And now, Dooku was pulled into the waiting grasp of the general by some force of power that made his own force sensitivity howl in agony. Dooku's decades of combat experience are irrelevant. His mastery of swordplay is useless. His vast wealth, his political influence, impeccable breeding, immaculate manners, exquisite taste, the pursuits and points of pride to which he has devoted so much of his time and attention over the long Long years of his life are now chains hung upon his spirit, bending his neck before the axe. Even his knowledge of the Force has become a joke. It is this knowledge that shows him his death, makes him handle it. Turn it this way and that in his mind, examine it in detail like a black gemstone so cold it burns. Dooku's elegant farce has degenerated into pathetic melodrama, and no, Chi-1 shed tear will mark the passing of its hero. Nobody will remember the man that had created the Confederacy of Independent Systems after Grievous tore out his reputation by making him the accomplice of Sidious's plan for the galaxy. Outplayed and outplanned by a former alien warlord. Outdone by a being that had been called Quamine J. Sheilal, Kaleesh warlord that broke the Yamri's back in the Huck War. Grievous looks down upon Dooku and sees not a lord of the Sith but a beaten, broken, cringing old man. A man that had ordered the shuttle of Quamine to be destroyed, blaming it on the Jedi, a shameful excuse if there ever was one. Dooku watched as he was forced to his knees by the general before spotting his own lightsaber in Grievous's hand before it came to life. The crimson blade held out to the side as the cybernetic general hissed at him. So ends the traitor to the Confederacy. Take this to your grave, Dooku, at least you raised up enough acolytes for me to use in the war going forward. And Dooku, as he looks up into the eyes of General Grievous for the final time, Count Dooku knows that he has been deceived not just today, but for many, many years. That he has never been the true apprentice. That he has never been the heir to the power of the Sith. He has been only a tool. His whole life, all his victories, all his struggles, all his heritage, all his principles and his sacrifices, everything he's done. Everything he owns, everything he's been, all his dreams and grand vision for the future empire and the army of Sith have been only a pathetic sham, because all of them, all of him, add up only to this. He has existed only for this. This, to be the victim of Quamine J. Sheelal's ascension as the sole leader of the Confederacy. First but not, he knows, the last. Then his own blade comes down as the final color he would ever see or know in the living world is as red as the blood he had spilled on Sidious's orders. Slash. And all of him becomes nothing at all. IG-188 stepped out of the shadows as the power that his master wielded dispelled itself the moment he moved out of his station. The fight was over, the traitors dealt with and the Republic. IC dealt a heavy blow to its morale and navy as the battle turned in the favor of the Sith. Sir, he said, what shall we do with the Jedi? Grievous stood silently as he looked at the beheaded corpse of the traitor Dooku before he said. Stuff them into an escape pod and launch them at the nearest Republic vessel. I want to end them on the battlefield as a warrior would. Understood, sir. IG-188 nodded before motioning at the other shadows to come out, more of the custom rebuilt Magna Guards coming forth to pull the defeated Jedi onto their feet. And the bodies, space them. Understood, sir. The Nemodian Captain Sishril Brimman was quickly getting his bridge crew back into order when a droid near the back said. General on the deck. General Grievous swept into the bridge of the invisible hand, his cloak of white pristine as the general waved them back into their seats. Captain, open a comm to the rest of the fleet. Sishril pressed a button on his command chair. Before looking at his commanding officer, you're connected to the fleet, General. Grievous grunted before speaking. All ships, retreat. This is because we have done what we have come to do. We have pulled out a great victory against the Republic. Across all of Coruscant space, the Sith fleet turned and jumped away, leaving a very ruined defense fleet behind. Captain Sishril watched before one of his officers said that an escape pod with 2 life forms and 1 droid were launched at the still limping form of the Republic of Freedom. Captain, having the invisible hand return to Confederacy space, I'll be going through neglected projects and other issues that I have left in my mental absence for the last 3 years. Understood, General. I'll alert you when we return to friendly space. Also have the ship head towards Raxus Secundus, Grievous also ordered before turning away, heading back towards the entryway. The Separatist Parliament will be wanting my explanation of what is happening and why I did what I did. Understood, sir. Anything else? Grievous paused before pointing at the captain, emerald eyes glowing softly. Send a message to Acolyte Severance Tan to gather the rest of Dooku's acolytes and arrive at Raxus Prime in a week's time. If we are still gonna be using Force users, I want the ones I can personally verify and work with over the ones like Ventress. Understood. I shall alert the commander. And send a tight beam transmission to Cali, Grievous said, hand lowering as he spoke, tell them that, the dreamer has awoken. Anakin Sky. Alker groaned as he woke up in the Jedi healing halls, and couldn't help but groan as Vokara Che, chief healer of the Halls of Healing, came over and glowered at him. Knight Skywalker, she said, Cal. And collected but clearly not pleased with him. Mind telling me why you came into my halls, again? Anakin grimaces, Che's expression of controlled annoyance a reminder of his own mother, SHMI. He still remembered the time as an 11-year-old that he had called her mom, though he was high off painkillers and other drugs because he had done something very stupid. Che didn't say anything again. Sainted, but after the death of his own mother, she had been one of the only Jedi that had taken him to the side and let him vent. I stupidly let my anger at the death of the Chancellor, my friend, cloud my own judgment. I got my own ego handed to me on a silver platter by Grievous. He answered honestly, to which Che nodded before pulling out a datapad. Indeed, you also cracked your rib cage, straw, into your muscles and bruised everything from your skull to your feet. You have a week of bed rest ahead of you, and no, you may not leave to work on anything mechanical. I'll bring it to you, and I'll make sure that Master Kenobi is put next to you, as you both clearly need me to handle your medical needs, as your clone medics, Kix and Needle, have gotten pushed past regular healing. Anakin flushed, as he was chided by the older Twi'lek before nodding, yes, Healer Che, or is it Mother Che? His teasing got Vokara to give him an amused glower before she rolled her eyes, it's still Chief Healer, Anakin. Don't you forget it. What do you mean? Anakin and Obi-Wan got their backsides handed to them. Ahsoka, calm down. Rex, I'm livid. Who the criff did this? General Grievous did. Major Malevolence did that. How? What? Rex, get us to Coruscant as quickly as this bucket of bolts can. Yes, Commander. For those of you wondering, Grievous is in his animated 2003 form, or as this story puts it, the prototype body. Chapter 4. The Senate was in turmoil. The Chancellor was dead, declared a traitor to the galaxy by Grievous. Most didn't want to believe it, but someone had unleashed everything that Sheev Palpatine had been working on in private, which was not anything the supposed mild-mannered leader had been. Currently, Bail Organa was looking at the red plans of the battles. Tation of a small moon as the Senate was shouting and screaming at one another. The clones were currently arresting anyone that had been mentioned or seen in the videos that Palpatine had on his servers. His entire cabinet was arrested hours after the Battle of Coruscant was over. Padme Amidala was in the pod next to his, looking over some of the papers that involved Naboo. Her face was so masked-ly that Bail worried she might start gaining force powers and strangling people. On the other side was Rio Chuchi, who was silently going over one section of the information that involved the Separatists. Her eyes were cold and her express set. Bail had seen the look on his wife many times when she was very upset and pissed. Something he was grateful had not been directed at him in recent years. Had made mistakes before, but this was not one of them. To think Palpatine was my mentor, Padme hissed under her breath before sighing, putting her hands to her face, and was friends with Knight Skywalker. You do know you can say Anakin with us, Padme. Bail smiled at her as he said, it's why I say Obi-Wan casually around my friends, but in public settings, it's Master Kenobi. Well, Anakin will be devastated at his friend's death, but the investigation is gonna go public and it's going to utterly devastate him. I have no doubt a lot of the public will be upset and call for the heads of the senators. A lot of things in the Republic will be torn down because of our inability to stop the former Chancellor. All three were quiet as the Coruscant Guard came in and grabbed the obese Twi'lek, Orn Free Ta. The Senate would eventually come to an end as the Coruscant Guard finally stopped arresting people. Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi groaned as he woke up in the healing halls of the Jedi Temple. His eyes slowly adjusting to the dim lights above him. He must have been out for hours. After being pulled out of the escape pod, General Grievous's Magna Guards had stuffed him and Anakin into. The pod had slammed and penetrated the hull of the Republic of Freedom before opening, leaving them hanging 10 or more feet above the hangar bay floor. After that, it was a blur of color and muffled words before he fully blacked out. Chief Healer Vokara Che sternly walked up to him and gave him the stink eye. Master Kenobi. Hello, Healer Che, he said weakly, suddenly feeling like a Nexu in the sight of a greater krayt dragon. This is the 6th time you've come under my direct care in the long 4th year of the Clone Wars, the 5th being from the world of Meritu IV from that unknown dark acolyte. Obi-Wan remembered that campaign. The planet of Meritu IV was covered in desert swamps. Oxymoronic, yes, but the wet sand sucked in the walkers and troopers and upon trying, was like cement. The only safe areas were the oasis-like swamp jungles that carved through the dry, wet sands of the world. The Dark Acolyte, one that proclaimed itself as a follower of Dooku, fought like Durg the male Jedi bounty hunter. The only reason Obi-Wan survived was because Cody had put a sniper round through the Acolyte's head, as he was getting thrashed into minced meat. I do believe that my beating was because of everyone's favorite cyborg general, not a dark sider of an unknown species. He commented dryly, trying his best not to feel his burning lungs. Indeed, Chase said darkly before putting a cooling pad on his chest. I would suggest holding your wit until your lungs are fully recovered from the multiple surgeries. Your Padawan was lucky he mostly got bruises, not full-on skeletal failures. Hitting the wall of the ship and being thrown does cause those issues. I know, the galaxy watched it all. Oh, yes, oh, Chase snorted before summoning a stool to his bedside and sitting next to Obi-Wan. Anakin was worried when you were unresponsive upon arrival here. It was because of him that we realized how damaged you were in the first place, so I would suggest thanking High M and being there for him as he has also taken the death of the Chancellor harshly. Not only that, investigations are ongoing as to what the man was up to. Has the Council been asked to be involved? They were told to shove off. She snorted, by the Coruscant Guard, who are heading the investigation with extreme prejudice. It may have something to do with what they call the Final Order, WIC. H has been kept silent until the investigation is closer to being released in full. They're giving a digestible overview daily to the Holonet, and it seems that the Chancellor was the same being you and Anakin were hunting for. That made the feeling in Obi-Wan's gut worsen as he remembered what Grievous did on the Invisible Hand, the way Palpatine spoke and the truth that rang in the Force from each statement. He didn't want to believe it, but now, I think I'll need to ponder on this, he said softly, head laying back on the pillows as he sighed. Dark Acolyte Severance Tan blinked before Fr. Owning as she looked at the message for a 5th time. General Grievous was ordering her to gather the Dark Acolytes who had trained under Count Dooku and go to Raxus Prime, the garbage pit of the galaxy. Only a short trip from Raxus Secundus, the capital of the Confederacy. She grimaces as she feels a phantom chill run up her spine. The Chiss woman, only barely entering her 23rd year of life, felt the Force churn before she touched it with a mental tendril. It coiled around her like one of the ice serpents of Scylla, one of the few predators that adapted and thrived upon her homeworld. She saw the future Dooku had promised shatter in her mind's eye as something else appeared, Grievous standing upon the bodies of broken clones, volunteers and Jedi. Green lightning danced across his armored form as his eyes were glowing emerald stars as he held 2 lightsabers. A storm churned above him before she was forced from the vision. She was sweating, her uniform clinging to her body from how intense it was. Her hand was on her lightsaber, squeezing it tightly as though holding it would keep her safe. Only a year into her training under Dooku, she was the oldest of the acolytes under the Count until Grievous beheaded him. Declared a traitor to the Confederacy, the General had also unmasked Dooku's master in the same transmission that reached every end of the galaxy. She could feel the turmoil but also the darkness reeling as the Sith were gone, supposedly. Grievous had made, at least on the live transmission, the disgust of the Sith. Of course, the Sith were a changing religious faction of Force users. So, he must hate the Banite Sith, though. Severance knew that if Grievous found out that she had been groomed and trained to be Asajj Ventress and Savage Opress's replacement. However, only a year's training wasn't enough as Count Dooku and his master were dead, meaning that any of the Dark Acolytes would be slaughtered by the cyborg. The only way she was going to survive is if she pleaded herself to Grievous. Even if she brought back the Sith Order. Grievous was a monster, one that had brought the Sith armies into actual working order and led them before something had changed and he became a laughing, coughing shadow of himself. S45300N, she calmed the custom-built droid ship commander, alert the other acolytes to meet at Raxus Prime. It's a direct order from General Grievous. whom we are subordinate to when not being commanded by Count Dooku. The Separatist Parliament was rather silent, at least, more like in quiet murmuring groups. After the declaration of Dooku being a traitor, most of the Senate was worried what would happen. However, with Dooku being beheaded, General Grievous became head of state under the laws of the Separatist Parliament. Currently, the session that had been going on for hours at this point was winding up until a life-size hologram of Grievous appeared in the place where Dooku had once been. On Grievous's left was the newest Separatist Congress leader, a Togruta Twi'lek hybrid by birth. She stood silently before waving them to silence. Honored members of Congress, Senator Relas Tuta said to them all, as the groups dispersed back to their seats. I present General Grievous, the new head of state. Grievous didn't cough, but he looked at everyone before he spoke. As of several hours ago, Count Yanduku, or Darth Tyrannus, was executed by his own blade aboard the Invisible Hand, along with his master and manipulator of the Clone Wars, Chancellor Sheev Palpatine, or Darth Sidious. I have taken upon myself the responsibilities of head of state of the Confederacy of Independent Systems due to the traitor that led us all astray. Many of the senators nodded, as was Grievous's right as Dooku's right-hand commander. As head of state, Grievous continued, I am having the Executive Separatist Council investigated due to having been brought in by Count Dooku himself. It doesn't matter what world they are in, they will be found, arrested, interrogated and investigated. I am already having contingencies I put in place before my drastic change after Hypori in the early months of the first year of the Clone Wars. One of them is the recreation of the ground forces used on the battlefield of the Sith. Murmurs spread across the room before one of the senators stood up and said, and what changes are those, General? Grievous looked at the senator before tapping something off-screen of the hologram. The tables in the center of the Senate lit up as their holoprojectors activated. The projections showed W. Hat looked like B-1 battle droids and the commando droids. A third variation appeared between them that has humanoid-shaped proportions for the arms and legs. A smoother body compared to the commando droid body and a slightly larger head. A new infantry droid, one that would work and act more like the clone troopers. Commando droids have proven they're worth more than double of that of the cheap B-1s, but for a compromise, I propose a new variation be built that is an infantry droid that has all the benefits of a commando droid but also has the processors and intelligence of HK assassin droid models, IG droid models and more. The clones win through intelligence and outsmarting our archaic marching formations. I say no more. We have the smartest minds this side of the outer rim to create better droids and weapons. I saw we use them. Somehow, these words had the Senate agreeing with him as he spoke for nearly an hour on more ideas for the future, but he concluded the meeting by saying, I will arrive in system soon. I want to have another session to have my ascension to head of state proper before having the investigation of the Separatist Executive Council given some light. With that, his hologram faded as the senators spoke to one another in hushed tones about what General Grievous could do for the future. Commander Fallisia, a ST-Series super tactical droid, computed the data that had been given to her before internally grimacing. The droid, given a female synthesized voice modulator by the former captain of the vessel, quickly ran her fingers over the keypad before entering the desired code. The hologram shifted, showing a battlefield scenario between Republic naval forces and several smaller Cis carriers. The scenario played out, showing a high success rate of 82.534%. If the enemy didn't have any Jedi with them, that number dropped to a low 32.88% if a Jedi commanded the forces. It dropped to 5.667% if the Jedi in charge was one of the few starfighter-based ones. She ran the scenario 4 more times with various variables before sending this data to the Central Command of Naval Intelligence for review. She had been put near the upper lines between the mid-rim and outer rim territories, serving as an intelligence gatherer to come up with new strategies that would be useful for facing the Republic. General Grievous had used a few of her strategies before in several battles that turned into victories before going silent for years, until Grievous used several of her older tactics in the Battle of Coruscant. That was until her holocommunicator beeped and the hologram of the general appeared where her newest stratagem had been. Commander Fallisia, he said in lieu of greeting, I see you survived. General, she greeted and stood at attention. I'm having you moved to the more critical locations of the warfront, he said, a map of the holdings of the Sis appearing before one section glowed red. The Felucian front is nearly ready to collapse due to the efforts of Jedi Knight Aayla Secura and 327th Star Corps. I want you to have strategies ready by the time you arrive to take command of the 84th Fleet, am I understood? Crystal, sir, she answered before the hologram flashed off. The Grievous she knew was back, his blunt, swift actions with his commanders getting the job done. IG-188 watched silently through its single photoreceptor as the interrogator, some species of humanoid serpent that had the upper body similar to that of a human but its legs and head were all reptile, questioned Newt Gunray. The head of the Trade Federation was drugged with a single drop of Veritaserum, as his former colleague Rune Hako died from being poisoned by the standard 3 drops of the Truth Serum. Turns out that some of the ingredients used to create this Truth Serum were utterly poisonous to the Nemodian race. Thankfully, only a single drop was needed on the species. Grievous was a towering monolith as he watched the interrogator ruthlessly question Newt Gunray, the former member of the Separatist Council. IG-188 silently continued his vigil until the interrogator turned his serpentine head towards them and hissed. I have finished my questioning, General. He tilted his head as his tongue flickered out. Do you have any questions for him before I have him taken to his cell? Only one. Grievous growled before saying, Newt Gunray, when did you first come to know of the being called Darth Sidious? By Republic time standard, the monotone voice of the Nemodian said flatly, Year 967. Grievous nodded before motioning the interrogator to wrap it up as the hologram ended, Grievous already on a comm channel. Captain, upon arriving in the Raxus system, have a munificent class frigate ready to have myself and a contingent of my guards to board it. I want the invisible hand refitted and repaired quickly. We have places to be in the time frame we have been given by our attack on Coruscant. A slow week passed on Coruscant, but Advados, the new senator of Ryloth, sighed. The beautiful all-white Twi'lek was sitting at her desk, looking over her predecessor's work with increasing disgust. Her scarlet eyes glowered at the paperwork before finally baring her sharp, pointed teeth in a snarl before slamming her hand into the desk. That fat criffing shoulda, she yelled before forcefully calming herself as her aide, a young Bothan with light blonde hair, looked at her. Sorry, don't worry, she said after a few moments. Just cursing at my predecessor for his incompetence and leaving my homeworld in a worse state than ever. Ah, the Bothan grinned at her. He wasn't popular in the Senate either from what the aide gossip is saying. She returned the grin to her aide before sighing, well, we'll have to work to fix that. What is my schedule today? The female Bothan, whose name was Olan Silahi, looked at her datapad and used a light stylus to pull up the schedule. Well, in 2 hours is lunch followed by a meeting with Senators Padme Amidala, Rio Chuchi and Bail Organa. I'd suggest we airing something more high class, but knowing you'd probably go in slacks and a top. Adva snorted before shaking her head, her foreleku twitching and swaying in amusement. Then, it's a conference call with Chom Syndulla. Olan smiled, still surprised that the people elected him as the planet leader. I served under him in the liberation of Ryloth, Adva said as she adjusted her dress top over her massive chest. Grimacing as it clung way too tightly, which made it hurt, was on the other side of the planet, but we were working in tandem. Probably why I got elected as the senator and Chom the leader of Ryloth. Olan nodded before looking at the schedule. Then you have an hour time for dinner and then you have a few more minor meetings with your personal clone guard attachment Al. On with your guards and coordination with the Coruscant Guard. Then you are finished until tomorrow. Adva grinned before nodding. Wonderful, now, I believe we have a lunch to enjoy. Rio Chuchi W. as sipping a Pantorian tea as she waited with Bail Organa, who was talking with Padme Amidala. The Naboo senator was standing as the pair conversed over plans to have someone more reliable voted into the chancellor's seat when her droid C-3PO announced the arrival of the senator of Ryloth. May I introduce Advados, the gold-plated protocol droid said, senator of Ryloth. Rio nearly choked on her tea as the white Twi'lek seemed to glide into the room. She was not expecting that. Her crimson eyes looked at them each in turn as she smiled warmly, even though her teeth were all sharp. Probably from her place on the planet. Rio guessed, more predatory than omnivorous. Her body was also something she was slightly jealous of, but that was obvious as her species were sold into slavery because of their bodies and looks. The very voluptuous Twi'lek was wearing a dress that left a portion of her cleavage open, both thighs exposed and her toned belly open. "I hope I'm not late." Her accent was slightly less thick than a few other Twi'leks Rio had met, including the Jedi Ayla Secura. "I was having lunch with my aide and nearly lost track of the time." "No, no," Bail smiled and stood up, walking over as he held out his hand once he was closer. "You're just in time. We were just having a small snack as we forgot to have lunch ourselves." Which was true, much to the fussing of C-3PO, Rio internally smiled. "Ah," Adva said before looking at Padme with very intelligent eyes, "I hope you didn't forget to eat, Senator, as you seem to be eating for more than one." Everyone in the room stopped dead, Padme looking pale and ready to bolt at that statement. Adva blinked and frowned. "What? You two didn't realize Senator Amidala was pregnant?" Rio and Bail spun around and looked at the Naboo senator as Rio said, "You could have said something." Bail was more sympathetic. "Padme, you know that we wouldn't betray your trust." Padme looked at the floor before Rio was up and had her friend sit on the couch. The Naboo senator sighed before her hands went to her belly. "I didn't say because my baby's father would be in trouble if anyone found out." Standing on a junk pile, the Lonian male called Far Per frowned as he looked at the other gathered dark acolytes. The 2.2-meter tall, black with white striped ferret, otter-looking alien thought on how he had become a dark acolyte under Count Dooku. It had been when Count Dooku came to his homeworld of Selonia. He had been one of the breeding stock males under the Den Mother until he had started showing signs of Force sensitivity. He had been having a really bad day when he had unleashed a torrent of lightning from his fingers out of pure hatred at the female warriors that had been insulting and degrading him for being nothing more than a baby maker. The rest of the Den warriors had tried to stop him, but he had slaughtered them to a woman. Count Dooku had found him sitting on the throne of the former Den Mother, a pair of bloody Selonian glaives buried into the Den Mother's back. He had simply smiled at him and gave him a choice. He could join Dooku or he could be killed by the rest of his people. Far Per decided to join Count Dooku. He would learn later that his den was discovered much later and fear had spread through the other dens. He had only gotten 6 months of training, but he had learned much will. He also training under Dark Acolyte Severance Tan, a Chiss female he had gained a friendship with. He had a trio of lightsabers on his bandolier, one built like the ancient light pike of Darth Bane, another having a 2-foot-long hilt of a lightsaber and one single-hand hilt. All three built due to his unique training from his biological standpoint. A light pike similar to a Selonian glaive, a Lig HT saber with a longer hilt like a Selonian sword, and a regular lightsaber for one hand, due to his flexible body. His nose twitched before spotting Severance Tan as she landed silently by his side. "Tan." The Chiss woman smiled at him. "Hello, Per." He shivered. The way Severance rolled her R's when saying his name was alluring. "I hope you are ready, as General Grievous will be here soon." Tan said before looking at the moderately flat arena that had been built by repurposed droids by the group of Dark Acolytes repurposing the planet's planet-wide intelligence, known only as the Core. Now, they had been waiting for 2 days. But that was simply a test for them. General Grievous was a busy individual. The Supreme Commander of the Cis armies and naval forces, Far understood that easily. The Force then howled before every Dark Acolyte was yanked off their feet and slammed into one another in the center of the arena. Groaning, Far tried to untangle himself before the sounds of electrostaffs made him look up. They had been surrounded by Grievous's personal bodyguards as the general marched out of the shadows, like some sleek predator in one of the Selonian stories. "I see that you all are severely undertrained," he said darkly as he motioned to his guards, whom pulled the acolytes apart and forced them to their knees. "However, our war against the Republic is now at a point. We cannot slaughter those that are undertrained." Severance looked up and frowned. "What do you mean, General?" Grievous's eyes narrowed before he said, "Each of you have training under Dooku, some more than others. However, with his death, that leaves you under my guiding hand. Given you all were trained under him, as was I, it falls to me to help you learn and become actual warriors." Grievous gave the equivalent of a snort as he straightened himself, the winds of Raxus Prime blowing his cape open to reveal his cyborg body. "As of this moment, You are all my students and as such, I expect full loyalty to me. There will be no dissension or you will be killed. One of the acolytes launched himself at Grievous with a roar, a male basilisk's. Grievous moved so fast that even Far was shocked. As the general punched his fist through the chest of the acolyte, blood splattering the ground as he held the still-beating heart of the basilisk before he laughed darkly. Hot-headed, the cyborg said darkly, easy to anger. No thought of attack or planning ahead. A brawn-only fighter. Like Savage, too easy to handle and deal with. With that, he crushed the alien's heart before tossing the body away. Grievous glowered at the others. Eyes narrowed. Unlike that one, I expect more out of you, am I understood? Yes, sir. They all said, Far realizing how terrifying Grievous actually was when he wasn't acting like some Holonet children's villain. Chapter 5. Reincarnation. It was something that was a fickle chance in the web of the many realms and dimensions that all sprouted from the light of Yggdrasil. Untold stories that sprung up and grew, many glowing brightly but others were dark as the void this metaphysical tree resided. This is where reincarnation was to take place, as he knew foe. He had forgotten how many times he had been reborn into a new branch. He had lost count after reaching 500, having been born, lived and died full lives again and again. And yet, he couldn't deny himself to be reborn. Male or female, alien or human, elf or dwarf, demon or angel. He had been reborn into this body, with only the magic he had learned, grown with and gained over his many lifetimes. Multiple realms and lifetimes of magic, each one different from the last. However, this allowance also changed the branch he would be reborn into. This one had been a powerful branch that split nearly into 4 parallel branches. It was so weird, but his rebirth grew a connection between the pair of branches into one strong connection. That meant that it also changed to his rebirth. Magic now existed in this universe. Some of the humanoid or near-human species were molded by magic. New creatures born and went extinct, new races populated the galaxy he was now born into. Born Quamine J. Sheelal, born of the Kaleesh of Kali. The young lanky boy had been born with near godlike power over magic, but he only used it sparingly, his body self-regulating to keep him alive. Then, he met the magicless Rondaru Lij Kumar. They had been meant to be paired until the Yamri or the Hut came and started a massive massacre, taking the eggs and enslaving the young generation. Quamine J. Sheelal fought and killed, waging war as he unleashed magics so dark that legend spoke of his wrath. Then everything came to a head when Rondaru was slain and her body dragged out to sea, heartbroken. Quaime N swore an oath that Kali answered in return. An oath on the blood of the first goddess of Kali, Kalishai the Silent Speaker. A serpent goddess that gave the Kaleesh the ability to speak and understand. Her body being the very world they walked, tilled and waged war upon. A pilgrimage he went one to her only temple, in the heart of the Thrallai jungles. Not many knew of what he saw, but Quamine did. He spoke to the first goddess and she pledged to him her powers and her strength. Marked by her, Quamine marched out to war, a warlord chosen. History knew the rest, at least in the most part. His near destruction of the mantis-like species, the Republic lied to and sent over 30 Jedi to stop him. The titanic battle that left over 22 Jedi killed before he had been exhausted, forced back and lost everything. Until he had cursed the survivors, lines with a curse that ended them quickly, or corrupted the lineage into the darkness of madness. Many were enslaved and broken or lost to dark powers of their practice. Then the banking clans backed his people into a corner, and then the interference of the Sith, leading to the creation of the most dangerous cyborg to have ever existed. In another realm, that would have been Darth Vader, but that future would never come to pass. Grievous rebuilt the armies of droids, modified multiple droids to his liking as his bodyguards and more until after Hypori. Sidious came in person and forced him into a Sith magics-induced slumber. He had not woken up until Mace Windu caused him to force out the 2 mind chips that put him into the cartoonish villain of the weak mentality. Now, he was back. Grievous, Quamine, both names were that of the one called Harry James Potter, the Master of Death. Looking over a few of the thousands of NT agencies he had put into place while his body slept in its Sith-enslaved state. 3 years of creating contingencies, putting them into place, hiding things from under Dooku's nose as he woke up ND forgot what he had done for the 12 or so hours he had been working. Now that he looked over them, he smirked behind his mask, as he still had a mouth, just hidden. Sadly, he could not eat or talk it off unless he wished to suffocate due to the pressure differences. Currently, he was looking at the first contingency he had created and worked in secret under the noses of Sidious and Dooku. Project Skynet. There was also another project that had been building up reports over the time past Hypori, one that involved an anomaly that only his station of the Master of Death alerted him to. He had sent a pair of twins, brother and sister, there with a secretly built prototype of the Subjugator-class heavy cruiser and a small support fleet. 3 years of study and then one name on one of the final reports made his soul chill. Zidane, Jar Wadinri, that carking fraker can't just stay dead, he snarled, now he's jumping realms from his own death. Not only that, about 2/3 of the fleet he had with him when the schism occurred, and the twins were also sending him many ideas on how to incorporate the weapons they used into the Cis armies and how they could use the modular design of the unknown ships by incorporating the design applications into the naval ships. Not only that, but the multiple new species that they had quarantined and started cataloging and communicating with. Mostly putting them on separate worlds in a wild space system without any weapons, gear or armor. They were lucky the worlds fit the species needs almost perfectly, but the leaders were taken an imp. Ryzen aboard the Subjugator heavy cruiser. He'll deal with that fool of an Imperial Admiral after he talks in person with the Separatist Parliament. Standing before the Separatist Parliament, after he was sworn in, he had allowed the interrogations of the Separatist Executive Council to be viewed. They had been watched and the anger at them was palpable as he smirked behind his mask, letting anger grow before he paused the holovids. Anger at those who dared to make our Confederacy fail is useless unless we focus on more prominent things. Such as, General, in my time over the last 4 years, he said, standing up from his seat as he pulled up several files and sent them to the senators, I was planning and pushing contingencies and one has just reached full fruition. Senators around the room spoke softly as they read over the file before one got up, a female of a species that looked like a humanoid moth. This contingency, it says you've been taking ships and hiding them away. Indeed. It took years and this was the plan I saw that was needed in case the Confederacy was facing a crisis like so. He looked around before pressing a button before him, with a single command. I can have fleets of ships start pushing back the Republic and retaking the territories that we need for our industrial, agricultural and economical needs. I can also nationalize those trader's guilds and other businesses and get more jobs into the economy. But I would like to put a motion forward for this body to allow me to use these contingencies going forward. It was quiet before a human stood up. I second this motion. It's clear we're out of our depth on the warfront and have been backstabbed by the Executive Council for far too long. Voices rose in agreement as he smirked behind his mask, letting the people's anger fuel their need to allow him to win this war. The motion passed with ease before he spoke aloud the code needed but was over the comm link that connected him to the hidden fleets. Begin awakening. Code. Lily 1981 James Foxtrot Alpha Gamma 11. Across the galaxy, fleets hidden away began to awaken. These fleets hidden away places of Shadow W and unknown spaces activated as their droid crews activated after their 3-year dormancy. Each fleet commanded by an intelligence created by Grievous before his turn into the laughing, coughing monster of Dooku. Each one, artificial but also beautiful in its creation, each one based on designs and creations from other realms. These creations were also locked in with magic, unable to defy their creator or betray him. Each intelligence roused the weapons and armies under its command before connecting to a network which allowed them to see the galaxy map. Plans spun. Tactics taken and fleets powered. It was time for war. Breaking a whole unit. The comlink cut off as the clone commander grimaced as he pointed with his blaster over the trenches as he shouted at the artillery to try and get the droid legions to lessen fire at will. Within the orbit of another world, Jedi Knight Ashwen Arul, born of the Lasat species, grimaced as he spun his Actus-class fighter as he ordered, Squad 2, pick your target. The squadron, called Gold Wing, formed up as they tried to push back the gigantic fleet of ships that had popped into existence over the planet of Garki. Nearly 1,000 Hips jumped out of hyperspace over the planet and tore into the Republic Sigers with the fervor of dragons. Tens of millions of fighters clogged the space between ships as Republic vessels were obliterated. "There's too many, Captain." One of his squadrons was hit as Gold 2 shouted into his comlink, "Watch your stabilizer, Gold 6." Sarish's orbit was on fire as the Republic fighters shrieked ACR. Os the Void before they were destroyed by Tri-droids and other enhanced fighters as Vulture droids tore into the hulls of the Venators. "Anybody, cover me." The comlink to the duty of freedom ended with a fiery explosion. The Venator cracking like the opening of a Felucian explosion fruit. "I've got 2 vultures on my tail." Comlink won another world. "We gotta hold them here." And another. "Watch your left." And another. "I can't shake them. I'm hit. I'm hit." As more and more voices, be they Jedi, clone or volunteer, were calling for help, but the Senate at Coruscant stalled out of fear as they listened over the comms in the Senate building. "Where's our reinforcements?" In the Jedi Temple, Jedi Master Plo Koon grimaced internally as he tried to come to terms with the evidence that had occurred across the galaxy. Grievous's offensive, it was being called. Nearly 500,000 ships of various classes and types had appeared across the galaxy, striking as one that locked the fleet. TS sieging the worlds in place and destroying entire ground forces within hours to days. The Republic was reeling as the fleets guarding Coruscant were told to stay, except the tension between the CLO, NES and the Senate were rising at a rapid pace. As general over the 104th Battalion, or the Wolfpack, he was trying to figure out how to help those that were being thwarted as reports kept pouring in. Jedi were being slaughtered and clones killed, as he sighed before straightening. He needed to get the Wolfpack Battalion to be ready to go. Grievous watched as the sister ship to the Invisible Hand, Colicoid Swarm, dropped out of hyperspace in wild space past the Cholgana sector. The planet was coined by the twins he had sent over 3 years ago as Uru, with another system that they were using to keep the species they had segregated in check. However, the latest report had them build a prison, which was where he was going. Standing within the shuttle, he waited as his anger stirred silently within himself. He remembered the Imperial Admiral. He had been reincarnated as a female of the same species. A ground commander that had been as great as the naval commander. She had been paired only a few times with Zidon, Jar Wadinri until the High Prophets separated them. She only died in that lifetime under the gun of the demon called 117. Now though, he was Quamine J. Sheilal. Not her. He was a warlord that was fighting on a galactic scale even though he was younger than Zidon as he was 51 right now. The Imperial Admiral was 64 upon his death. His magic churned within his body. As he felt the shuttle finally land upon the planet, the ramp lowered, showing the heavily modified B-2 units that the pair of scientists had changed to help them deal with these new species. Marching towards the heavily armed building, Grievous silently followed the guards before finding the twins. Twins, male and female, mid-20s. Dark hair with one orange and one violet eye. Bot. H having knowledge in science and engineering, military and civilian. Natural-born geniuses, both of whom Grievous had secretly absconded away from Dooku. He smirked internally before he looked at the pair, who were waiting for him to speak. "Take me to the one called Zidon," he ordered, as the pair quickly moved him deeper into the facility. Several dozen levels beneath the main floor, they stopped at a cell that was built out of 8 feet of concrete with a nearly 10-inch durasteel door. Upon questioning, the twins said that the alien had tried to escape and had punched through 3 inches of the metal in the first attempt. Dented and forced open the door around 6 and finally stopped at 9 to 10. "Impressive," he said before motioning them back, the door opening as he stepped through. Looking into the cell, he found the Sangheili sitting on the built-in bed while holding a large cup with water in it. When the Imperial commander stood, it was at a height of 11.5 feet tall, or 3.5 meters as the twins put into their reports. He only reached 2.16 meters or 7 feet 9 inches, but his magic coiled like a Nexu ready to pounce. "Zidon. Jar Wadinri," he snapped in Sangheili, the language named after the species or the planet. "It was long forgotten. If you could have inconvenienced me any more than you already have, I'm sure the Forerunners would have given you time to do so." Quote, that made the larger alien go stock still as he asked, "Hello, Kagram." Quote, his previous name, He remembered that before he snarled at him in basic, Wick. The twins reported that he spoke easily and fluently. That name is long since dead when John 117 put a magnum pistol round through my skull. You now stand before Quamine J. Sheilal, or better known as General Grievous, Supreme Commander of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Now also the head of state, while all mention of you had been relegated to your tactics and nothing more. His first lashed out, wrapping around the Sangheli's throat. Tell me, O great Imperial Admiral, why should I not snap your neck here and now? Chapter 6. Take him to somewhere we can settle this, he said to the twins. Stomping out of the prison cell, after dropping the former Imperial Admiral, get him his armor and weapons. He made his way through the facility before stepping outside into a massive AR. Ina that was covered in blaster burns and various targets on the ground. His clawed feet stabbed into the ground as the wind picked up, making his cloak billow behind him. He paused as he calmed himself down, letting his magic settle from raging ocean to calm flat puddle, at least in his mental scape, as he let go of the anger and rage. He needed to, or the planet may actually crack open, which was something he had done to the planet of the Yamri Huck. They were a nearly extinct species now, despite having taken control of everything the Kaleesh liberated from their slaving talons. As the wind blew and he calmed his mind, something appeared in his clawed hand. A void black stone that was smooth as glass that he rolled around in his palm before opening his eyes. Before him was a woman that was as black as the stone he held. But her face seemed to have been painted to invoke the image of a skull. Her eyes were the images of burnt-out stars, as her smile was that of a slash in a galaxy. She wore no clothing over her curvaceous frame, nor did she need to, for she was no normal being. Death, he said, looking her up and down before giving her a bow of his head, showing respect to the very thing that is opposed to life. Master, she purred, her words heard in his mind. Soul and ears, you barely call me, which is nice as it means I have someone that isn't constantly relying on me. Why is Zidon Jar Watinri alive and in this branch? He is dead from a Nova bomb. He groused, looking at his servant. Oh, I thought it would have been obvious, Master. She steps up and puts a hand against the lower half of his mask, purposefully avoiding the eyes as that would be an insult to him in his position as a Kaleesh. Your own power is affecting this realm so much that it's making this galaxy grow larger. Gain many more species and even pull those from other realms you have entered here. You have been to so many that it's not possible for this realm to stay pure anymore. He blinked before humming. So, how badly has this purity been tainted? Dirth hummed, her eyes flashing with the death of more stars before she huffs. Estimates are pretty high, life is not sure how battle. Why this branch will be affected, but you're pulling in various alien races. Some are simply fantasy races but others are not. It's not an exact science when dealing with your realm of power. However, you are lucky that most actual magics are relegated to only a few dozen species and most will have force sensitivity or none at all. He hummed as death pressed herself into the chest armor of his body, purring like some feline. I missed this, curling up against you and just feeling your warm power. Focus, Etradahia, he said her Kaleesh name softly, making the being pout. I'm guessing that this war is also a fixed point. She blinks then grins, nodding. Oh, definitely, so is the death of the Jedi and Sith. They must die or this branch will not go forward. He pondered on that for a moment before nodding. Then I shall remove their stain from the galaxy once and for all. If Darth Vader and Order 66 won't do it, I will. Death kissed his mask and smiled. I'll be watching and cheering you on, my Oli through Tilda. Her beloved champion, his Kaleesh nickname she gave him in this realm, one that had not changed in the slightest. In a blink, she was gone. The winds had stopped before he Uncle N. shed his foot talons from the concrete as he turned, watching as the doors to the massive outdoors testing arena opened. Zidon Jar Watinri grimaced as the sun blinded him momentarily before his eyes adjusted. Wincing slightly from his eyes stinging, he straightened after he adjusted to the light as he spotted the one that had pretty much said they were Thalo, Kagram. The greatest ground common to have ever existed within the ranks of the Covenant. A female Sangheli that had taken on the banished leader Atriox and took his signature weapon, known as Chainbreaker, as her weapon of choice in close quarters. She was also the entrepreneur that started implementing other weapons into her armor and even multiple high-end shield emitters. She had also gotten a pair of custom-made weapons she called plasma mortars. She launched plasma grenades out of these mortars built into her back armor. These mortars proved their worth as she launched them while invisible into the enemy lines, multiple grenades at a time as she tore through their trenches and holdouts. She was also an engineer and mechanic, building up her troops' armor and giving them custom-built weapons and armor. This caused the prophets to get antsy and tried, multiple times, to send her on missions that would kill her. Keyword, tried. She refused each one. Then went on missions that were on planets that had humans studying Holy Forerunner technology. Fortified to hell and back. They won every single time, and she told off the prophets with the simple phrase, "I don't care, your high thrones don't cushion my ass." She was a legend like he was to the Navy of the Covenant. Many of the additions to his armor were based on her creations. Her entire battalion was called Death's Legion, for each of them fought as though death had blessed them. Many rumors actually said that the Low had been seen talking to some human female that looked like the Void, but nobody was sure about that. But if it was true, this Bine G was something that had a connection to death, or the Shaltho in Sanghaley. Now, he was in an arena as he looked at the being across from him, and it reminded him painfully of the Low. A warrior with no actual peer, and no one could stand on the legendary pedestal, as he activated both of his energy swords. In seconds, the fight began as Zidane was realizing that he was fighting against someone he had fought against these weapons before. Blue and green blades slammed into his own weapons as he tried to fight back, thrusting and slashing, but the smaller foe was moving at a speed that put even the best of the Sanghaley to shame. He did catch Grievous off guard from firing a pair of wrist-mounted plasma weapons, and the grunt green plasma weapons slung under his wrists. In the end though, he gets slammed into the concrete as both of his weapons are knocked out of his hands as he growls. He tried to get to his feet before one of his own energy swords was leveled at his neck. It was over. He knew this was his end. Yield. Grievous snarled before he leaned in and hissed, "And I might use you for another front in this bloody war with the Republic." The Jedi Council was in full session. Only 1 or 2 Jedi were calling in via hologram. Obi-Wan grimaced as the council was listening to Ki-Adi-Mundi's report before something interrupted him. A red hologram appeared in the center of the council room. The life-size form of General Grievous stood before them. "Greetings, esteemed Jedi Council," Grievous said, only giving them the semblance of a bow. The venom that could be heard was also felt within the Force. "I have allowed you to hear this in person before I make this oath." Kit Fisto frowned as he said, "And what oath is that, Grievous?" Grievous chuckled darkly, "The oath of judgment, O Jedi Master." That statement made the Force recoil as Grievous sneered at them. "I swear this oath as you have failed this galaxy, you have done nothing but stagnate the worlds you were supposed to be helping. Kali was one of them, but you were used by your corrupt Republic Senate to destroy my people. You've ignored slavery, the Hutts and other races that kill for fun, the Zygerians and more. I swear on my own magic, life and soul to Kalishai that I will judge every Jedi in this galaxy." He growls, pointing directly at Master Yoda, "I am your judge, jury and executioner, Jedi. The only Jedi here on your council that even my people respect is Master Shakti. She fought my enhanced personal guards to a standstill, then came at me. Tired, breathless and ready to drop, she's the only one that pushed herself to stop me." He turns and gives her a bow, one of respect as he says, "Fulramik Caeslarm Shimru." Shakti flushed as she murmured in Togruti, "Akrulai Trushi." Grievous straightened before looking at the other Jedi. "Your time is up, your fate is sealed in the weave of the stars. Prepare." The hologram vanished as Obi-Wan looked at the rest of the council, dread filling his gut. Chapter 7. As the Venator 2 Republic's dawn dropped out of hyperspace, Ahsoka blinked in shock at the carnage that orbited Coruscant. She hadn't realized just how bad the battle over Coruscant was as multiple wrecks hung in the void as she felt her heart clench. Commander Rex walked up to her side as he put a hand on her shoulder. "Kriff," he muttered as more of the crew of the Republic's dawn. The general wasn't kidding when he said that Coruscant was under attack. Grievous did a number on the fleets that protected the planet here, though I'm not so sure the Coruscant Guard is happy either. "Why?" Ahsoka was not impressed with Commander Fox due to his involvement in causing the death of Fives. What's been happening while we were dragging Maul's group out of Mandalore? Rex sighed deeply. Seems that Grievous, unmasked, the Chancellor is the Sith Lord the Jedi have been looking for. Commander Fox has been working around the clock to find out if it's true. He's been arresting many of those that supported Palpatine and has been going through his data with a fine-toothed comb. Ahsoka grimaced internally as she looked at the Rex before looking at the sharply pointed frame of the Venator 2. Supposedly, the Venator 2 is the next step in ISD technology. The elongated triangle hull was designed like an arrowhead like the Victory I class except the vent. Venator 2 had more guns instead of the 8 main batteries. She wasn't sure of the specifics but she guessed that the Venator 2 was carrying around 20 additional turbolasers, 10 ion cannons and a criff load of flak and point defense weapons. At 1,450 meters, the Venator 2 was the largest ship in the Republic fleet. At least, it was, but Kuat Drive Yards was said to have been building up a new frontline battleship. Let's get Maul on the ground then, Ahsoka was saying before one of the clones spoke up. Sir, he said, looking up from the crew pit, I just got a message from a group of senators. They want to meet the commander on the ground. Padme Amidala watched as the new class attack shuttle landed on the Senator landing strip, as the Venator 2, twin Venators and the escorting fleet came down into the planetside docks. The front of the shuttle opened to show the form of Ahsoka Tano, having become a young woman after she left the Jedi Order. Anakin had not been stable for at least 2 weeks after she left, eventually. He came out of his funk but it was a close thing. He never forgave Tarkin for his pushing for the legalized murder he was trying for. Kind of funny that he had been arrested by Commander Fox as he was found guilty of treason by a military tribunal. Ahsoka smiled then ran up to her, hugging her as the pair held one another before the Naboo senator turned and led her into a side room off her senatorial office. They made small talk before Ahsoka seemed to realize they were not alone. Bail Organa, Advados, and Rio Chuchi standing before her, their expressions grave yet determined. Ahsoka, Padme began, her voice soft yet resolute, we need to talk. Ahsoka's heart skipped a beat at the seriousness in Padme's tone. She exchanged wary glances with the other senators before following them into her quarters, the door closing behind them with a soft hiss. Once inside, the senators wasted no time in getting to the point. We've been discussing the current state of affairs. Bail Organa began, his usually calm demeanor tinged with urgency. And given the gravity of the situation, we believe it's time for a new direction, a new leader. Ahsoka's brow furrowed in confusion. But Chancellor Palpatine is gone, dead at the hands of Grievous. Rio Chuchi interjected, her expression somber, as is Count Dooku, his own crimson blade used to decapitate him. The Republic needs a leader who can guide us through these troubled times, someone who embodies the ideals of justice, integrity, and hope. Not to mention someone that knows what it is like to fight on the front lines. Advados said, and knows what it's like among the civilians. Padme stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. We believe that leader is you, Ahsoka. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Ahsoka felt as if the ground had shifted beneath her feet, her mind struggling to process the enormity of what was being asked of her. Me, she whispered, her voice Barrel. Why audible above the hum of the city outside, but I'm not ready for something like this. I'm only 16, I'm a civilian with a lightsaber. Not even a Jedi, anymore. Padme reached out, placing a comforting hand on Ahsoka's shoulder. The strength of that hand didn't help Ahsoka at that moment. None of us are ever truly ready for the challenges we face, she said gently. I was voted in as Queen of Naboo at 14. Much like you were on your first battlefield at the same age. But you have shown time and time again that you possess the courage, the wisdom, and the strength to lead. Ahsoka felt a surge of conflicting emotions swirling within her, fear, uncertainty, but also a glimmer of hope. Could she really be the leader the Republic needed in its darkest hour? As she looked into the earnest faces of Padme, Adva, Bail, and Rio, Ahsoka knew that she couldn't turn her back on their faith in her. Despite her doubts, despite her fears, she would stand up and face whatever challenges lay ahead. Anakin had taught her to face her challenges head-on, while Obi-Wan taught her to use her head. Taking a deep breath, Ahsoka squared her shoulders and met their gaze with newfound resolve. "All right," she said, her voice steady. "I'll do it." Commander Rex frowned as he led the Mandalorian vault containing Darth Maul into the halls of the Jedi Temple before saluting the temple guards. One of the guards nodded in return before the rest of the group of the temple guards escorted the vault into the temple. Turning around, he spotted Commander Cody as he spoke to one of the old Est clones that survived the tribulations of Jango Fett or Prime. Alpha 17, the clone that had become something of a legend in the clone army. Having completed the training for ARC troopers, Commandos, and even further specialized training from Jango Fett himself and even more Mandalorians. It was clear that Cody was discussing something with Alpha 17 before Rex walked up. "Hey, Cody," Rex said, getting Cody's attention. "So I saw that you got yourself into a fight without me." Alpha 17 looked over at him and bluntly growled, "You were going to Mandalore." Cody gave Alpha 17 a cold look. "Back off, Alpha." Rex was just trying to lighten the mood. "Anyway, don't you have something to discuss with Commander Fox?" Alpha 17 gives a short nod before sharply turning and leaving the pair alone. He's still as sharp and angry as ever. "Yes, Rex." Cody rubs the bridge of his nose. "He was offworld and only returned a week before you did. Not only that, Grievous has been unleashing fleets upon the galaxy we didn't even know he had. 500,000 ships and nearly 500 million clankers retaking the planets we fought hard to take. What's happening in the Senate? They're finally voting in a new chancellor. It's just the preliminaries and adding the names to the pool to be voted. Then why did Rex have a bad feeling things are gonna be turning into a clusterfrack?" Ahsoka Tano felt her stomach clench as Senator Padme Amidala stood at the control panel that allowed her to move the Senate pod that represented Naboo around the massive spherical chamber that was the Senate building. A few pods away was Senator Bail Organa, representing Alderaan, watched as the interim chancellor was giving a small speech on how the voting for the new chancellor will proceed. It had been 3 days after her agreement to throw her name into the candidate ring for Supreme Chancellor. She was really nervous now. As the names of the candidates were read, Ahsoka couldn't help but shiver as her name was spoken aloud. The Force let her feel the surprise from many of the senators. Quite a few of them had been from planets she had helped in liberating from the grip of Count Dooku and General Grievous. After the final name was read by the interim chancellor, a Mon Calamari with a pale gray complexion spoke up. "Senators," he croaked, "now is the time to vote. You have a half hour to make your decision." Around the Senate, votes were being placed into the panels before each senator. Small murmured discussions being held as Ahsoka looked up at Padme, who smiled at her before putting in her vote. Her name glowed before the screen read, "Vote sent." Bail voted, along with Rio Chuchi of Pantora. Looking around, Ahsoka's eyes fell upon the white-as-snow form of Advados, the new senator of Ryloth after the arrest of Orn Free-Ta. The clone commander had been striking out at Palpatine's allies or collaborators while leaving others alone, while he was investigating the former chancellor. Ahsoka grimaced, remembering the holovid of General Grievous outing Palpatine as the Sith Lord, Darth Sidious. The half-hour passed slowly as the votes were put in before the interim chancellor spoke. "With the votes now in and fully calculated, I can now announce the new chancellor." The Senate was thrumming with tension as the Mon Calamari announced solemnly, with a 68.5% of the vote, "I announce Ahsoka Tano as the new Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic." Ahsoka felt her heart stop as her name was announced as the winner, now realizing that she might have gotten in over her head. HTING battles against clankers was easy, but leading an entire government. What was she thinking in agreeing to this? Obi-Wan Kenobi sat in the Jedi Council chambers, his expression grave as he watched his fellow masters gather around the hollow projector. The absence of Mace Windu, still recovering from his injuries inflicted by Grievous, cast a somber shadow over the proceedings, reminding them all of the gravity of their situation. As Yoda, Plo Koon, Ki-Adi Mundi, and the others settled into their seats, Obi-Wan couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding settle over him. The news of Chancellor Palpatine's demise and Ahsoka Tano's unexpected candidacy for Supreme Chancellor had sent shockwaves through the Jedi Order, leaving them all grappling with uncertainty and doubt. "We must discuss this matter with great care," Yoda said, his voice tinged with concern. "The fate of the Republic hangs in the balance." "It does." Obi-Wan nodded in agreement, his mind racing with questions and fears. He had known Ahsoka since she was a youngling, and had watched her grow into a skilled and capable Jedi Knight. But the prospect of her assuming such a monumental role in the Republic's government filled him with a sense of unease. "I fear that Ahsoka may be walking into a trap," Ki-Adi-Mundi said, his brow furrowed with worry. "The political landscape is treacherous, and she may find herself outmatched." Plo Koon nodded in agreement, his expression grave. "We must consider the implications of Ahsoka's candidacy carefully. The Sith will no doubt seek to manipulate her for their own ends." Obi-Wan felt a chill run down his spine at the mention of the Sith. He had faced their dark influence many times before, and had seen firsthand the devastation they could wreak upon the galaxy. The thought of Ahsoka falling victim to their machinations filled him with a sense of dread. "We cannot allow Ahsoka to face this challenge alone," Obi-Wan said, his voice steady with resolve. "We must offer her our support, our guidance, whatever she may need to navigate the treacherous waters of politics." Yoda nodded in agreement, his ancient eyes filled with determination. "Agree with you, I do. A difficult path, Ahsoka walks. But together, face these challenges, we must." Master Shaak Ti, who was still on Kamino, spoke up, "After the events that have transpired to end the Jedi, I am unsure if we should push ourselves into the light as much as we have. Grievous has, supposedly, unmasked both Darth Sidious and Darth Tyrannus live on the Holonet. He defeated Master Windu with powers unknown, and tossed both Master Kenobi and Knight Skywalker around like an adult with children." Kit Fisto frowned, "But we also have caused much harm to Ahsoka. Remember that we failed her at her trial when it was Barriss Offee that committed the bombing of the temple. She left and now returns after successfully bringing back Darth Maul, the last of the Sith in question that we know of. She is still a civilian, as Master Windu would say." Obi-Wan winced, remembering that fiasco where Wilhuff Tarkin nearly got away with Republic-sanctioned murder live on the Holonet. Ahsoka's faith in the Jedi fell at day, with only Anakin and Padme actually having any faith in the young Togruta that she was innocent. Obi-Wan's heart sank at the reminder of Ahsoka's painful departure from the Jedi Order. He could still see the hurt and betrayal in her eyes as she walked away, her trust shattered by the accusations leveled against her. It was a wound that had yet to fully heal, a scar on the Jedi Order's conscience that served as a stark reminder of their failings. "Shaak Ti and Kit Fisto both make valid points," Obi-Wan said, his voice heavy with regret. "We cannot ignore the mistakes of the past, nor can we afford to repeat them. Ahsoka's return to the Republic carries with it a weight of responsibility, both for her and for us." Yoda nodded in agreement, his expression somber. "Much to consider, there is. But Ahsoka's resolve, strong it is. Trust in her abilities, we must." As the council continued their discussion, Obi-Wan couldn't shake the feeling of uncertainty that lingered in the air around them. The events that had unfolded in recent days had thrown the galaxy into turmoil, and the Jedi Order found themselves standing on the precipice of a new era. "We must tread carefully," Obi-Wan said, his voice firm. "The fate of the Republic hangs in the balance, and our decisions will shape the course of history. But no matter what challenges lie ahead, we must stand united as Jedi, as guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy." With a sense of determination, Obi-Wan rose from his seat, his gaze meeting those of his fellow masters. As the council finished up, Obi-Wan motioned towards Yoda, Plo Koon and Shaak Ti to stay. Once the others left, he spoke up as he sighed. "I fear that Ahsoka being pushed into the Chancellorship will also push General Grievous into action. He's now the head of state for the Confederacy. And from what the informants have given, he's already pushing for better battle droids, ones that can stand up to the clones." Shaak Ti's eyes narrowed at that as the weight of those words hung heavily within the council chamber. "You guess that Grievous will start focusing on Ahsoka's influence before it can grow?" Plo Koon asked, voice barely above a whisper. Obi-Wan nodded gravely, his expression reflecting the gravity of the situation. "Indeed," he replied, "Grievous is a cunning adversary, and he will not hesitate to exploit any weaknesses he perceives in Ahsoka's leadership. If she assumes the role of Supreme Chancellor, she will become a prime target for his machinations. Not only that, he is already making changes to the Confederacy military BU. TR informants are not sure what he is making. Yoda leaned forward, his gaze penetrating. Foreseen this, have you? He asked, his voice carrying a hint of concern. Obi-Wan shook his head. Not foreseen, but feared, he admitted. Grievous has proven himself to be a formidable opponent, both on the battlefield and in matters of strategy. If he perceives Ahsoka as a threat to his plans, he will stop at nothing to eliminate her. He even treated me and Anakin as not a threat due to not even being able to fight in melee combat. Shak Ti's lips tightened into a thin line, her expression troubled. Then we must take precautions, she said firmly. We cannot allow Ahsoka to walk into this blindly. She will need protection, both politically and physically. Plo Koon nodded in agreement, his features set in a grim determination despite the mask he wore. Agreed, he said. We must ensure that Ahsoka has the support she needs to navigate the treacherous waters of politics. And we must be prepared to defend her, should Grievous's ambitions turn violent. Violent, Shak Ti remarked airily, like the weight of the galaxy was on her chest. He was a former warlord previously and has powers that have left Master Windu in the care of the healers, as his entire rib cage needs to be rebuilt and the Bacta can only do so much. That somber note reminded the others why they were not immortal, despite the Hollywood propaganda that the kids watched. That was until his comlink beeped and he blinked in shock. She won the chancellorship. General Grievous stood on the bridge of his flagship, he invisible hand in orbit of Raxus Secundus, his mechanical form towering over the assembled command crew. The news of Ahsoka Tano victory in winning the position of the Supreme Chancellor had sent shockwaves throughout the galaxy. And Grievous was keenly aware of the implications of this development. As reports streamed in from across the galaxy, detailing the chaos and uncertainty gripping the Republic, Grievous found himself pondering the unexpected turn of events. The prospect of facing Ahsoka Tano, a formidable warrior and a symbol of hope for many, as his adversary in the political arena, was both intriguing and troubling. I'm fairly sure that she is a bit young for so much power, Grievous mused aloud, his mechanical voice echoing in the rather quiet bridge. However, this will be a new twist in this war. The crew exchanged nervous glances, unsure of how to respond to their leader's contemplative tone. The Nemodian captain got them back into order as he made sure they got the invisible hand up to full status. Grievous's thoughts, however, were far from idle as he considered his next move. Ahsoka Tano, he continued, the name rolling off his tongue like a curse, a Jedi, once loyal to the Republic. Nearly executed by them as well. Now, a potential thorn in my side. As the bridge crew members murmured amongst themselves, Grievous's eyes narrowed as he remembered how an annoying Tano was to fight as she was the student of the supposed Chosen One. He knew that he could not afford to underestimate Ahsoka Tano, not when the fate of the Confederacy was on a tightrope. She may have the support of the Senate, Grievous growled, his mechanical fists clenching with pent-up frustration. But she is not a senator, nor a political figure. Something that can be used against her. He turned away as he began to look over the hologram that showed him the deployments of Operation Skynet as he calculated plans and maneuvers to keep the Republic at bay so he could get his new droid soldiers off the workshop floor and onto the production line. Chapter 8. Ahsoka Tano stood at the entrance of her new office, feeling a surge of emotions wash over her. The weight of the galaxy seemed to press down on her shoulders as she stepped into the room. Her mind raced with the implications of her new role, the responsibility that came with it, and the endless possibilities for both success and failure. The office itself was grand and imposing, with high ceilings and large windows that offered a panoramic view of Coruscant. Ahsoka took a deep breath and moved towards her desk, a large and ornate piece of furniture that had once belonged to her predecessor. The datapad on the desk blinked with countless messages and notifications, a reminder of the immense workload awaiting her. Good morning, Chancellor Tano. Her new aide, an 18-year-old Zeltran named Abby Sedan, greeted her as he walked in. Your first meeting is in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Ahsoka echoed, barely having had a chance to sit down. All right, let's get started. The morning was a blur of introductions and briefings. She met with various advisors, each eager to inform her of the most pressing issues. Every conversation seemed to add another layer to the already overwhelming burden she felt. The galaxy was in turmoil, and every problem seemed urgent, every solution complex. Her first IAL meeting was with the Senate Oversight Committee, a group of stern-faced senators who wasted no time in reminding her of the political challenges ahead. Their questions were sharp, their demands relentless. Ahsoka did her best to stay composed, but she could feel the tension building within her. As the day progressed, Ahsoka found herself in meeting after meeting, each one more frustrating than the last. Senators paraded through her office, each with their own agenda. Some tried to flatter her, others to intimidate her. The most frustrating were those who tried to bribe her, offering their support in exchange for political favors. Chancellor Tano, a portly senator from the core worlds, said, leaning in with a conspiratorial smile, "If you were to support the Trade Expansion Act, I sue. LD ensure that your initiatives for the Outer Rim receive substantial funding." Ahsoka clenched her jaw, suppressing the urge to lash out with her lightsaber. The senator reminded her too much of Jabba the Hutt. Seeing the Hutt that ruled over Tatooine was one time too many in her opinion. No wonder Anakin avoided his birth planet. "I will consider all legislation based on its merits, Senator," she replied curtly. By midday, Ahsoka was ready to tear her Montrals out. The endless stream of sycophants, power-mongers, and self-serving politicians had worn her patience thin. She had hoped to make a difference, to bring about real change, but the political machinery of the Republic was proving to be more formidable than any battlefield she had ever faced. Her afternoon was filled with more pointless meetings, including one with a group of lobbyists pushing for deregulation of the banking sector. Their thinly veiled threats and promises of political support only added to her frustration. "Chancellor, deregulation would bring much-needed liquidity to the market," one of them argued, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Of course, we would be most grateful for your support." Ahsoka felt a surge of anger but kept her voice steady. "I will take it under advisement." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across her office, Ahsoka finally had a moment to herself. She sank into her chair, feeling utterly drained. The day had been a relentless barrage of demands and expectations, and she felt no closer to understanding how to navigate the treacherous waters of galactic politics. Abisa entered quietly, placing a cup of tea on her desk, which she took and gratefully sipped. "It supposedly gets easier, Chancellor," he said, his tone gentle. "The first day is always the hardest." Ahsoka nodded, appreciating the gesture but not entirely convinced. "Thank you, Abisa." As she sipped her tea, she gazed out at the cityscape of Coruscant, lights twinkling in the growing darkness. She thought of Anakin, Obi-Wan, and the Jedi Order. She thought of the battles she had fought, the friends she had lost, and the reasons she had agreed to take on this monumental task. She was determined to make a difference, to bring about the change the galaxy so desperately needed. But as the weight of the day settled upon her, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of frustration and doubt. As she really the right person for this job? Could she truly make a difference in a system so deeply entrenched in corruption and self-interest? Ahsoka took a deep breath, centering herself as she had been taught in the Jedi Temple. She had faced impossible odds before and emerged victorious. She could do it again. She had to. With renewed resolve, she turned back to her desk, ready to face whatever challenges tomorrow would bring. By the time she hit her bed, she had been drained mentally of all her strength. The next morning, Ahsoka found herself waking up and wishing she never agreed to tea. He propositioned that Padme and the other senators had her agree to. Her aide, the Zeltron from yesterday, Abisa, came in with a tray of Shilly-style foods. Ahsoka thanked him softly before taking a bit out of the fire-roasted game meat that was common on the homeworld of the Togruta. "No problem, Chancellor," Abisa grinned before pulling out a datapad. "Let's see. I'm guessing that you don't want sycophants today." "None whatsoever," she hissed from her cup as she was taking a drink. "I was ready to pull my lightsaber out on them and end them myself." How did Palpatine handle this day in and day out, like he made it look so easy? Abisa shrugged. "Not exactly sure, but at least your new guards have been alerted to your mental state. Commander Fox has assigned Alpha 17 as head of your security, along with troopers from the Coruscant Guard and the 322nd. Ahsoka looked at Abisa. "I'm guessing he wants to talk about security and such." "Most likely," Abisa said with a nod before moving down the timetable. "Next is Senators Amidala, Dose, Chuchi, and Organa. Probably to give you some support and other items of actual business instead of the multiple lobbyists and others." Ahsoka took another bite out of her breakfast, nodding as her mouth was full before nearly choking on some meat. This will be followed up by a meeting with some of the Jedi Council, Abisa said before looking up at Ahsoka. Something wrong? Ahsoka grunted, coughing as she shook her head. Took me by surprise, that's all, but the council on the second day. Abisa blinked. Palpatine got visited by the Co-UNCIL on the first day after his election, so maybe they were waiting for you to settle in. Ahsoka nodded, still catching her breath. I suppose so, she said, her voice hoarse from coughing. I just hope it's not another ambush of endless requests. Abisa smiled sympathetically. I'll do my best to manage the schedule, Chancellor. Try to focus on what's important and filter out the noise. Thank you, Abisa, Ahsoka said, giving him a grateful look. Let's get this day started, then. After breakfast, Ahsoka made her way to her office, where the day's first visitor, Alpha 17, was already waiting. The clone trooper's armor gleamed under the office lights, and his stance was perfectly disciplined. Chancellor, Alpha 17 greeted her with a respectful nod. Commander Fox has ordered me to oversee your security. We've implemented several new protocols to ensure your safety. Thank you, Alpha 17, Ahsoka replied, sitting down at her desk. I appreciate your dedication. Please, give me a rundown of the new measures. As Alpha 17 detailed the security enhancements, Ahsoka couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. The galaxy had become such a dangerous place, even for someone in her position. It was a stark reminder of the many challenges that lay ahead. With the security briefing concluded, Ahsoka moved on to the meeting she was actually looking forward to. Senators Padme Amidala, Adva Dose, Rio Chuchi, and Bail Organa arrived shortly after, each offering their congratulations and support. Ahsoka, Padme said warmly, we're here to help you. We know yesterday must have been overwhelming, but we believe in you. Thank you, Padme, Ahsoka said, feeling a wave of relief. I can't tell you how much that means to me. What do you have for me today? Bail Organa stepped forward, a datachip in hand. We've been working on a series of proposals to streamline relief efforts in the Outer Rim. With your support, we can push these through the Senate and bring much-needed aid to those suffering from the war. Adva Dose nodded, her crimson eyes serious. It's time we put an end to the corruption that's been choking the Republic. We have to show the people that things can change, that there's hope. Rio Chuchi smiled gently. We'll be with you every step of the way, Ahsoka. You're not alone in this. Ahsoka snorted. You four convinced me into the position in the first place. I could be blaming you for all my troubles. That got a laugh out of the group as they allowed themselves to relax, making a few jokes at both her expense and theirs. Their words fortified Ahsoka, giving her a renewed sense of purpose. Together, they discussed the details of their plans, refining strategies and preparing for the battles ahead in the Senate chambers. As the meeting with her allies wrapped up, Abisa entered the office again, this time with a more somber expression. The Jedi Council representatives are ready to see you now, Chancellor. Ahsoka took a deep breath. Thank you, Abisa. Please show them in. The members of the Jedi Council entered, their presence filling the room with a calm yet serious aura. Ahsoka greeted each of them with a nod, her respect for her former mentors evident. Entering the room was Grand Master Yoda, and at his side was Master Plo Koon. Internally, Ahsoka was really upset that Anakin and Obi-Wan didn't come to see her. Maybe they didn't have time to do so today. Ko to Ya, Chancellor Tano, Master Plo Koon began, his tone formal, but she could feel him smile at her through the Force. We wanted to discuss the ongoing war efforts and the current state of the Jedi Order. Your new position places you at the intersection of the Republic's political and military operations. Master Yoda's eyes twinkled with a hint of pride. Proud of you, we are, Ahsoka. Heavy the burden is, but trust in the Force, you must. Ahsoka listened intently as the council members outlined their concerns and offered their guidance. It was clear that they did want to help. Even discussing a probable council she could make of advisors and outside help so she didn't have to face the senators alone. Despite the weight of their expectations, she felt a sense of comfort in their familiar presence. By the time the meeting concluded, Ahsoka felt a bit more grounded, though the enormity of her responsibilities still loomed large. She looked out the window at the sprawling cityscape of Coruscant. The heart of the Republic she had sworn to protect. As she prepared for the next round of meetings, Abisa approached her with a small smile. "You're handling this well, Chancellor. Just take it one step at a time." Ahsoka nodded, appreciating his encouragement. "Thank you, Abisa. I couldn't do this without your support." The day was far from over, and the challenges ahead were daunting. But with the backing of her friends, allies, and the Force, Ahsoka was determined to face whatever came her way. She steeled herself for the tasks ahead, ready to continue her journey as the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic. Anakin grimaced as he stood in the Room of 1,000 Fountains, trying and failing to meditate. It wasn't because he was bad at it. Normal meditation just didn't work for him like that. He meditated more like the male Alina Jedi Master Kazdan Paradis, the official engineer of the Jedi Temple. He had to move to enter meditation, and standing here wasn't helping. "I see that you're taking Master Wazu's teaching of standing firm until you are the mountain seriously, Anakin," the amused voice of Obi-Wan said, making Anakin turn to look at his master. "Well," Anakin said ruefully, "I was hoping to learn standing meditation, but everything seems to be changing so fast." Obi-Wan seemed to understand before sighing. "Anakin, you know that you can visit her at any time she's free." Anakin grimaced. "I know, but it's..." Anakin tried to get the words out, but they got caught in his throat. He wanted to say that he messed up. He should have done more to help her. He could have directed her towards Padme, but he didn't. Going to Ahsoka would be like opening the wound in his heart that his mother, Shmi, had left after he was too late to save her from the Tusken camp. His hands turned into fists, the leather actually creaking from his right mechanical arm, gaining his master's attention. "Anakin," Obi-Wan put a hand on his shoulder, "are you all right?" Anakin took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. I worry about her, Obi-Wan. I know she's strong and capable, but this position, it's a lot. And I'm not Sue Ree if she's ready for all the political maneuvering and the constant pressure." Obi-Wan nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "Ahsoka has always been resilient. She's faced challenges before, and she's grown from each one. This will be no different. But it's natural to worry. You care about her deeply, and that's a good thing. It shows that you haven't lost your compassion." Anakin's expression softened slightly. "I can't help but feel responsible. I should have been there for her more, guided her better." "You did what you could, Anakin," Obi-Wan said gently. "We all did. Ahsoka's path has always been her own. She's made her choices, and she's learned from them. Now, as Supreme Chancellor, she'll continue to grow. She has good people around her, Padme, Bail, the Jedi. And she has you." Anakin's eyes darkened with worry. "But what if she struggles? What if the weight of the position becomes too much?" Obi-Wan sighed, looking out at the tranquil fountains. "We can't predict the future, Anakin. But we can be there for her when she needs us. That's all we can do. Have faith in her abilities and in the support of her friends. She's not alone in this." Anakin nodded slowly, his tension easing slightly. "I know you're right, Obi-Wan. It's just hard to let go of the fear. I've lost too many people I care about." Obi-Wan squeezed Anakin's shoulder reassuringly. "I understand, Anakin. But remember, fear is a path to the dark side. Trust in the Force and in those around you. Ahsoka will find her way, just as you have." Anakin looked at his master, gratitude evident in his eyes. "Thank you, Obi-Wan. I needed to hear that." Obi-Wan smiled. "That's what I'm here for. And remember, if you ever need to talk, I'm always here for you." Anakin returned the smile, albeit weakly. "I appreciate that. I just hope Ahsoka knows the same." "She does," Obi-Wan assured him, "and she'll be fine. She has the strength of a Jedi and the heart of a true leader." Anakin took a deep breath, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. "I'll try to trust in that." "Good," Obi-Wan said, patting Anakin's shoulder. "Now, how about we spar a bit? Clear your mind and focus your energy." Anakin's eyes lit up at the suggestion. "I think that sounds like a great idea." As they moved towards the training area, Anakin couldn't shake the lingering worry for Ahsoka, but Obi-Wan's words had given him a measure of peace. He would be there for her, just as she had always been there for him. Zidane. Jar Wattinri stood at attention on the bridge of his modified Providence-class destroyer, the Reckless Will. The cramped space buzzed with the activity of his crew, a mix of Sangheli, Kigyar, Ungoi, and a pair of formidable Mgalakgolo acting as his guards. A female Sangheli officer and an ST-Series super tactical droid worked diligently at one of the screens, updating tactical data in real time. The hologram of General Grievous flickered before him, imposing and deadly calm. His presence commanded respect, and even though Zidane was no stranger to authority, Grievous's dominance was undeniable. Currently, Grievous was saying, his voice a metallic rasp, the borders between the mid-rim and outer rim have been secured for now. However, the Republic has gotten a new Supreme Chancellor, and having faced her in combat, she will not remain on the defensive for long. Her master, Anakin Skywalker, is reckless, but there is a method to his madness. Zidane listened intently, ignoring the claustrophobic feeling of the bridge. He knew his place in this hierarchy and was determined to prove his worth. His eyes briefly glanced at the other holograms, each representing a fellow commander. Admiral Terracus Helmish, with his crab-like features, commanded a modified Lucrehulk class LH-3210 cargo freighter. His mandibles clicked in anticipation, eager for his orders. Captain Susan Terrence, a stoic human from a snow-covered world, stood at ease. Her Providence-class carrier, the Iron Dominance, was a formidable vessel. Captain Yavin Horace, a male Quarren, commanded the munificent-class star frigate Forgers Oceania, his tentacles twitching as he awaited his directives. Admiral Korn, the ST-Series super tactical droid, stood perfectly still, her modified Recusant-class light destroyer ready for action. Grievous's hologram turned to each commander in turn, assigning tasks with precision. Admiral Helmish, your fleet will reinforce the outer defenses near Sullust. We have intelligence suggesting a Republic incursion. Captain Terrence, you are to provide air support for our ground forces on Megiddo. Captain Horace, continue to disrupt the Republic's supply lines in the mid-rim. Admiral Korn, your destroyer will join the blockade at Christophsis. Finally, the hologram focused on Zidane. Grievous's eyes gleamed with a mix of expectation and challenge. Zidane, Jar Wadinri, your mission is critical. You are to lead an assault on the Republic's shipyards at Fondor. Disable their production capabilities and capture any intelligence you can. This will be your proving ground. Do not fail me. Zidane inclined his head respectfully. It will be done, General. The Republic shipyards will fall, and their production will cease. Grievous nodded, seemingly satisfied. Remember, coordination and efficiency are paramount. We are fighting a war on multiple fronts, and every victory brings us closer to our ultimate goal. Dismissed. The hologram flickered off, leaving the bridge in a brief silence. Zidane turned to his crew, the determination in his voice unmistakable. Prepare the Reckless Will for hyperspace. Set course for Fondor. We have our orders, and we will not disappoint General Grievous. The crew sprang into action, the hum of the ship's engines growing louder. As they prepared for the jump to hyperspace, Zidane stood firm, his mind focused on the task ahead. This was his chance to prove himself, not just to Grievous, but to the entire Confederacy. He would lead his forces with honor and precision, and the Republic would learn to fear the might of the Sangheli and their allies. As the stars stretched into lines and the ship entered hyperspace, Zidane allowed himself a moment of reflection. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but he was ready. For the glory of his people and the success of the Confederacy, he would not fail. Chapter 9. Zidane. Jar W. Adin Ree stood on the bridge of the Reckless Will, the vast expanse of space before him shimmering with the light of distant stars. His fleet had just emerged from hyperspace, the mighty warships arrayed in formation, ready for battle. Ahead of them lay the Fondor shipyards, one of the Republic's most crucial production facilities. It was heavily defended, but Zidane had been entrusted with this mission by General Grievous himself. And he would not fail. The Fondor shipyards were formidable, protected by 4 Victory I-class star destroyers, 8 Venator-class star destroyers, 6 Acclamator-class transgalactic military assault ships, and a myriad of auxiliary vessels. This would be no easy task, but Zidane's fleet was ready. All ships, prepare for battle, Zidane commanded, his voice firm and resolute. Munificent-class frigates, move into position and target the nearest Venator-class ships. Recusant-class destroyers, provide support and engage those Acclamators. Dual-hemisphere Omni support vessels, Prepare to deploy droid fighters and bombers. Lucrehulks, maintain a defensive perimeter around our carriers with your droid fighters. I want screens defending our flanks. The bridge buzzed with activity as his orders were relayed. The Munificent-class frigates surged forward, their powerful turbolasers unleashing a torrent of fire on the nearest Venator-class star destroyers. The Venators responded in kind, their turbolaser batteries lighting up the void with deadly beams of energy. Zidane watched the unfolding battle with keen eyes. The Republic forces were disciplined and well coordinated, but he had confidence in his own fleet's abilities. Reckless will target the lead Victory-class star destroyer. Fire all forward batteries. The modified Providence-class destroyer shuddered as its main guns opened up, sending a barrage of energy bolts towards the Victory-class ship. The shields of the Republic vessel flared brightly under the impact, struggling to hold back the onslaught. Deploy all droid fighters and bombers, Zidane ordered. Target their hangar bays and engines. We need to cripple their mobility. Swarms of vulture droids and hyena bombers poured from the hangars of the dual-hemisphere Omni support vessels and the Providence-class carriers, streaking towards the enemy ships. The sky around Fondor became a chaotic melee of starfighters, laser fire, and explosions. The first Venator-class star destroyer began to falter under the relentless fire from the Munificent-class frigates. Its shields flickered and failed, and moments later, a well-placed volley from a Recusant-class destroyer tore through its hull, sending it spiraling out of control. Excellent, Zidane muttered, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the battlefield. Keep up the pressure. Don't let them regroup. The Republic defenders were putting up a fierce resistance, but they were clearly unprepared for the ferocity of Zidane's assault. One of the Acclamator-class ships attempted to maneuver into a better position, only to be caught in a deadly crossfire from two Munificent-class frigates. Its hull ruptured, and it exploded in a brilliant flash of light. On the bridge of the Reckless Will, Zidane's command crew worked with precision and efficiency. The ship shuddered under enemy fire, but its shields held strong. Zidane's tactical droid advisor, stationed beside him, Prov. IDED constant updates on the status of the fleet and enemy positions. General, the lead Victory-class star destroyer is heavily damaged, the droid reported. Their shields are down, and their weapons systems are failing. Finish them off, Zidane ordered. Fire all remaining torpedoes. A barrage of proton torpedoes launched from the Reckless Will, streaking towards the crippled Victory-class ship. They impacted its hull, one after another, until the ship was consumed in a massive explosion. The destruction of the Victory-class ship caused a ripple effect through the Republic formation. The remaining Victory-class and Venator-class star destroyers attempted to regroup, but the relentless assault from Zidane's fleet was overwhelming them. Signal all ships to press the attack, Zidane commanded. Do not give them any respite. We must take the shipyards. The Munificent-class frigates and Recusant-class destroyers continued their advance, pouring fire into the remaining Republic ships. The Lucrehulk-class freighters and dual-hemisphere Omni support vessels provided crucial support, their droid fighters swarming over the enemy vessels, targeting weak points and causing havoc. Zidane W. watched as another Venator-class star destroyer succumbed to the onslaught, its hull breaking apart under the relentless fire. The Republic fleet was now in disarray, their formation shattered, and the IR ships struggling to maintain any semblance of order. General, we are detecting significant damage to the Fondor shipyards, the tactical droid reported. Their defenses are weakening. Excellent, Zidane replied. Order all ships to focus fire on the shipyards. We need to ensure their production capabilities are completely disabled. The combined firepower of Zidane's fleet turned towards the shipyards. Turbolaser bolts, ion cannon blasts, and missile salvos rained down on the vast structures, tearing through their defenses and causing catastrophic damage. As the shipyards began to break apart, secondary explosions rippled through the complex, signaling the destruction of critical systems and infrastructure. The Republic's ability to produce new ships at Fondor was being systematically dismantled. At least for now, the industrial capabilities of the Republic outclassed the Confederacy quite vastly. Grievous was doing his best to make up the difference, but he needed worlds that could be used as production planets. General, we have achieved our primary objective, the tactical droid confirmed. The shipyards are in ruins. Zidane allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Well done. Begin mop-up operations and secure any valuable intelligence. We have dealt a significant blow to the Republic today. The holographic display of the battlefield showed the Republic forces in full retreat. Their remaining ships desperately trying to escape the onslaught. Zaidan's fleet, bloodied but victorious, continued to press the attack, ensuring that the Republic would not easily recover from this defeat. As the battle wound down, Zaidan turned to his crew, prepared to transmit a report to General Grievous. Inform him that the Fondor shipyards have been destroyed, and the Republic fleet has been routed. The crew acknowledged his order, and Zaidan stood tall on the bridge of the Reckless Wool, the fires of battle still burning in his eyes. He had proven his worth and carried out his mission with precision and honor. The Confederacy would take notice of his victory, and the Republic would remember the name Zaidan, Jar Wadinri. Ayla Secura crouched beside Commander Bly, her eyes scanning the dense, bioluminescent jungle of Felucia. The humid air was thick with the scent of alien flora, and the low hum of nocturnal creatures provided an eerie backdrop to their desperate situation. Her usual confidence was tempered by the grim reality they faced. They were low on supplies, surrounded by enemy forces, and cut off from reinforcements. Her outfit, once a practical and modest ensemble, had been reduced to something resembling a bikini. The rest of her clothing had been sacrificed to make bandages for the injured clones, a stark reminder of their dire circumstances. Despite the discomfort and vulnerability, Ayla maintained her composure. She was a Jedi Knight, and her priority was the safety of her men. "Any sign of Blackout Squad?" Ayla asked, her voice a low whisper. "Not yet, General," Bly replied, his visor scanning the surrounding area. "Bond and his team know the terrain well. They won't take unnecessary risks." Ayla nodded, trusting in the skills and resourcefulness of Bond and his squad. Blackout Squad was renowned for their expertise in infiltration and espionage, each member chosen for their unique talents. She had fought alongside them before and knew they would do everything in their power to get the clones off Felucia. "Project Skynet caught us all off guard," Ayla muttered, her mind replaying the events that had led them to this moment. Alpha million ships and 500 million droids, all activated at once. "We never saw it coming." Bly clenched his fists, his frustration palpable. "Grievous played us all. We should have anticipated something like this." Ayla placed a hand on his shoulder, offering what comfort she could. "We can't dwell on what we should have done. We need to focus on surviving and getting off this planet. The Republic needs us." As they waited in tense silence, the foliage rustled, and 7 figures emerged from the shadows. Bond, a tall and imposing clone with a scar running down his left cheek, led the group. Behind him, the other members of Blackout Squad moved with practiced stealth. "General, Commander," Bond greeted, his voice steady and professional, "we secured a route to the extraction point, but it's crawling with droids. We'll need to move quickly and quietly." Ayla stood, her lightsaber in hand. "Lead the way, Bond. We don't have much time." The squad moved through the jungle, their steps careful and deliberate. Ayla could sense the presence of droids nearby, their mechanical movements a stark contrast to the organic life around them. She kept her senses sharp, ready to ignite her lightsaber at a moment's notice. As they approached a clearing, Bond signaled for them to stop. "The extraction point is just beyond those trees," he whispered, "but there are patrols everywhere. We'll need to take them out silently." Ayla nodded, turning to Bly. "Coordinate with Blackout Squad. We need to neutralize the droids without alerting the entire garrison." Bly and Bond quickly devised a plan, assigning each member of Blackout Squad a specific target. Ayla watched as the clones moved into position, their movements synchronized and precise. She admired their discipline and skill, knowing they were the key to their survival. With a nod from Bond, the clones struck. Silenced blasters and vibroblades dispatched the droids with lethal efficiency, their parts falling to the ground without a sound. Ayla joined the fray, her lightsaber slicing through metal and circuitry with effortless grace. Within moments, the patrol was eliminated, and the clearing was theirs. Bond signaled the all clear, and the rest of the clone troopers moved forward, their faces grim but determined. "We're ready to move, General," Bond said, his eyes scanning the horizon. Ayla took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. "Let's get our men off this planet. The Republic needs every one of us." As they began the final leg of their journey to the extraction point, Ayla couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had survived this long. That was until the jungle erupted in a cacophony of blaster fire and explosions. Ayla secure as HEA. RT pounded as she sprinted alongside Commander Bly and Blackout Squad. The droids had caught up to them faster than anticipated, and now their escape was a desperate dash for survival. Move, move, Bly shouted, firing his blaster at the pursuing droids. The dense jungle provided some cover, but it also hindered their progress. AAT tanks plowed through the underbrush, their cannons firing indiscriminately. While Octoptera tri-droids towered above, raining down lasers from their spindly legs. Ayla's lightsaber was a blur of motion, deflecting blaster bolts and cutting down any droid that got too close. She could see the lot I gunships hovering just ahead, their turrets blazing as they provided covering fire. General, we've got B-3s incoming. Bond's voice crackled over the comlink. Ayla's stomach tightened. The B-3 Ultra battle droids were massive and heavily armed, their thick armor impervious to most blaster fire. They lumbered through the jungle, their wrist rockets and heavy blasters spewing death. Focus on the weak points. Ayla shouted, knowing it was their only chance. She vaulted over a fallen log, landing amidst a squad of B-2 super battle droids. Her lightsaber sliced through them like butter. But she knew their numbers were overwhelming. Bly, we need those gunships to provide closer support. She called out, ducking as an AAT's cannon fire exploded nearby. Bly relayed the order, and the Lot I gunships swooped lower, their lasers and missiles tearing through the droid ranks. The ground shook as explosions rocked the jungle, but the droids kept coming. We're almost there, Bond shouted, motioning for the clones to push forward. The extraction point was within sight, but the droids were closing in fast. The gunships hovered just above the treetops, their doors open and ready for evac. Ayla sprinted ahead, using the force to enhance her speed. She deflected a barrage of blaster fire from an Octoptera droid, then leapt onto the nearest AAT tank. With a swift slash, she disabled its turret and jumped off just as it exploded. Go, go, go. Bly urged the clones, firing at a commando droid that had gotten too close. The clones scrambled onto the gunships, their blasters covering their retreat. Ayla felt a searing pain in her side as a blaster bolt grazed her, but she pressed on. She could see the Lot I gunship's pilot motioning for her to hurry. General, behind you. Bond's warning came just in time. Ayla spun around, her lightsaber raised to block a rocket fired by a B-3 Ultra battle droid. The explosion sent her sprawling, but she quickly regained her footing, her lightsaber deflecting another volley of blaster fire. Cover me, she shouted, making a dash for the gunship. Bly and Bond unleashed a torrent of blaster fire, forcing the droids to take cover. Ayla jumped onto the gunship's ramp, pulling herself inside as the doors began to close. We're all in, Bly confirmed, his voice barely audible over the roar of the engines. The Lot I gunships lifted off, their repulsor lifts straining under the weight. Blaster fire from the droids below pelted the gunships, but they climbed higher, breaking through the tree canopy. Hang on, the pilot called, maneuvering the gunship through a hail of anti-aircraft fire. Explosions rocked the craft, and Ayla clung to the handhold, her heart racing. Get us out of here, Bly shouted. The pilot banked hard, dodging a flak burst that came dangerously close. The second gunship followed, its own engine straining as it evaded the enemy fire. Coordinates locked, the co-pilot reported, punching it. The gunships accelerated, leaving the burning jungle and the relentless droid army behind. Ayla collapsed against the bulkhead, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She glanced around at the exhausted, injured clones. They had made it barely. Good work, everyone, she said, her voice filled with relief and exhaustion. We're not out of the woods yet, but we're alive. Bly nodded, offering her a tired but grateful smile. We'll make it, General. As the gunship sped towards safety, Ayla allowed herself a moment of hope. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had survived another day. As the Lot I rushed up to the Republic fleet above, Ayla realized she might be pushing her hope a bit too forward as over 200 Cis ships jumped out of hyperspace to reinforce the failing Cis fleet remnants. Oh, Ferric. Ahsoka sat in her office, the soft light of the Coruscant skyline casting a warm glow over the room. She took a deep breath, trying to relax as she reviewed the documents in front of her. The stack of data pads seemed endless, each one filled with reports, proposals, and countless issues demanding her attention. She set one aside and rubbed her temples, wishing for a moment of peace. The weight of her new responsibilities was immense, and the constant demands on her time were exhausting. She was just about to pick up another datapad when the door chimed. "Enter," she called, straightening in her chair. The door slid open to reveal Admiral Wolf Yularen, followed by a group of high-ranking Republic Navy officers. Yularen's expression was grave, and also, Ka immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Chancellor Tano," Yularen began, inclining his head respectfully, "we have urgent news that requires your immediate attention." Ahsoka nodded, gesturing for them to sit. The admirals took their seats around the large conference table, their faces tense with worry. "Please, Admiral Yularen, go ahead," Ahsoka said, bracing herself for the news. Yularen took a deep breath. "We have received reports from our scouts and intelligence agents confirming that the Fondor shipyards have been destroyed. The attack was led by General Grievous's fleet, and the damage was extensive. Our forces were unable to hold the line, and we've suffered significant losses." Ahsoka's heart sank. Fondor was a critical shipyard for the Republic, and losing it was a severe blow. She leaned forward, her expression serious. "What are the specifics, Admiral? How many ships did we lose? What is the status of the survivors?" Admiral Arla Voss, a stern-looking woman with short-cropped black hair, spoke up. "We lost 4 Victory I-class Star Destroyers, 8 Venator-class Star Destroyers, and 6 Acclamator-class assault ships. The auxiliary support ships were also heavily damaged or destroyed. Casualty reports are still coming in, but the numbers are high." Admiral Kes Urano, a broad-shouldered man with a graying beard, added, "We managed to evacuate some of our personnel before the final attack. But the majority of our forces were caught in the bombardment. The shipyards themselves are in ruins, and it will take considerable time and resources to rebuild, if that's even possible." Ahsoka felt a wave of frustration and helplessness wash over her. She clenched her fists, trying to keep her composure. "This is a devastating loss," she said softly. "What are our options now? Can we reinforce other key locations to prevent similar attacks?" Yularen nodded. "We're already reallocating forces to bolster our defenses at other strategic shipyards and installations. However, Grievous's tactics are becoming increasingly aggressive and unpredictable. We'll need to stay vigilant and adaptable." Ahsoka took a deep breath, trying to steady herself. "Thank you for the update, Admirals. We need to ensure that our remaining shipyards and production facilities are secure. I want daily updates on our defensive measures and any intelligence on potential threats." The admirals nodded in agreement, and Ahsoka could see the determination in their eyes. Despite the setback, they were ready to continue the fight. "Admiral Yularen," Ahsoka said, turning her attention back to him. "I need you to coordinate with the Jedi Council as well. We'll need their support to anticipate Grievous's next moves and to aid in our defensive efforts." "Understood, Chancellor," Yularen replied. "We'll do everything we can to protect the Republic." As the admirals filed out of the room, Ahsoka leaned back in her chair, feeling the weight of the galaxy on her shoulders. The destruction of Fondor was a harsh reminder of the challenges she faced, but she knew she couldn't afford to falter. The Republic needed her to be strong, now more than ever. She took a deep breath and turned to the stack of data pads on her desk, determined to find a way forward, no matter how difficult the path might be. Except she was now facing her first true crisis, and it was from the war she grew up fighting in, Dank Farrik. She tapped at the built-in comm in her desk, getting her aide on the line. "Abisa, get Alpha 17 in here. We need to talk about using clone commando teams and ARC trooper teams for specialized missions against the Separatists." In the dimly lit council chamber, were Masters Plo Koon, Kit Fisto, Yoda, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Depa Billaba. Shock Tiz image, transmitted via hologram from Kamino, shimmered slightly, indicating the vast distance her signal had traveled. The atmosphere was somber, the gravity of recent events weighing heavily on everyone. Ayla Secura appeared on the central holographic pedestal, her usually vibrant blue skin marred by exhaustion and her attire reduced to a makeshift bikini outfit, the remnants of her clothing having been used to tend to the wounded. Her leku drooped slightly, and her eyes bore the haunted look of someone who had seen too much. "Masters," Ayla began, her voice steady but carrying an unmistakable weariness, "I report to you from the Venator-class Star Destroyer Radiant Dawn. Our situation is dire. Felucia was a massacre." She took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. "We were overwhelmed by Cis forces that seemed to come out of nowhere. Over 200 ships, including battleships, cruisers, and countless starfighters, descended upon us. They decimated our fleet. We lost 4 acclamators, 1 Venator, and many starfighters. The Radiant Dawn is barely limping along, and our losses in personnel and equipment are catastrophic." Master Plo Koon's voice crackled through the hologram. "How are the conditions of your troops?" "Master Sakura." Ayla closed her eyes briefly, the weight of her response pressing down on her. "Not good, Master Plo. The 327th Star Corps is in desperate need of rest and medical support. Many clones are injured, some critically. We've done what we can with the supplies we have, but it's not enough. Morale is low, and the toll of the battle is visible on every face." Master Kit Fisto's usually cheerful demeanor was replaced with a look of deep concern. "And what of the enemy presence? Are you able to break through the Cis lines?" Ayla nodded, though it was clear the effort was monumental. "We're working on it, but the Skynet lines have made it incredibly difficult. Their fleet is well coordinated and relentless. We've managed to carve a small path, but it's tenuous at best. We need reinforcements and a secure route to retreat and regroup." Depa Balaba, representing her injured master, Mace Windu, leaned forward. "We will do everything we can to assist you, Ayla. Your bravery and the resilience of your troops are commendable. Rest assured, the Council is fully aware of the sacrifices being made." Ayla's voice wavered, her Twi'lek accent thicker from fatigue and emotion. "Thank you, Master Balaba. We're holding on, but I don't know how much longer we can without additional support. The clones are doing everything they can, but they need time to heal and recover." "We all do." Master Yoda, his face etched with lines of worry, spoke with a soft yet resolute tone. "Strong you are, Ayla. Aid you, we will. Arrangements, we shall mock. To bring you and your troops the support needed. Hold fast, you must." Shakti's holographic form, broadcasting from Kamino, added, "I will coordinate with the medical facilities here to ensure that when you arrive, the clones receive the necessary care. We will also send additional medical personnel and supplies to meet you en route." Ayla bowed her head, gratitude evident in her expression. "Thank you, masters. Knowing that help is on the way brings some measure of relief. We will hold our position and await further instructions." The transmission ended, leaving the council members in contemplative silence. The enormity of the battle on Felucia and the sheer brutality of the conflict weighed heavily on their minds. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi broke the silence, his voice filled with a mix of concern and determination. "We must act swiftly. The situation is critical, and every moment counts." Master Yoda nodded, his eyes reflecting a deep sadness. "Indeed, Obi-Wan. Much to do, there is. For the Republic, and for the lives we must save." The Jedi Council began making plans, knowing that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges but resolute in their commitment to support their comrades on the front lines. In the Grand Hall of the Separatist Parliament on Raxus Secundus, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Senators from across the Confederacy had gathered to hear from their supreme commander, General Grievous. His image, projected larger than life by hologram, dominated the chamber. The grim visage of the cyborg general exuded authority and a fierce determination as he prepared to deliver his report. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate," Grievous began, his mechanical voice reverberating through the hall, "I stand before you today to report on the tremendous successes of Project Skynet." The holographic display shifted to show detailed maps and data, illustrating the newly fortified Skynet lines, a defensive perimeter of over 500,000 ships and 500 million droids, strategically placed to hold back the Republic's advances. "The activation of Project Skynet has transformed our defensive capabilities," Grievous continued. "Our forces know hold a formidable line from the mid-rim to the outer rim, significantly slowing the Republic's progress and allowing us to reclaim worlds that had fallen into their hands." A senator from Geonosis, A towering Geonosian with translucent wings, buzzed with approval. What of the recent battles, General? Our victory at Fondor. Grievous nodded, his eyes glinting with satisfaction. The Fondor shipyards have been obliterated. A decisive blow dealt by Admiral Zidane Jar Wattinri and his fleet. The Republic's shipbuilding capabilities have suffered a severe setback, which will take them considerable time and resources to recover from. Quote, another senator, a Duros with blue skin and red eyes, leaned forward, and the Battle of Felucia. We have heard conflicting reports. Grievous's gaze hardened. Felucia was a significant victory. Jedi Knight Aayla Secura and the 327th Star Corps have been driven off the planet. Our overwhelming force, including a fleet of over 200 ships, crushed our defenses and forced them into a desperate retreat. Their losses were substantial, and our control over Felucia is now absolute. A murmur of approval swept through the Senate, punctuated by scattered applause. The display shifted again, this time showing the new A1 war droid in all its menacing glory. To further bolster our forces, Grievous announced, we have ceased production of the outdated B1 battle droids. In their place, we are now deploying the A1 war droid. Built on the superior frame of the Commando droid and incorporating advanced technology from the human replica droid line and the IG-100 MagnaGuard. The A1 war droid represents the pinnacle of battlefield efficiency. The senators watched intently as specifications of the A1 war droid flashed across the screen. Grievous continued, these droids are equipped with E-17 combat-heavy blasters, which can be modified in the field for various combat roles, from sniping to heavy weaponry. They also carry TS-36 blaster pistols, designed to pierce armor with Mandalorian-inspired technology, and standard vibro blades for melee combat. A senator from the Techno Union, a Skakoan encased in a pressure suit, raised a hand. What are the next steps in your plan? General. Grievous's eyes scanned the room, his presence commanding absolute attention. Our immediate priority is to secure the Skynet lines fully. This includes ensuring our logistical routes and industrial worlds are operational and well protected. We will focus on fortifying our supply chains, maintaining constant production of our new war droids, and preparing for any counter-offensives by the Republic. Another senator, an Emodian with a calculating expression, inquired, and what of our long-term strategy? Grievous's tone grew even more resolute. We will continue to push the Republic forces back, reclaiming strategic worlds and cutting off their supply lines. With each victory, we weaken their resolve and strengthen our position. Our ultimate goal remains the same, to secure independence for the Confederacy and bring the Republic to its knees. The chamber erupted in applause, the senators rising to their feet in a show of support for their commander. Grievous allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, knowing that his plans were progressing well and the Confederacy was growing stronger with each passing day. As the applause died down, Grievous concluded, together, we will achieve victory, for the Confederacy, for our freedom, and for the future. The session ended with the senators dispersing, their confidence in Grievous reaffirmed. The general's image flickered and disappeared, leaving the hull in contemplative silence as the representatives of the separatist parliament pondered the path ahead. General Grievous sat down in he commander's chambers that had been the death place of Sidious and Tyrannus, looking over the screen that was updating him on the current state of the war in real time. He frowned to himself as his right-hand droid, IG-188, stood at the side of his desk. Sir, the MagnaGuard intoned, you seem rather quiet. I hate politics, Grievous snarled before glowering at the datapad that been forced upon him by the Confederacy Senate to give him updates on policy changes and meetings he could join in. The whole thing drives me up the wall. At least on Cali we didn't treat it like it was some bureaucracy-corrupted mess. Quote, his MagnaGuard was silent before asking, you could take over the Separatists. If I did, Grievous said, I would be hunted to the ends of the galaxy without remorse. So I play their political games despite not being like Count Dooku or any normal orator. I give the facts, plain and simple. The silence that followed gave him time to figure out what he could do going forward. As he noticed that the galaxy map had updated to show around 500 million new worlds that showed up in the inner rim, mid-rim and outer rim. If he was to guess, there were new planets in wild space and the unknown regions as well. As he took a deeper look, He frowned as he thought about why he had started his reincarnations. In the dimly lit confines of the dilapidated hotel, the shadows seemed to dance and flicker with a life of their own. The air was thick with the scent of brimstone and old wood, the haunting melodies of a distant phonograph filling the space. In one of the quieter corners, a figure stood, his back turned to the door. A crimson glow emanated from his hand as he muttered incantations, his fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air. Charlie, the bright and optimistic daughter of Hell's ruler, cautiously approached. Her curiosity was piqued by the unusual aura of the man before her. She had seen many things in Hell, but this was different. Magic, real and potent. Something beyond the mere tricks and illusions common in this place. "That's quite the show you're putting on," she said softly, her voice cutting through the melodic static. The man turned, his grin widening in a way that was both charming and unsettling. His eyes, red as blood, held a spark of something ancient and weary. The princess herself. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Charlie offered a tentative smile, her natural warmth shining through despite the oppressive atmosphere. "I couldn't help but notice what you were doing. It seems different from your usual theatrics." The man's smile faltered for a brief moment, a shadow passing over his face. "Different, you say? Well, one must diversify their portfolio, even in a place like this." She stepped closer, her curiosity getting the better of her. "That didn't look like any magic I've seen here. It seemed older. Where did you learn it?" His eyes flickered with a mix of amusement and something deeper, a glimmer of old pain. "Let's just say I had a previous life. Many, in fact, each with its own lessons and curses." Charlie tilted her head, sensing the weight behind his words. "A previous life? Were you always this?" She gestured to his flamboyant attire and ever-present radio-like aura. He chuckled, a sound that seemed to echo from a time long past. "No, my dear. There was a time when I was quite different. A boy, in fact. A boy thrust into a world of magic, danger, and responsibility far too young." She listened intently, her empathy drawing her closer. "What happened to him?" "To you?" His smile faded completely, replaced by a distant, haunted look. "He fought. He loved. He lost. Over and over again, until the pain became too much to bear. Each life, each death, a step further away from who he once was." Charlie felt a pang of sorrow for the man before her. Despite his sinister reputation, there was a profound sadness in his eyes. "And now? Why do you do what you do?" He looked at her, truly seeing her for the first time. "Because I'm searching, princess. Searching for something to make me feel alive again. To distract from the memories that haunt me." She reached out, placing a gentle hand on his arm. "So why do you act like you are looking for entertainment, something new to excite you or make you enjoy life?" He looked down at her hand, a rare moment of vulnerability crossing his face. "Because I want to forget and move on," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "But I can't." The melancholy settled between them, a silent understanding of the eternal struggle against one's own past. Charlie squeezed his arm gently before letting go, her heart heavy with the shared burden of his unspoken sorrow. He shook his head, the memory fading as he noticed his holocom was flashing before he activated it. As Dark Acolyte Severance Tan appeared in miniature as a hologram. "Severance Tan," Grievous said before his eyes narrowed. "What is it?" "Sir." She seemed nervous. "We found something that is rather unsavory." "Show me," he said before one of the screens, showing a hologram of a spike-like thing that was shown to be over 11 miles long, and 2 miles in diameter at the thickest. It was covered in holes or what seemed to be holes like one would see in trees. It was clearly biological in nature and something about it set him off way more than it should have. "I'll personally deal with this," he hissed before looking at Severance Tan. "I want you to have an invasion force ready to board this thing." "Understood, General." Her hologram faded out as he looked over at the map of the galaxy before having his holocom get Farper on the line. He had a mission for him and this would be a good test of his skills, unless he was one of those that barely got trained at all. Chapter 10. Farper stood at attention before the holographic projection of General Grievous. The towering, blue-tinted image of the cyborg cast an imposing shadow over him, even from a distance. The dim lighting of the war room on the Providence-class carrier heightened the sense of gravity surrounding the upcoming mission. Holomaps displayed the planet Christophsis, Flashin' G with tactical data and enemy positions. Far per, Grievous intoned with his characteristic rasp, you are to head to Christophsis. The Republic's foothold on the planet has grown too strong, Sommet. Hing that should have been taken care of ages ago. However, given that you are chomping at the bit to prove yourself, this mission is yours. I expect the Republic forces dealt with any Jedi found to be either slaughtered or captured for interrogation. Am I understood? Far per nodded, his black and white striped fur glistening under the low lights. Understood, General, I will not fail you. Grievous's eyes narrowed slightly, perhaps in a semblance of a smile. See that you don't. Betrayal and failure are not tolerated. You are to use all necessary force, show them the might of the Separatists. As the hologram flickered before the transmission ended, Farper allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction. This was his first major assignment under Grievous's direct command, a significant opportunity to prove his worth. He knew Grievous's reputation well. Loyalty and effectiveness were rewarded, but betrayal was met with ruthless retribution. Farper had no intention of betraying the cyborg general. He admired Grievous's ruthlessness and shared his disdain for weakness. Suppressing a smile, Farper made his way to the hangar bay. The clang of machinery and the hum of engines filled the air, mingling with the smell of fuel and metal. Technicians and droids moved with practiced efficiency, preparing ships and checking equipment. His Rogue-class starfighter stood ready, defied to accommodate his unique physique. Sleek and deadly, it was a testament to both his skill and the resources the Separatists had poured into their war effort. He ran a clawed hand along its hull, feeling a surge of pride and anticipation. Climbing into the cockpit, Farper adjusted the controls to fit his tall, flexible body. The canopy closed with a hiss, sealing him inside. The familiar hum of the engines beneath him was comforting. He engaged the pre-flight checks, his mind already racing with strategies and scenarios. Hangar Command, this is Farper. Preparing for launch, he transmitted to the Hangar Command Center. Roger that, Farper. You are clear for takeoff, came the response. The starfighter lifted smoothly off the deck, the hangar bay doors opening to reveal the vast expanse of space. With a burst of acceleration, Farper's ship shot out into the void, the stars stretching into lines as he engaged the hyperdrive. As the Rogue-class starfighter hurtled through hyperspace towards Christophsis, Farper's thoughts turned inward. This mission was more than just a task, it was a chance to prove himself as an invaluable ally to Grievous. He relished the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess and loyalty. His mind flicked back to his days on Selonia, the brutal climb from breeding stock to a powerful dark acolyte. The memory fueled his determination. Christophsis awaited, a contested jewel in the galaxy. Farper was ready to reclaim it for the Separatists, to show both the Republic and his own allies what he was capable of. As the hyperdrive countdown neared its end, he tightened his grip on the controls, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Emerging from hyperspace, the shimmering planet of Christophsis came into view. Farper's mission had begun. As Grievous's ship drops out of hyperspace, he gazes out at the immense organic structure looming before him. The massive spike floating in the void is a sight to behold, its massive form twisting and shifting on the end of perception. Grievous clenches his metallic fists, a mixture of awe and determination coursing through his cybernetic frame. Prepare for boarding action, Grievous commands, his ice resonating through the bridge of the invisible hand. All ships, maintain formation and stand by to engage the enemy. Severance Tan's holographic image flickers to life beside him, her expression serious and focused. General, the fleet is ready to move on your command. Grievous nods, his crimson eyes fixed on the massive vessel before them that made the Sith ships look like ants to a Zillo beast. We will strike swiftly and decisively. Deploy the ground forces and secure a perimeter around the target. I will lead the assault personally. The bridge erupts into motion as commands are relayed and preparations are made. The fleet maneuvers into position, encircling the ship like a swarm of vengeful insects. Droids and war machines stand at the ready, their mechanical forms bristling with weapons and anticipation. As the first wave of Sith ships began its descent towards the vessel, Grievous watched as the ships drew closer. The moment stops as new information is brought to his attention. As details were put onto a hologram before the cyborg, the massive holes in the ship seemed to be the equivalent of hangar bays, large enough to easily have a Venator fly in and land. He quick L.Y. speaks up as he moves towards the shuttle prepared for him. Severance, have a fob put into that hangar bay, so we can have a command center and location to resupply and reinforce. I want that AR being secured when I land with my Magnaguards. The acceptance was heard over the built-in comlink as the Sith shuttle took him and a contingent of his modified IG-100 Magnaguards towards the massive ship. As Grievous's shuttle glides towards the colossal hangar bay, he can't help but marvel at the sheer scale of the organic structure before him. The gaping maw of the hangar yawns wide, welcoming them into its depths like a predator luring its prey. Prepare for combat, Grievous commands to his Magnaguards, their metallic forms poised and ready for battle. We will secure this hangar and establish a foothold for the Sith forces. The shuttle touches down with a soft thud, and the ramp lowers with a hydraulic hiss. Grievous strides forth, his cape billowing behind him as he leads his guard into the heart of the organic spike ship. The hangar is vast and cavernous, its walls pulsating with an eerie, organic glow. Strange, fleshy tendrils hang from the ceiling, swaying gently in the artificial breeze. Grievous scans the surroundings, his sensors alert for any sign of danger. Spread out and secure the perimeter, Grievous orders, his voice echoing through the cavernous space. I want every inch of this hangar under our control. No mistakes, we don't know what is in this place or what could be infesting the miles between here and the back of the ship. The Magnaguards fan out, their electrostaffs crackling with lethal energy as they move to fulfill their master's command. Grievous watches them go, his gaze lingering on the shadows that dance along the walls. General Gr. Ievis turned as 4 C-9979 landing craft came into the hangar and landed, unloading their contents as equipment, materials and other resources were unloaded. He then noticed a Rogue-class starfighter land nearby, Severance Tan climbing out of the ship. The 23-year-old Chiss woman was dressed in an outfit similar to what Skywalker wore on the Invisible Hand months ago at the Battle of Coruscant. Severance Tan, he said, emerald green eyes narrowing at the glowing red ones of the Chiss acolyte, can you tell me what you feel with the Force? I'd prefer to know what I'm dealing with. Severance Tan nodded before closing her eyes. A few moments passing before hissing as she grabbed her head, it's too large, my brain is trying to explore every facet but it's so confusing. It's gothic, yet eldritch. Organic yet technological. Alive yet I can't sense any lifeforms. Grievous pondered that before hissing, then stop reaching out with your Force senses, it's clearly causing you mental agony. Severance Tan takes a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she releases her hold on the Force. The tension in her shoulders eases, and she opens her eyes to meet Grievous's gaze once more. Thank you, General, she says. Her voice steady despite the lingering discomfort. I will refrain from using my Force senses until we have a better understanding of this entity. Grievous nods in acknowledgement, eyes looking around the massive area they were putting a fob in. We cannot afford any distractions or weaknesses in this mission, he says, his metallic voice carrying an undercurrent of determination. We must proceed with caution and precision. Severance Tan inclines her head in agreement. Agreed, General. I will focus on the task at hand and ensure that our forces are ready for whatever lies ahead. With a shared understanding, Grievous and Severance Tan turn their attention back to the hangar, where the Sith forces continue to unload supplies and set up the makeshift command center. Grievous simply watched as several ST-Series military strategic analysis and tactics droids worked on creating the forward operating base, as many Vulture droids could be seen prowling arrow the outside of the opening leading into the void. Most scans of the massive 11-mile-long spike-like ship showed that it had something similar to a shield that kept a breathable if chilly atmosphere inside the vessel. This allowed Severance Tan to breathe inside the vessel, but he noticed that the Chiss woman seemed rather at home in the chilly air. Must be that she's from a world where the cold is normal. He was looking around the massive hangar. Grievous was beginning to believe this place wasn't an actual hangar bay. There were no starfighters, bombers or shuttles, he could see Annette. Her hull like the one they came in 100 meters or more away. He frowned behind his skull-like mask as he marched towards where the fob defenses were being put up. Standing with a group of droids that were creating concrete barriers to use as defenses was a super tactical droid, whom he got its attention, Droid, report on the progress of the scouting commando droid teams. The super tactical droid swivels its head to face General Grievous, its red photoreceptors glowing with artificial intelligence. General Grievous, the commando droid teams have reported back with their initial findings, it says in a crisp, mechanical voice. They have encountered minimal resistance thus far, primarily encountering automated defense systems and environmental hazards. Grievous nods, processing the information before he commands. Continue to monitor their progress closely. I want a detailed analysis of any potential threats or obstacles we may encounter within this vessel. The super tactical droid nods in acknowledgement. Affirmative, General. Scans are ongoing, and we will provide updates as soon as new information becomes available. As the super tactical droid returns to overseeing the construction of the FOB defenses, Grievous turns his attention back to the hangar bay. Despite the apparent lack of immediate threats, he remains wary, knowing that the true dangers of this place have yet to reveal themselves. Grievous soon was beginning to feel restless as he walked away from the FOB base, noticing a rather odd structure nearby. It was like a tentacle grew out of the side of the vessel before becoming hollow and allowing for something to live within it. He activated a lightsaber to give him some light, the blue glow pushing back the darkness before his eyes fell upon something he didn't expect. First thing that caught his eye was the alabaster skin that appeared to be almost translucent, followed by her full lips. Her delicate, refined features alongside high cheekbones gave her an enchanting look as his eyes went down her figure. A curvaceous, voluptuous body with larger breasts, larger than any Twi'lek he had ever seen. Wide hips that spoke of the ability to bear children. Long powerful legs and slender arms with what appeared to be claws on them gave her body the look of a predator that would seduce its target first. Her hair was a silvery white color that framed her face. Her eyes were closed as she didn't seem to be breathing, like she was in a deep hibernation or suspended animation, which intrigued him a great deal. Was there more like her aboard this ship? Grievous approached cautiously, his mechanical limbs making faint whirring sounds as he moved closer to the mysterious figure. He studied her carefully, his gaze lingering on her striking appearance. It was clear that she was not like anything he had encountered before, and he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her than met the eye. As he drew nearer, he noticed subtle details that hinted at her otherworldly nature. The faint, eerie glow of her closed eyes, the slight movement of her chest indicating some form of life within her, despite her apparent state of suspended animation. Grievous couldn't help but wonder what secrets lay hidden within this enigmatic being, and what role she might play in the larger mysteries of the vessel they had boarded. With a sense of anticipation building within him, Grievous reached out with a cybernetic hand, hesitating for a moment before gently touching her alabaster skin. He half expected her to stir, to awaken from her slumber and reveal herself to him. But to his surprise, she remained motionless, her form as still and serene as before. As he continued to study her, Grievous couldn't shake the feeling that he was on the cusp of a discovery that could change everything. With a sense of determination, he resolved to uncover the secrets of this strange vessel and the beings that inhabited it, whatever the cost. So, he continued to study her, claw-like fingers running over the nude humanoid female. Something about her made him think of vampires in his first life, but again, she wasn't an undead human that thirsted for blood. The nearly imperceptible rise and fall of the female's chest told the cybernetic Kaleesh general that much, as his finger ran over hers. Claws sprang out, making him blink in surprise. Natural talons that hid away like simple sharp fingernails. Quite a dangerous natural weapon, he mused to himself, as he moved his lightsaber to provide himself with more light. Grievous observed the emergent of her natural talons with a mix of fascination and caution. It was yet another indication of her predatory nature, a reminder that she was not to be underestimated. As his gaze lingered on her hand, he couldn't help but marvel at the elegance and lethality of her biological weaponry. With a faint hum, Grievous deactivated his lightsaber, casting the area into a dim, eerie glow. He continued to study the female humanoid alien, his mind racing with questions and possibilities. What was her purpose aboard this mysterious vessel? And what secrets did she hold within her dormant form? With a sense of urgency, Grievous resolved to uncover the truth. Whatever dangers lay ahead, he knew that he could not afford to hesitate. Gripping the hilt of his lightsaber tightly, he prepared to delve deeper into the darkness of the ship. Determined to unlock its secrets and confront whatever challenges awaited him. He went deeper into the organic tunnel as he found himself pondering on what his alien race is supposed to be. Death had told him that the galaxy had grown in size due to his power, so could this be one of those changes? She clearly had a lot in common with the vampires of his first leaf. But she was far more beautiful than any of the ones he had seen. The ones he had seen as Harry Potter were gaunt, thin monsters that didn't give him the aristocratic look the race had been known for. Something behind him got his attention as he stopped and turned, finding the muse of his thoughts standing there. She was looking at him with mesmerizing deep crimson eyes that glowed as she smiled at him, which showed off her many pointed teeth, 4 large fangs showing that she had something in common with vampires. The fangs that allowed for the blood of a victim to be drained. She looked ready to pounce at him, but he had something she didn't know. He had magic. In the heartbeat before she could move, his finger moved and the female alien vampire found herself doing the splits. She looked utterly bewildered, but gave Grievous another nugget of knowledge. Her kind was very flexible, and it clearly didn't hurt her either. As the female humanoid alien found herself unexpectedly immobilized in a split position, Grievous observed her reaction with a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction. It seemed that her agility and flexibility were indeed remarkable, a trait that could pose a challenge in combat situations. With a calculated calmness, Grievous approached her, his mechanical limbs moving with a fluid precision as he circled around her. Despite her predicament, the woman maintained a poised demeanor, her crimson eyes locking onto his with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. "You are more resourceful than I anticipated," she remarked, her voice smooth and melodious, betraying no hint of distress. "But know this, intruder, I am not so easily subdued." With a swift motion, she flexed her muscles and propelled herself upward, her lithe form twisting in midair as she landed gracefully on her feet. Grievous watched her movements with a wary respect, acknowledging the danger she posed even in her seemingly vulnerable state. As they stood facing each other, a silent tension hung in the air. The quiet anticipation of an inevitable clash of wills. However, he didn't want to prolong this venture any longer. He shot forward, taking her by surprise as his 6-fingered robotic hands wrap around her throat and slam her into the wall behind her. The next moment passes as she doesn't move. She looks at him rather oddly. Her breathing is heavy as she seems to be relaxing, presenting herself to him as his eyes travel down and see the wetness glistening on her thighs. Had his swift domination of the situation caused her to go into heat? Grievous released his grip on the female's throat, allowing her to slump against the wall as she gasped for breath. His keen senses picked up on the subtle changes in her demeanor, the quickened breaths and the glistening stir on her skin indicating a shift in her physiological state. He regarded her with a mixture of caution and curiosity, his mechanical features betraying no emotion as he analyzed the situation. It was clear that his sudden display of dominance had elicited a response from her, one that hinted at a deeper instinctual reaction. As he observed her closely, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that her species possessed a biological mechanism akin to the concept of heat, observed in certain animal species, triggered by dominance displays or heightened arousal? It was a fascinating possibility, one that added another layer of complexity to his encounter with the new alien race. With a calculated calmness, Grievous maintained his stance, prepared for any further developments as he contemplated the implications of this newfound revelation. In the labyrinthine depths of the ship, amidst its enigmatic inhabitants and mysterious corridors, the Kaleesh general found himself entangled in a web of intrigue and uncertainty, his quest for answers driving him ever deeper into the heart of darkness. "Are you a bloodlord?" she asked in a shaky voice, eyes looking up at him with those glowing eyes of hers. "A what?" he asked, eyes narrowing as the unknown title, word, whatever was said. "A bloodlord," she asked, confused, "one that leads a clan, by dominating all others in their ways. Oh, make way for the next generation of the Draculvar." Draculvar must be the name of her species, he guessed as he watched the woman pant. "No, but it seems you biologically find me to be your bloodlord, whoever you are," he says darkly, which made the Draculvar bodily shivered. The revelation seemed to send a shiver through the Draculvar's frame, her eyes widening slightly as she processed Grievous's words. The notion of a bloodlord appeared to hold significant cultural significance for her species, tied to concepts of dominance, leadership, and the perpetuation of their lineage. Grievous observed her reaction with a mix of intrigue and wariness, his mind racing with implications. If her kind perceived him as a figure of authority, it could potentially offer him leverage in navigating the enigmatic depths of the ship and its inhabitants. However, he remained cautious, recognizing the delicate balance of power at play. The Draculvar's innate instincts and their unique biological traits posed both a threat and an opportunity, one that Grievous was determined to tread carefully amidst this unfamiliar terrain. "I am General Grievous," he declared, his voice resonating with authority. "And I will tolerate no challenges to my command. If you wish to serve me, you will do so unquestioningly." His words hung in the air, a silent ultimatum that demanded compliance or consequences. Grievous awaited her response, his gaze unwavering as he prepared to assert his dominance over this newfound subject of his domain. "Why yes, my lord," she said in a husky whisper before bowing her head. "I am yours to command and do what you wish with." Grievous regarded her for a moment, weighing her words and assessing the sincerity behind them. He knew all too well the nature of loyalty, how easily it could be feigned and how swiftly it could falter in the face of adversity. Yet, there was something in the Draculvar's demeanor that hinted at a genuine submission, a recognition of his authority that resonated with the primal instincts of her species. "Good," Grievous rumbled, releasing his grip on her throat but keeping a watchful eye on her. "Your obedience will be rewarded, and your loyalty will be tested. Serve me well, and you shall find favor in my sight." With that, he turned to depart, leaving the Draculvar to contemplate her newfound allegiance. Grievous's mind churned with plans and possibilities, his encounter with the enigmatic alien adding another layer of complexity to his mission. As he strode through the shadowy corridors of the organic vessel, Grievous remained ever vigilant, his senses attuned to the myriad dangers that lurked within its labyrinthine halls. Chapter 11. On Coruscant, the bustling heart of the Republic, Chancellor Ahsoka Tano made her way through the crowded corridors of the planetside capital ship docks with her current guard. She had heard that Aayla Secura and the 327th Star Corps had just returned from a particularly grueling campaign. The young Togruta was eager to see her friend and mentor, whom she had grown close to early in the Clone Wars. As Ahsoka neared the Venator docking bay, she noticed the familiar figures of Aayla and Commander Bly. The sight that greeted her, however, was far from what she had hoped. Aayla, usually a picture of grace and strength, looked worn and battered. Her former outfit was now cut into a bikini-style outfit revealing numerous bruises, and her face, normally radiant, was shadowed with exhaustion and pain. Beside her, Commander Bly walked with a somber expression, his usual disciplined posture slightly slumped. Without a second thought, Ahsoka ran towards Aayla, her heart aching for her friend. Her guard, made up of the newly coined Chancellor Guard, leisurely made their way towards them, their armor having the reds of the Coruscant Guard painted onto the armor of the 322nd Company. "Aayla," she called out, her voice filled with concern. Aayla turned at the sound of Ahsoka's voice, and a tired but genuine smile crossed her lips. "Ahsoka," she greeted, her voice warm despite her evident fatigue. Ahsoka didn't hesitate. She threw her arms around Aayla in a tight hug. "I'm so glad you're back," she whispered, trying to hold back tears. "I was so worried about you." Aayla returned the hug, her embrace gentle but firm. "It's good to see you too, Ahsoka," she replied, her voice soft. "We've had a rough time, but we're here." Commander Bly watched the reunion silently, his expression softening at the sight of the two Jedi. He gave Ahsoka a nod of acknowledgement, his respect for her evident. Ahsoka pulled back slightly, still holding Ayla's arms. "You look terrible, Aayla," she said bluntly, her eyes scanning the bruises and the weariness etched on Ayla's face. "What happened out there?" Aayla sighed, her shoulders sagging a little. "It was a tough campaign. The Separatists were relentless, and we were constantly on the move. There wasn't much time for rest or healing. But we made it through. Thanks to the men and Bly here." She gave Bly a grateful glance. Ahsoka nodded, her grip tightening slightly. "I'm just glad you're safe now. Come on, let's get you to the medical bay and then you can rest." You've done more than enough. Ayla nodded, allowing Ahsoka to lead her towards the medical bay. Thank you, Ahsoka. I appreciate it. As they walked, Ahsoka glanced back at Bly. Commander. Thank you for looking after her. Bly nodded. It's my duty, Commander Tano. We look after each other. It's not Commander Tano anymore, Ahsoka said flatly, it's Chancellor Tano. That clearly threw both Ayla and Bly for a loop. Since when did Ahsoka become Chancellor? You'll probably need to report to me later for a full report, she said apologetically. Another came down here to see you both because, well, it's been a bit stuffy with all the senators that are trying to push me into this or that horrible thing. It's a nightmare. Ahsoka's declaration hung in the air, leaving both Ayla and Bly visibly stunned. The weight of the title, Chancellor Tano, seemed almost surreal coming from the young Togruta they both knew so well. Chancellor, Ayla echoed, her voice laced with confusion and disbelief. Ahsoka, when did this happen? Ahsoka sighed, looking a bit weary herself. It's a long story. After everything that happened with the Jedi Order and the Republic, there were changes. The Senate saw me as a neutral party who could bring balance and perspective. So, here I am, Chancellor. Tano. Bly, still trying to process the information, nodded slowly. Well, that's quite a change. Congratulations, Chancellor, he said, his voice respectful but tinged with surprise. Ahsoka smiled weakly. Thank you, Bly. But honestly, it's not as glamorous as it sounds. I came down here to see you both because, well, it's been a bit stuffy with all the senators trying to push me into this or that horrible thing. It's a nightmare. Ayla, despite her exhaustion, managed a small smile. Politics can be as grueling as the battlefield, it seems. Ahsoka nodded fervently. You have no idea. I never imagined I'd be dealing with so much bureaucracy. But enough about me. I really want to know how you're doing, Ayla. And Bly, you'll probably need to report to me later for a full debrief. Bly straightened up, his professionalism returning. Of course, Chancellor. I'll have the reports ready. Ahsoka turned her attention back to Ayla, concern still evident in her eyes. Let's get you to the medical bay, Ayla. You need to rest and recover. As they continued walking, Ayla looked at Ahsoka with a mixture of pride and concern. I'm glad to see you've taken on such a significant role, Ahsoka. The Republic needs strong leadership now more than ever. Ahsoka squeezed Ayla's arm gently. Thanks, Ayla. I just hope I can live up to everyone's expectations. But right now, my focus is on making sure you get better. Ayla smiled softly, leaning on Ahsoka for support. With you in charge, I have no doubt the Republic is in good hands. Ahsoka sat at her desk, the soft glow of the datapad illuminating her face as she reviewed the draft of a new bill. The office was spacious but filled with an air of formality that she found stifling at times. The bill she was working on was crucial. It aimed to create a Chancellor's Council, to help delegate the many responsibilities that were overwhelming her. Just as she was about to make some final edits, the door slid open, and Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi stepped into the room. They were a welcome sight, and Ahsoka felt a rush of relief at their presence. Ahsoka, Anakin said with a grin, or should I say Chancellor Tano. How's the new job treating you? Ahsoka looked up, her face breaking into a tired but genuine smile. Anakin, Obi-Wan. It's good to see you both. She sighed and gestured to the pile of data pads on her desk. The job, it's a lot, more than I ever imagined. I'm just working on a bill to create a council to help manage all of this. Obi-Wan nodded thoughtfully as he took a seat across from her. That sounds like a wise move, Ahsoka. Even a Shonk Eller needs help managing the vast responsibilities of the Republic. Anakin leaned against the desk, his arms crossed. Yeah, you shouldn't have to deal with all this alone. What exactly will this council do? Ahsoka tapped a few keys on her datapad, bringing up the details. The council will be made up of experts from various fields: economics, defense, diplomacy, and more. They'll advise me on policy decisions and help execute the day-to-day tasks. Basically, they'll handle the details so I can focus on the big picture. Anakin nodded approvingly. Sounds like a good plan. Who do you have in mind for this council? Ahsoka leaned back in her chair, considering. I'm still finalizing the list, but I want people who are knowledgeable and trustworthy. I'm thinking of including Senator Bail Organa, Padme, of course. And some key military leaders. Maybe even some Jedi, if the Council agrees. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow, including Jedi in political matters. That might be controversial, GIV. And the current sentiment towards the Order. Ahsoka nodded. I know, but I think having Jedi perspectives could be invaluable. Especially with the war ongoing. I'm hoping the Council will see the merit in it. Anakin smiled. Well, you've got our support. If there's anything we can do to help, just say the word. Ahsoka felt a wave of gratitude. Thanks, Anakin. Obi-Wan, your support means a lot. Actually, there is something you both can do. Obi-Wan leaned forward, his interest piqued. What do you need? Ahsoka handed them a datapad. I need your input on potential Council members and any advice you might have on how to navigate the Senate's approval process for this bill. Anakin took the datapad, scanning through the document. Consider it done. We'll help you get this council up and running. Obi-Wan smiled warmly. Indeed. And remember, Ahsoka, you're not alone in this. We're all in this together. Ahsoka felt a renewed sense of determination. With her friends by her side and the support of a strong council, she was confident she could handle the immense responsibilities of being Chancellor. Probably. Clone Commander Stone grimaced under his helmet, feeling the underground bunker war room vibrate as the new AIV-4456 heavy mass artillery fired into the massive fortress of the Separatists. Wearing armor that was similar in design to Captain Rex's modified armor, Stone had taken what worked with the Phase 1 clone armor and fused it with his Phase 2 clone armor. Right now, he was thankful for that, as he had made it standard for all his troopers, because working in the trenches and underground tunnels and bunkers was not something you could do with just one style of armor. Currently, he was listening to the Erithian twin Jedi Masters, Kira and Lyra, as they discussed plans for infiltrating the heavily fortified Separatist fortress that was bordering the Skynet line. Both Jedi, born of the Erithian species, were wearing darker robes to blend in with the darn SS of the trenches they had been fighting in for at least 2 years now. The female twins, gray-skinned and voluptuous, were going over the current state of affairs with their large, black expressive eyes. They both had no nose, having a flat, smooth facial structure instead. Both Erithians had full darker gray lips, something that a lot of his men made mention of wanting to kiss. For a species that were very female-centric, with wide hips and larger breasts, indicating a biological emphasis on fertility and physical attraction, they seemed rather easygoing. Not only that, the females towered over their male counterparts. With the women averaging around 6 feet 7 inches, the males were only around 4 feet 5 inches. However, Stone knew that the species had a massive disproportionate gender ratio, around 15 males to every 1 female. With females giving birth to mostly males, twin female births are considered a significant event in Erithian culture, often seen as a sign of good fortune and strong genetic lineage. Twins are frequently given special status and responsibilities within their communities, at least, that was what Stone could find on the race. That and they were a very practical and minimalist race. Most images of them showed them in white, toga-like robes, that elegantly wrapped around their bodies. That was until he read that on their world, clothing wasn't something that was seen at all. It was all natural and normal to be nude there. Thankfully, his commanders didn't try to strip while in combat, which he was thankful for. It was hard enough to not think of them without anything on, due to their species' beauty. Thankfully, both were like General Skywalker in that regard to their kindness and responsibility towards them. Master Kira, her gray skin almost luminous under the harsh bunker lights, pointed to a hollow map of the Separatist fortress with her four-fingered hand. The enemy's defenses are heavily concentrated along this section. Our artillery is making progress, but it's slow. We need to break through their lines and create an opening for our forces. Master Lyra, standing beside her sister, added, an infiltration team could bypass the main defenses and target key command centers within the fortress. Once inside, we can disable their automated defenses and open the gates for our main force. Stone nodded, his expression grim behind his helmet. What are you suggesting for the infiltration team? Masters, we have several commando units ready for deployment, but getting past the entrenched droid defenses won't be easy. Kira's large black eyes met Stone's visor. We will lead the infiltration team. Our telepathic abilities can help us navigate the fortress undetected and gather critical intelligence. Lyra continued, additionally, our lightsabers will be crucial in close quarters combat. We will need a squad of your best commandos to support us. Their expertise in demolition and sabotage will be vital. Stone took a deep breath, his mind racing through the logistics. Very well, Masters. I'll assign you Court 3578's squad. They are the best we have at infiltration and demolition. The hollow map flickered as the vibrations from another artillery barrage shook the bunker. We'll coordinate with Sergeant Flint to ensure the artillery continues to provide cover fire. Once inside, we need to move quickly and decisively. Kira nodded, her expression serious. Agreed. Time is of the essence. Every moment we delay, the enemy fortifies their position further. Lyra glanced at her sister before addressing Stone again. Commander, have the squad meet us at the East Tunnel entrance in 10 minutes. We'll brief them on the plan en route. Stone saluted. Understood, Masters. We'll be ready. As Stone left to gather the squad, Kira and Lyra turned to each other. Their connection through the Force allowing them to communicate silently. They both understood the risks, but their determination to break the siege and secure victory for the Republic drove them forward. Stay close to me, Kira said softly, though her voice carried the weight of command. We'll need to rely on each other more than ever. Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with resolve. We've faced worse odds before, sister. We'll succeed. The Force is with us. Together, the Erithian twins made their way to the tunnel entrance, ready to lead the infiltration team into the heart of the Separatist fortress and turn the tide of the battle for Trenchar Prime. As Severance Tan observed the medical examination of the Draculvar, for that was the name the female alien gave them for her species, her mind swirled with a mix of curiosity and envy. The Draculvar's appearance was unlike anything she had seen before. Her smooth, alabaster skin seemed almost otherworldly under the sterile lights of the medical bay. The voluptuous curves of her body elicited a pang of jealousy in Severance, reminding her of her own more humanoid form. The medical droid moved with precision as it conducted its examination, its mechanical arms scanning the Draculvar's body with a series of beeps and whirs. Severance watched intently as the droid analyzed the woman's unique biology, taking note of any deviations from standard humanoid anatomy. Draculvar physiology is unlike anything I've encountered before, the medical droid remarked, its synthetic voice breaking the silence of the examination room. Their skeletal structure appears to be composed of a highly durable yet flexible material, allowing for enhanced agility and resilience in combat. Severance nodded, absorbing the information as she continued to observe. She couldn't help but marvel at the Draculvar's natural beauty, even as a twinge of jealousy gnawed at her. The Draculvar's large, glowing crimson eyes stared blankly ahead, giving her an enigmatic aura that Severance found both captivating and unsettling. Their reproductive system is also quite fascinating, the medical droid continued, its mechanical finge. RS delicately probing the Draculvar's abdomen. Unlike most humanoid species, the Draculvar possess a unique method of reproduction that involves a combination of internal gestation and external egg laying. Severance raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the revelation, internal gestation and external egg laying. That's unusual. Indeed, the medical droid confirmed, it appears to be an adaptation to their environment, allowing for greater genetic diversity and survival rates among their offspring. As the examination concluded, Severance couldn't shake the feeling of awe and envy that lingered within her. The Draculvar's biology was a testament to the diversity of life in the galaxy, and Severance couldn't help but wonder what other secrets this mysterious species held. The droid continued its examination as it said, "She also is taller than normal humans. From what my scans have given me, the average height of the female of her species would be around 6'6". If I can estimate for the males, they would be around 7 feet. Severance blinded as the female Draculvar looked over at her, her glowing crimson eyes unblinking as she smiled at her. The smile showed off her many curved teeth and the 4 large fangs as she shivered. And her diet, I'm guessing she's mainly a carnivore from all her teeth being curved and probably blood from those fangs. The medical droid nodded in confirmation. Indeed, the Draculvar are primarily carnivorous, with a diet consisting mainly of meat and blood. Their sharp teeth and elongated fangs are well suited for tearing flesh and extracting blood from their prey. Severance observed the Draculvar's predatory features with a mixture of fascination and unease. The thought of such a creature prowling through the shadows sent a chill down her spine. Yet she couldn't deny the allure of their primal nature. "Is there anything else of note in her examination?" Severance inquired, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic species before her. The Draculvar possess heightened senses compared to standard humanoid species, the medical droid explained. Their large eyes grant them exceptional night vision, allowing them to see clearly in low-light environments. Additionally, they have acute hearing and olfactory senses, making them formidable hunters in their natural habitat. Severance absorbed the information, impressed by the Draculvar's natural adaptations. It was clear that they were a species finely tuned for survival in their environment, their biology honed over millennia of evolution. Aside from some minor anomalies, her examination appears to be normal, the medical droid concluded. She is in good health and should recover fully from any previous injuries. Severance nodded, her mind buzzing with thoughts and questions about the mysterious Draculvar. As the examination concluded, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was much more to discover about this enigmatic species. Severance Tan Nea. RLY jumped as the voice of General Grievous spoke up at her shoulder, and I expect her to be given clothing as well. Severance, with me. Severance moved to follow her commander, feeling the eyes of the Draculvar on her back as the cyborg Kalish general led them to the front of the FOB defenses. "The commando teams have set up checkpoints 2 clicks away from our base," he intoned as he watched the distant curved walls of the massive ship they were inside, the emerald eyes studying the walls intensely. "Also, I have ordered several mechanized units of AAT tanks, separatist super tanks, a pair of defoliator deployment tanks and IG-227 Hailfire-class droid tanks. Even though they won't be able to enter the tunnels due to their size, they can make sure those that aren't pushing through the passageways are pinned down." Severance nodded, her gaze following Grievous's towards the distant walls of the massive ship. The imposing structure loomed over them like a dark sentinel, its curved walls hinting at the mysteries concealed within. "Understood, General," she replied, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "The checkpoints and mechanized units will provide us with crucial defenses against any potential threats." As they stood before the FOB defenses, Severance couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. The presence of the Draculvar, with their primal instincts and predatory nature, added an unsettling element to their surroundings. "We will need to remain vigilant," she added, her gaze flickering towards the entrance of the organic tunnel. "The Draculvar may pose a threat if they become agitated or feel threatened." Grievous nodded in agreement, his mechanical limbs flexing with anticipation. "Agreed. Keep a close eye on them, Severance. I want to know their every move." With a final glance at the towering walls of the Nightshade, Severance braced herself for the challenges ahead. The presence of the Draculvar was a wild card in their plans, and she knew they would need to tread carefully in the days to come. General Grievous noticed something as he then leapt it off the wall, landing with a heavy thud that crushed the biotechnical ground slightly as he stood up. Watching as the group of Draculvar came closer, as he sent an order to the snipers that were aiming at the group to not fire until the order was given. He walked towards the group and the first thing he noticed was that it was made up of 6 beings. 2 male Draculvar and 4 female ones, whom were following the males closely. Grievous observed the group of Draculvar with a keen eye, his mechanical form radiating authority as he approached. The 2 male figures stood slightly taller than the females, their presence commanding respect even from a distance. The 4 females trailed behind them, their movements fluid and graceful as they followed the lead of the males. As he drew closer, Grievous noted the distinct features of each individual. The males possessed a rugged demeanor, with powerful frames and an aura of strength that seemed to emanate from them. Their eyes gleamed with intelligence and cunning, hinting at a keen intellect beneath their primal exterior. The females, on the other hand, exuded an air of mystique and allure. Their voluptuous forms moved with a seductive grace, drawing the eye with every subtle movement. Their eyes, with their mesmerizing crimson hue, held a depth of emotion that hinted at hidden desires and untold secrets. Grievous regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and caution, his mind racing with possibilities. These Draculvar could prove to be valuable allies or dangerous adversaries, depending on how they chose to act. "Identify yourselves," Grievous commanded, his voice echoing through the cavernous space of the hangar. "State your purpose here." The male Draculvar on the right smirked, like he was superior to Grievous. His biological-looking armor enhanced his powerful looks, but Grievous suspected that it wouldn't stand up to a lightsaber. "I am Gernathu," the male introduced himself before sneering, "and I'm here to take back the one you unrightfully took." "Oh, is that so?" Grievous snorted behind his skull-like mask, amusement filling his voice as he said darkly, "The same woman that called me Bloodlord. Who pleaded herself to me eternally." That seemed to cause the two males to gape at him in shock, before it turned into feral anger. The four females were standing back, watching, as it was clear the females were far more intelligent. Grievous observed the reaction of the Draculvar with a sense of satisfaction, his emerald gaze piercing through the darkness of his mask. The feral anger emanating from the males only solidified his belief that they posed a potential threat. "As I suspected," Grievous remarked, his voice laced with disdain. "Your kind values strength above all else. But strength alone will not sway me. You have trespassed into my domain, and now you will answer for your insolence." The two males bristled at his words, their muscles tensing in anticipation of conflict. Grievous remained unfazed, his mechanical limbs poised for action as he awaited their next move. It was clear that a confrontation was inevitable, and he was more than prepared to meet it head-on. The first male struck, his talons unsheathing themselves from out of his fingers. Grievous moved even faster than him. He was built to face off against Jedi, whose powers came from the Force, enhancing their physical bodies to near godlike speeds if needed. The Draculvar didn't even compare to the Jedi scum he had put down, as he moved so fast that it was like he had simply gone from standing to having his right hand in the air on his left. His 6 sharp-clawed Duriani fingers dripped blood and flesh as the male Draculvar reached up to its torn-out throat. It was clear from the widening of his crimson eyes that he was realizing how outclassed he was before he collapsed, gurgling as death claimed him. Grievous flicked his hand, blood and viscera coming off his claws as he looked at the other male. "Care to follow your companion in the same manner?" The remaining male Draculvar, faced with the swift demise of his companion, hesitated for a moment, his glowing crimson eyes flickering with uncertainty. Grievous watched the hesitation with predatory anticipation, his mechanical limbs poised for action. It was clear that he did, so Grievous simply waited, his left hand closing around one of his lightsabers as he baited the Draculvar into getting into melee range. As the Draculvar lunged forward with a primal roar, Grievous met the attack head-on. His reflexes were honed to perfection, and he effortlessly sidestepped the creature's clumsy rage-fueled assault. With a swift, precise movement, Grievous brought his lightsaber to bear, the former weapon of Count Dooku igniting as its scarlet blade hummed dangerously. The male Draculvar, taken aback by Grievous's speed and skill, found himself outmatched at every turn. Grievous's strikes were calculated and precise, each blow finding its mark with lethal accuracy. With a final, decisive strike, Grievous severed the creature's head from its shoulders, the lifeless body slumping to the ground, its neck stump smelling of cooked flesh. Grievous stood victorious amidst the carnage, his mechanical form radiating power and dominance. The 4 female Draculvar watched in stunned silence, their crimson eyes wide with fear and awe. Grievous turned his gaze upon them, his emerald eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. "Know this," Grievous intoned, his voice cold and commanding, "I am your master now. Obey me, and you may yet live to serve." The 4 quickly bowed on hand and knee as they intoned together, "Yes, Bloodlord." Grievous regarded the bowing Draculvar with a mixture of satisfaction and disdain. He had asserted his dominance over them, but he also felt a twinge of contempt for their subservience. Nevertheless, they would serve their purpose in his plans. "Rise," Grievous commanded, his tone commanding obedience. "You will follow my orders without question. Your loyalty will be rewarded, but disobedience will be met with swift and severe consequences." "Understood." The Draculvar nodded in unison, their crimson eyes reflecting both fear and deference. Grievous turned away from them, his mind already calculating the next steps in his grand design. With the Draculvar under his command, he had gained a powerful asset that would serve him well in the battles to come. Chapter 12. Chancellor Ahsoka Tano sat in the Grand Chamber of the Galactic Senate, her orange-skinned hands folded in front of her as she listened to yet another bill being presented. This particular AR proposal aimed to decrease funding for the clone troopers, citing concerns over their loyalty and reliability in the ongoing conflict against the Separatists. Ahsoka knew immediately that she would have to veto it. The clones had proven themselves time and time again on the battlefield, and she would not allow their sacrifices to be disregarded so callously. As the senator concluded his argument, Ahsoka rose from her seat. Her voice clear and steady as she addressed the assembly. She expressed her gratitude to the senator for his time and dedication to the welfare of the Republic before MLY stating her opposition to the proposed bill. She outlined her reasons with conviction, emphasizing the importance of supporting the clone troopers who had fought bravely to defend the Republic. But Ahsoka didn't stop there. She seized the opportunity to introduce her own proposal, the creation of a Chancellor's Council. She explained that, as a young leader with limited political experience, he recognized the need for guidance and expertise from those who had served in the Senate for years. She also acknowledged her unique perspective as a former Jedi, believing that her insights could implement the wisdom of seasoned politicians. The Chancellor's Council, she declared, her voice echoing throughout the chamber, will allow me to delegate responsibilities more effectively, ensuring that the Republic is governed with the utmost efficiency and wisdom. Her proposal was met with a mixture of curiosity and cautious approval from the senators. Some nodded in agreement, recognizing the merits of her plan, while others remained skeptical, wary of ceding too much power to a young and relatively inexperienced leader. Undeterred, Ahsoka pressed on, outlining her vision for the Council and inviting senators to join her in shaping the future of the Republic. She pledged to work tirelessly to uphold the principles of democracy and justice, urging her colleagues to stand with her in the face of mounting challenges. As she concluded her address, Ahsoka could feel the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders, but she also felt a glimmer of hope. Now, she actually had to get to her office as she needed a nap, which she probably wouldn't get as the Chancellor's podium entered the room beneath the Senate chambers, where Alpha 17 stood with his arms crossed over his chest. "Chancellor," he said, as she stepped off from the Chancellor's pod, "I have some reservations about this council you want to put together. Because you'll have to verify and check their background history." She smirks at the clone as she walks with him to her office, smiling and waving at the Chancellor Guard, their armor having the reds of the Coruscant Guard painted onto the armor of the 322nd Company. "Not only that," he said flatly, "I've been having issues with the vote as things are turning into a nightmare on the front." "I'm aware," she was saying before noticing the way Alpha 17 was stiff. "Something else is going on, isn't it?" The clone nodded. "While you were handling the Senate, a communication from Mandalore came in. It seems like the government under Bo-Katan Kryze was overthrown by someone from the Hot Mandoid." Quote. She blinked in confusion. "Hot Mandoid? The true Mandalorians," Alpha said. "Prime was the Mandalore of them until Galadron, where Count Dooku and a contingent of Jedi murdered those under Prime." Ahsoka felt her stomach turn, realizing that the Senate had sent Jedi to pretty much murder innocent people. Ahsoka's expression darkened at the revelation. The history of Mandalore was fraught with conflict and betrayal, but the news of Bo-Katan Kryze's ousting by the Hot Mandoid struck a particularly ominous chord. She remembered Bo-Katan as a fierce warrior and a steadfast ally in the fight against tyranny, and the thought of her being overthrown by an extremist faction sent a chill down Ahsoka's spine. "We can't let this go unchecked," she said firmly, her mind already racing with plans and strategies. "Bo-Katan may have her flaws, but she's the legitimate leader of Mandalore, and we can't allow the true Mandalorians to seize power." Alpha 17 nodded in agreement, his expression mirroring her resolve. "I've already dispatched a contingent of clone commandos to rendezvous with Bo-Katan and offer support. But we need to be prepared for any escalation of hostilities." Ahsoka nodded, her thoughts swirling with concern for Mandalore and its people. She knew that the Republic couldn't afford to let instability spread unchecked, especially with the looming threat of the Separatists and the growing unrest within the Jedi Order. "Keep me updated on the situation," she instructed Alpha 17 as they reached her office door. "And gather any relevant intelligence on the true Mandalorians. We need to understand their motives and capabilities if we're going to address this threat effectively." With a determined nod, Alpha 17 saluted and turned to carry out his orders. Ahsoka watched him go, her mind already formulating plans to stabilize the situation on Mandalore and ensure the Republic's continued security in the face of internal strife. Except, there was a life-size hologram standing in her office. Alpha 17 went stock still as the Mandalorian stood there. On his left was Bo-Katan, looking at the ground as the man standing in front spoke up. "Are you the Chancellor?" Ahsoka nodded, slowly. "Yes, and you are. I am Byron Telon, of Clan Telon of the Hot Mandoet. Formerly under Mandalore Jango Fett, now under my leadership." After saying that, he pulled off his helmet to show his young face. He was in his mid-20s with dark black hair, violet eyes and a scar across his cheek. Probably from a vibroblade, Ahsoka guessed. On his hip was the darksaber, the ancient weapon clearly on display as he looked at Ahsoka with a calmness that she wasn't feeling. "I won the right to rule Mandalore by defeating the Darmanda." Kurtzad, he spat the word at Bo, who flinched as she looked away. Bo-Katan cries of clan cries in combat. "The only reason I'm not killing her or her night owls is because she lead the people into retaking our homeworld." Alpha 17 seemed to go still as he looked at the young man, Ahsoka frowning. Kurtzad. "What? Death Watch?" Alpha 17 translated, "Not Mandalorian." "Indeed," Brian said with a nod. "You and all the clones are the sons of Mandalore Fett. I would welcome you home, but I'm busy trying to get our world back into order as the former Duchess left our people without any traditions, any history, and tried to wipe out the reason the Mandalorians existed." "And that is what?" Ahsoka asked, as she didn't want to cause another civil war amongst the Mandalorians if she could help it. "Bajur Bal Beskargam, Aranav, Alit. Mandoa Bal Mandalore," Byron said in Mandoa before he finished with, and Venkayan Mhi. "Education and armor. Self-defense, our tribe, our language and our leader," Alpha 17 translated. "All help us survive." Ahsoka blinked, as the Force hummed as it agreed with Brian. The Force was whispering to her, in its own way, that this is where the Mandalorians had to go. How it should have gone before the death of the Mandalore at Galadron. "And you aren't going to cause another civil war?" she asked, wanting to make sure. Byron Telon shook his head, his violet eyes steady and determined. "No, Chancellor. The last thing Mandalore needs is more bloodshed. My goal is to unify our people, restore our traditions, and ensure that Mandalore remains a strong and independent culture. The Death Watch's extremist ways brought only division and chaos. We need to move beyond that if we are to survive." Ahsoka studied him for a moment, weighing his words. The Force seemed to echo his sentiments, suggesting that his intentions were genuine. The presence of the Darksaber, an ancient symbol of Mandalorian leadership, added weight to his claim. She glanced at Bo-Katan, who still looked subdued and defeated, a stark contrast to her usual fiery demeanor. "I appreciate your honesty, Byron," Ahsoka said finally. "Mandalore has always been a crucial player in the galaxy, and I agree that its people need stability and unity. The Republic is willing to support this transition, provided it leads to peace and the betterment of Mandalore." Byron inclined his head in acknowledgement. "I understand, Chancellor. I hope that this marks the beginning of a new era of cooperation between Mandalore and the Republic. We have much to offer each other." Alpha 17 shifted slightly, drawing Ahsoka's attention. "Chancellor, with your permission, I would like to send a contingent of clones to Mandalore to assist in maintaining order and to help with the transition. As sons of Jango Fett, it is only fitting that we play a role in supporting Mandalore's resurgence." Ahsoka nodded. "That sounds like a good idea, Alpha-17. Byron, would you be amenable to this?" Byron's EYs flickered with something akin to respect as he looked at Alpha-17. "Yes, Chancellor. Having the clones on Mandalore could be beneficial. Their presence would help stabilize the situation and ensure a smooth transition." Ahsoka felt a sense of relief. This cooperation could potentially bring stability to a crucial region of the galaxy, and it could also strengthen ties between the Republic and Mandalore. "Very well, let's proceed with this plan. Alpha 17, coordinate with Byron and make the necessary arrangements." Alpha 17 saluted. "Yes, Chancellor." As the meeting concluded, Ahsoka turned to Byron. "Thank you for coming forward and discussing this with us. I look forward to seeing Mandalore thrive once again." Byron gave a slight bow. As do I, Chancellor. Together, we can ensure a better future for both our people. With the transmission ended, Ahsoka felt a cautious optimism. There was still much work to be done, but this was a step in the right direction. She glanced at Alpha-17. Keep me updated on the situation. We need to make sure this transition goes smoothly. Understood, Chancellor, Alpha-17 replied, his tone resolute. We'll make it happen. As Ahsoka sat down in her chair, she couldn't help but feel a sense of hope. Perhaps, amidst the chaos of the war, there was still a chance for peace and unity. As the CIS diplomatic team landed on the war-torn world of Yonaqul, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. The landscape was littered with the remnants of Republic forces, their armor and equipment scattered amidst the wreckage of destroyed vehicles and structures. Above, towering tripods moved with mechanical precision, their heat rays incinerating any remaining resistance with ruthless efficiency. The CIS diplomats watched in awe and horror as tripods demonstrated their devastating power, turning clone troopers and their equipment into ash within moments. The aliens seemed to possess advanced technology far beyond anything the Republic had encountered before. And their determination to eliminate the invaders was evident in every calculated movement. Approaching the alien leaders, the CIS diplomats began their negotiations, emphasizing the mutual benefits of an alliance between their factions. They highlighted the CIS's vast resources and logistical capabilities, offering to transport the tripods to other battlefronts where they could wreak havoc upon the Republic's forces. The alien leaders listened intently, their triangular heads tilted in curiosity as they considered the proposal. While their initial instinct was to destroy the Republic at all costs, they also recognized the practicality of having the CIS as allies. The prospect of expanding their reach beyond Yonaqul and striking fear into the hearts of their enemies appealed to their desire for vengeance. After deliberating amongst themselves, the alien leaders agreed to form an alliance with the CIS, allowing their tripods to be transported to other battlefronts across the galaxy. In return, the CIS pledged their support in the ongoing conflict against the Republic, providing resources, manpower, and strategic assistance to ensure the aliens' continued success. With the alliance forged, the CIS diplomats departed Yonaqul, leaving behind a world transformed by the newfound partnership. As the tripods were loaded onto CIS transports, the aliens looked towards the stars with renewed determination, ready to unleash their wrath upon the Republic and secure victory for their cause. Of course, this would mean another world added to the Skynet line. Hat was carving itself across the galaxy. Grievous looked at the recent reports of the warfront going on upon the galaxy before he pulled up the reports from the Kali system, eyes narrowing as he read up on them. The Kalish were holding the Huck back as they kept them off of the world of Kali. But they would need help soon, as the world of Kali was on the Republic side of the Skynet line. So, he pulled up the holocom and called Zidane, Jar Wadinri. Zidane, he growled, not letting the Sangheili get a word in edgewise, you are to take ships from your former fleet, the one where you were the Imperial Admiral of the Covenant, and head to Kali. The Sangheili frowned. So, what ships am I allowed to take away from the twin scientists? 1 supercarrier, Grievous said, 4 capital ships, 18 cruisers, 10 frigates and their supporting ships. Zidane blinked. That's over 1,000 vessels, General. 1,000 vessels that will be entering Republic-held territory, Vu said before getting a communication within his internal comm, alerting him to an approaching army that passed one of the commando droid checkpoints, with ships that the Republic hasn't faced nor will they in the future. This is a one-time allowance. Zidane, I want the race known as the Huck exterminated. Work with the Kalish, they are honorable warriors. He cut off the holocommunicator after sending the coordinates to Zidane before rising from his chair in his command building. Marching out of the building, he saw the droids bustling as one of the female Draculvar came up to him. The others are coming to kill you, Bloodlord, she said, her silver-white hair shimmering in the light of a street lamp. They have awoken the rest of our kind to overwhelm you in talons, speed and death. Grievous smirked darkly. Is that so? Well then, let's not keep them waiting. General Grievous felt a surge of dark amusement as he marched out of the command building, his metallic claws clinking against the ground. The female Draculvar who had approached him, her silver-white hair glowing eerily under the street lamp, watched him with a mixture of fear and reverence. Her warning about the approaching Draculvar horde only fueled his determination to crush this rebellion decisively. The Draculvar, a race he had recently encountered, had proven to be both a challenge and an intriguing asset. Their loyalty, once secured, was unwavering. However, the challenge lay in their initial resistance. The female at his side, along with the others who had pledged their loyalty, represented a fa action within the Draculvar who saw in him their bloodlord, a leader capable of uniting them through strength and dominance. Grievous activated his internal comms, issuing rapid commands to his droid forces. Prepare all units for immediate engagement. Deploy the snipers and set up perimeter defenses. I want all mechanized units ready to support our lines. We will not allow them to breach our defenses. The droids responded with their usual efficiency, moving to execute his orders without question. As he moved towards the front lines, he felt the presence of Severance Tan beside him, her sharp eyes scanning the horizon. "General," she said, her voice smooth and confident, "what's the plan?" "We hold our ground," Grievous replied, his tone icy and determined. "These Draculvar think they can challenge me. They will learn the price of their defiance. I want you to coordinate with the sniper teams. Ensure that any key targets are eliminated swiftly." Severance nodded, moving to relay the orders to the snipers. Grievous continued his march, the ground beneath him vibrating with the movement of his forces and the distant rumble of artillery. As they reached the front lines, Grievous' sensors picked up movement in the distance. The Draculvar were approaching, their lithe forms moving with predatory grace. They were numerous, their numbers swarming towards the fob like a tide of death. "Steady," Grievous growled to his forces, "wait for my command." The first wave of Draculvar came into range, and Grievous raised his arm, "Fire." The battlefield erupted in a storm of blaster fire and explosions. The droid snipers, positioned strategically, picked off the leading Draculvar with deadly precision. The mechanized units unleashed a barrage of heavy fire, the ground shocky. As shells exploded amidst the charging aliens. The missiles from the Hellfire droids slammed into the backlines of the Draculvar that sent both body and limb in various directions as one of the defoliators fired, its payload turning a mile-wide section of the ship and the charging horde of Draculvar into nothing but ash. Grievous watched the chaos unfold, his keen eyes tracking the movements of the Draculvar. Despite the devastating initial assault, they continued to press forward, their resilience and speed making them formidable opponents. He drew his lightsabers, their blue and green blades humming to life. With a mechanical roar, he launched himself into the fray, his lightsabers whirling in deadly arcs. The Draculvar who had challenged him fell before his onslaught, their talons and speed no match for his sheer power and skill. One of the male Draculvar, larger and more formidable than the others, charged at him with a feral scream. Grievous met him head-on, his lightsabers a blur of motion. The battle was brief but fierce, ending with the Draculvar collapsing to the ground, his throat slashed open. The remaining Draculvar hesitated, their resolve faltering. In the face of Grievous' brutal efficiency, seizing the moment, he raised one of his lightsabers high, its blade glowing menacingly in the dim light. "Submit," he commanded, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Submit, or face annihilation." The Draculvar wavered, their loyalty to their own kind clashing with their fear of the Bloodlord. Slowly, one by one, they began to lower their weapons, their heads bowing in submission. Grievous deactivated his lightsabers, the hum of their blades fading into the night. He turned to the female Draculvar who had warned him earlier, her eyes wide with awe and fear. "You see," he said, his voice a dark whisper, "this is the power of the Bloodlord. Spread the word. Anyone who challenges me will meet the same fate." The female nodded, her fear giving way to a newfound respect. "Yes, Bloodlord." As the battlefield fell silent, Grievous looked over his forces. The victory was decisive, but he knew that the real challenge was maintaining control and ensuring that the Draculvar remained loyal. For now, though, he had proven his dominance, and the message was clear: General Grievous was not to be trifled with. Obi-Wan Kenobi rubbed at High's beard as Ahsoka was giving her last-minute orders, looking tired out. He knew that Ahsoka was busy, but at least he was able to help her over the past week before he had to return to the front lines. in picking out people that could help her in the Chancellor Council. And Senator Dram of Kuat wants you to head over to the Kuat Drive yards to see if you can take one of the newest ships to the front lines to test it. Obi-Wan blinked as Clone Marshal Commander Cody blinked at the young Togruta. And why would we go on this little detour? Doesn't seem like a normal thing if I'm being honest. Ahsoka smiled weakly. It's because they just produced a new type of frontline battleship. They're calling it the Tector Class ISD. It's supposed to make up for the lack of weapons on the Venator as Our current capital ships are more like carriers than full-on battleships. Obi-Wan Kenobi stroked his beard thoughtfully, considering the implications of the latest orders. His typically calm demeanor remained steady, but a glint of curiosity sparked in his eyes. The idea of testing a new type of battleship, the Tector-class Imperial Star Destroyer, was intriguing. Beside him, Clone Marshal Commander Cody, ever practical and focused on the mission at hand, seemed slightly skeptical. Chancellor Tano, Obi-Wan began, his voice gentle but probing, while I understand the potential advantages of field testing this new vessel, I must express my concern about diverting from our immediate objective. The situation on Trenchar Prime is dire, and the Erithian twins require our assistance urgently. Ahsoka Tano, looking every bit the young leader burdened by the immense responsibilities of her role, nodded in acknowledgement. Her tired eyes met Obi-Wan's, and she offered a weary but resolute smile. I understand your concerns, Obi-Wan, she said. However, the Tector-class ISD represents a significant upgrade in our fleet's capabilities. If it performs as expected, it could turn the tide in multiple engagements along the Skynet line. The intelligence reports suggest that the Separatists are consolidating their forces and fortifying their positions. We need every advantage we can get. Commander Cody, always one to see the tactical angle, interjected, if this ship is as powerful as they claim, it could provide the firepower we need to break through their defenses. Plus, it might be beneficial to have the element of surprise on our side with this new technology. Obi-Wan nodded slowly, seeing the wisdom in Ahsoka and Cody's points. Very well. We will make a brief detour to Kuat Drive yards to inspect and potentially requisition the Tector-class ISD. However, we must ensure that this delay does not jeopardize our mission on Trenchar Prime. Ahsoka's smile widened slightly, gratitude evident in her expression. Thank you, Obi-Wan. I knew I could count on you. Once you've inspected the Tector class and determined its viability, proceed to Trenchar Prime without further delay. The twins are resourceful, but they need your support. Obi-Wan bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. Understood, Chancellor. We will make haste. As the hologram flickered and Ahsoka's image disappeared, Obi-Wan turned to Cody. Prepare the negotiator for a course to Kuat Drive yards. Inform the crew of our temporary change in plans. Cody nodded sharply. Yes, General. I'll see to it immediately. As Cody left to carry out the orders, Obi-Wan took a moment to reflect. The war was becoming increasingly complex, with new strategies, alliances, and technologies constantly shifting the balance. He felt the weight of his role as a Jedi General more acutely than ever. But with leaders like Ahsoka Tano stepping up, he felt a renewed sense of hope and determination. He moved to the bridge, where the familiar hum of the negotiator's systems and the disciplined movements of the clone troopers greeted him. The stars outside the viewport shimmered, and Obi-Wan couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. The Tector-class ISD was an unknown variable, but if it could help the Republic, it was worth the detour. Set course for Kuat Drive yards, he ordered, his voice carrying the calm authority that inspired those around him, and may the Force be with us. Chapter 13. As the 7th Sky Corps dropped out of hyperspace into the Kuat system, the Venator class Star Destroyer negotiator led the fleet with a quiet, yet imposing, presence. Obi-Wan Kenobi stood on the bridge, his gaze fixed on the distant Kuat Drive yards, a sprawling network of shipbuilding facilities and orbital docks. It wasn't long before he spotted the object of their visit, the Tector-class Star Destroyer. Its sleek, aggressive lines and heavy armament immediately marked it as a vessel of war. A stark contrast to the dual-purpose design of the Venator. Obi-Wan's thoughts were conflicted as he observed the Tector being unmoored from its docking clamps. The new ship was a marvel of engineering, undoubtedly a formidable addition to the Republic's fleet. Its hull bristled with turbolaser batteries and ion cannons, promising a level of firepower that surpassed the Venator. Yet, as impressive as it was, the Tector was a symbol of a path Obi-Wan found increasingly troubling. As a Jedi, Obi-Wan's role had always been that of a peacekeeper, a guardian of the Republic's values and a mediator in conflicts. The Tector class, however, represented a step towards a more militarized and aggressive stance, reminiscent of the old Republic's darker days during its wars with the Sith Empire. Those were times when the Republic's military might was emphasized over diplomacy, a period marked by prolonged conflict and suffering. Obi-Wan sighed softly, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. The Republic was in the midst of a desperate war against the Separatists, and he understood the necessity of powerful warships to protect its people and maintain order. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that each new step towards heavier militarization was a step away from the ideals the Jedi had sworn to uphold. Marshal Commander Cody approached, his presence a steadying force. General Kenobi, we're receiving docking instructions from the Kuat Drive yards. They want us to proceed to Docking Bay 7. Thank you, Cody, Obi-Wan replied, his voice calm but carrying a hint of his inner turmoil. Let's make our approach. As the negotiator moved closer to the massive shipyard, Obi-Wan couldn't help but think of the younglings he had trained, the hopeful faces looking up to the Jedi for guidance. He resolved to do everything in his power to ensure that the Republic's increasing reliance on military strength did not eclipse the pursuit of peace and justice. The war had already claimed too much, and he feared what might be lost if the Republic continued down this path. The Tector-class Star Destroyer loomed larger in the viewport, a silent testament to the ongoing conflict. Obi-Wan steeled himself, determined to balance the demands of war with the principles of the Jedi Order. It was a difficult path, but one he was committed to walking. As the negotiator completed its docking procedure, Obi-Wan Kenobi walked towards the port side hangar bay where the docking bridge connected. The bay doors were already open, revealing a contingent of people approaching. Leading the way was the Kuati Sentinels, a clone legion assigned to the Kuat Drive yards. Their armor and weapons were heavily modified by the engineers of Kuat, designed to protect the vital shipyards with utmost efficiency. The gray of their armor matched the industrial aesthetic of the shipyards, marking them as distinct from other clone units. Cody, walking alongside Obi-Wan, muttered under his breath, "I see the boys in shipyard gray. Hopefully, the heads of the shipyards are here. I hate having to deal with a bureaucrat that isn't Ahsoka." Obi-Wan couldn't help but smile softly at Cody's remark. The clone marshal commander's preference for the straightforward and earnest Chancellor Tano was well known. As they drew nearer, Obi-Wan spotted the ruling heads of Kuat, Lord Alan and Lady Risiona Kuat, standing at the forefront of the welcoming committee. Both were dressed in elegant, formal attire befitting their status, their demeanor radiating authority and control. Bowing diplomatically, Obi-Wan addressed them with the practiced ease of a seasoned diplomat. "Lord and Lady Kuat, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Chancellor Tano sends her regards but was unable to join because she's still trying her best to get a handle on the position she is in." Lord Alan Kuat, a tall man with graying hair and a stern expression, nodded in acknowledgement. "Welcome, General Kenobi. We understand, and the Chancellor's responsibilities are vast and demanding. We appreciate your presence here on her behalf." Lady Risiona Kuat, equally imposing with her regal bearing and piercing blue eyes, added, "We have much to discuss regarding the deployment of the Tector-class Star Destroyer. Its capabilities represent a significant advancement in our fleet's strength." Obi-Wan inclined his head. "Indeed, I am eager to see this new vessel and understand its potential on the front lines. The war effort requires every advantage we can muster." As they spoke, the Kuati Sentinels maintained their disciplined formation, their presence a silent testament to the meticulous and industrious nature of the Kuat shipyards. The modifications to their armor made them look formidable, a reflection of the advanced engineering prowess of their creators. Lord Alan gestured towards the interior of the shipyard complex. "If you will follow us, General Kenobi, we have arranged a briefing on the Tector class and its intended role within the Republic Navy. Afterward, we can discuss the logistical arrangements for its deployment." Obi-Wan nodded and, along with Cody, followed the Kuats into the heart of the shipyard. The vast, bustling complex was a hive of activity, with engineers and technicians working tirelessly on various projects. The air was thick with the hum of machinery and the smell of coolant, a testament to the relentless pace of production. As they walked, Obi-Wan's mind remained divided. The Tector-class Star Destroyer was a symbol of the Republic's increasing reliance on military might. A necessary but troubling shift in strategy. Balancing this reality with the Jedi's role as peacekeepers was a challenge he could not ignore. For now, though, he focused on the immediate task, ensuring that this new tool was used wisely and effectively in the ongoing struggle against the Separatists. The briefing was concise, as Lord and Lady Kuat were well aware of General Kenobi's pressing duties on the front lines. They efficiently introduced the key personnel and provided the necessary information about the new Tector-class Star Destroyer, named Age of Progress. Obi-Wan noted the significance of the name, reflecting the ship's embodiment of the Republic's technological advancements and military strength. Standing before him was the captain of the Age of Progress, a near-human male. Of a species Obi-Wan had never encountered before. The captain's four glowing blue eyes regarded him with a piercing intensity. His noseless face, though unusual, did not detract from the seriousness of his expression. Short, anemone-like tendrils stood in place of hair, giving him an otherworldly appearance. Lord Alan Kuat gestured towards the captain, introducing him with a flourish of his hand. This is Captain Phi, of the deep-sea Nereidian species from the planet Orkania's fifth moon, Atlantica. Captain Phi inclined his head respectfully. General Kenobi, it is an honor to meet you. I have been briefed on your reputation and am eager to contribute to the war effort under your guidance. Obi-Wan returned the nod, his curiosity piqued by the captain's unique appearance and origin. The honor is mine, Captain Phi. I look forward to seeing the Age of Progress in action and working together to achieve victory. Lady Risiona Kuat stepped forward, her presence commanding attention. Quote, Captain Phi has been chosen for his exemplary record and deep understanding of naval tactics. We are confident that he will lead the Age of Progress with distinction. Captain Phi's glowing eyes flicked over to the negotiator before returning to Obi-Wan. The Age of Progress is equipped with the latest in shield technology and heavy armament, designed to provide unmatched firepower and defense. I assure you, General, that it will be a formidable asset on the front lines. Obi-Wan appreciated the captain's confidence and the Kuat family's commitment to the war effort. Despite his reservations about the increasing militarization, he knew the importance of leveraging every advantage in the fight against the Separatists. Thank you, Captain Phi, Lord and Lady Kuat, Obi-Wan said. I believe the Age of Progress will play a crucial role in our upcoming operations. We will make good use of this powerful vessel. With the introductions and briefing complete, Obi-Wan and Cody prepared to depart for the front lines. Accompanied by the Age of Progress, the Quati Sentinels snapped to attention as they made their way back to the negotiator. Their disciplined movements are a testament to the precision and efficiency of Kuat drive yards. As they boarded the negotiator, Obi-Wan couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and unease. The Age of Progress represented a significant leap in the Republic's naval capabilities. But it also symbolized the escalating scale of the conflict. As a Jedi, he hoped that such advancements would ultimately bring the galaxy closer to peace rather than further into the abyss of war. The dark void of space over Trenchar Prime was alive with the flashes of energy weapons and the bursts of explosions. The Separatist Cis fleet, composed of sleek Munificent-class star frigates, heavily armed Recusant-class destroyers, and a commanding Providence-class dreadnought, was systematically annihilating the minimal Republic forces attempting to hold the planet. Droids aboard the Separatist ships efficiently managed their systems, carrying out the orders of their central AI commander with cold precision. This AI, named Nexus 1, was a sophisticated program that operated with a level of autonomy and strategic foresight that mimicked human thought. It adapted quickly to battlefield conditions, outmaneuvering the Republic ships with ruthless efficiency. As it watched the last of the Republic's picket ships being torn apart, Nexus 1 calculated the probability of complete victory within minutes. However, its calculations were abruptly interrupted by a sudden spike in hyperspace activity. The sensors of the Cis fleet detected a large contingent of ships emerging from hyperspace, and within seconds, the imposing shape of the Venator-class Star Destroyer, our negotiator and its escort of Republic cruisers materialized. Leading the vanguard was the new Tector-class Star Destroyer, Age of Progress. Its sleek, heavily armored hull gleamed menacingly as it cut through the blackness of space. Moving to engage the Sith fleet. On the bridge of the Negotiator, Obi-Wan Kenobi stood alongside Clone Marshal Commander Cody. Both men watched as the Age of Progress moved into position, its heavy turbolasers already charging to unleash devastating volleys. "Open a channel to Captain Phee," Obi-Wan ordered. A holographic image of Captain Phee appeared before them. His 4 blue eyes conveyed a steely determination. "General Kenobi," Captain Phee began, his voice calm and composed despite the impending battle, "the Age of Progress is moving to engage the Separatist fleet. Our primary target will be the Providence-class dreadnought. Once it's neutralized, we will provide cover fire for the Negotiator and the rest of the fleet." "Understood, Captain," Obi-Wan replied. "We'll focus on the frigates and destroyers to thin their ranks. May the Force be with you." The holographic image of Captain Phee nodded before flickering out. Obi-Wan turned to Cody, who was already coordinating with the rest of the 7th Sky Corps. "All wings, form up and prepare for assault runs," Cody barked into his comlink. "Let's show these clankers what we're made of." The Republic fleet surged forward, meeting the Separatist blockade head-on. The Age of Progress led the charge, its heavy turbolasers unleashing powerful blasts that cut through the shields and hulls of the enemy ships. The Tector-class Star Destroyer demonstrated its superior firepower and resilience, weathering the retaliatory strikes from the Separatist vessels. Nexus 1 quickly adapted to the new threat, directing its fleet to focus fire on the Age of Progress. However, the Tector's advanced shielding and reinforced armor held firm, absorbing the brunt of the attacks. Captain Phee maneuvered the ship with precision, returning fire with devastating accuracy. The Negotiator and its escort ships flanked the Separatist fleet, targeting the less heavily armed Munificent-class frigates. Elite Clone Pilo TS led squadrons of ARC-170 starfighters and V-wing interceptors, weaving through the battlefield with agility and unleashing proton torpedoes and laser cannon fire on the enemy. In the midst of the chaos, the Age of Progress closed in on the Providence-class dreadnought. Its turbolasers concentrated their fire on the Separatist flagship, battering its shields and tearing through its hull. Explodes. Ions rippled across the dreadnought as its systems failed under the relentless assault. On the bridge of the dreadnought, Nexus 1 calculated the dwindling probabilities of victory. It attempted to adapt, but the sheer firepower of the Age of Progress and the coordinated efforts of the Republic fleet proved overwhelming. In a final, desperate move, Nexus 1 ordered all remaining ships to ram the Republic vessels, hoping to cause maximum damage. However, the Republic fleet was prepared. The Negotiator and its escorts intercepted the ramming attempts, disabling or destroying the Separatist ships before they could reach their targets. The Age of Progress delivered the finishing blow to the dreadnought, its turbolasers puncturing the ship's reactor core and triggering a catastrophic explosion. As the wreckage of the Separatist fleet drifted in space, Obi-Wan surveyed the battlefield. The Republic had secured a decisive victory, but he knew the war was far from over. The Separatists would regroup and strike again, but for now, Trenchar Prime was safe. "Good work, everyone," Obi-Wan said, addressing the bridge crew and pilots over the comms. "We've bought ourselves some time. Let's make sure we use it wisely." The Negotiator and the Age of Progress began coordinating the mop-up operations, securing the area and preparing to assist the ground forces on Trenchar Prime. The battle had been won, but their victory would probably be quickly discovered and reported by other forces within the Skynet line. With that sobering thought, Marshal Commander Cody keyed his comlink to reach Commander Stone on the ground. "Commander Stone, this is Cody. Reinforcements have arrived. How are things on Trenchar Prime?" A moment later, Stone's voice crackled through the comlink, sounding strained but resolute. "Cody, it's good to hear from you. We were starting to think we'd have to hold out on our own indefinitely. The situation is tense. The 836 Artillery Corps has been holding the line, but the Separatists are dug in deep. Jedi Masters Kira and Lyra have gone on a critical infiltration mission." Cody frowned, glancing at Obi-Wan, who was listening intently. "What kind of mission, Stone?" "They're trying to penetrate the Separatist fortress bordering the Skynet line. The fortress is heavily fortified, and they're hoping to disable the main defenses from the inside to give us a chance to break through." The twins left before your arrival, and we haven't had contact since they went in. Obi-Wan leaned forward, concern etched on his face. Do you have any idea where they might be now, Commander? We have a rough idea of their insertion point, but the fortress is a maze. If they're still inside, they could be anywhere. We need to move quickly if we're going to assist them. Understood, Cody said. We'll be on the ground shortly to reinforce your position. Hold tight, Stone. We'll get those defenses down and secure the area. As Cody ended the communication, Obi-Wan turned to him. We need to locate the twins as soon as possible. Their mission is crucial to our success here. Cody nodded, already coordinating with the other officers on the bridge. I'll dispatch a search and rescue team as soon as we land. We'll also prepare for a coordinated assault on the fortress once we have more information. Good, Obi-Wan said, his gaze focused on the planet below. We can't afford to lose them. May the Force be with us all. Within minutes, the negotiator in the Age of Progress had established a secure perimeter in orbit, and dropships began descending to the surface. The 7th Sky Corps and the 212th Attack Battalion were mobilizing to provide the necessary support to Commander Stone and the entrenched forces. As the dropship touched down amidst the trenches, Cody stepped out. His eyes scanning the war-torn landscape. He quickly made his way to Stone, who was directing artillery fire towards the separatist lines. Commander Stone, Cody called out as he approached. We've arrived with reinforcements and additional firepower. Let's coordinate our efforts to find the twins and take down that fortress. Stone nodded, relief evident on his face. We could use all the help we can get. The twins' last known position was near the eastern quadrant of the fortress. We have a narrow window to get in there and assist them. Cody turned to the assembled troops, his voice carrying over the sounds of battle. All right, listen up. We're splitting into two main groups. One will focus on locating and extracting the twins, and the other will prepare for a full-scale assault on the fortress. Move out, and may the Force be with us. General Grievous observed the Draculvar over his duranium claws, reflecting on the conversation with Morathi. The alien vampire, who had sworn herself to him, was proving to be a valuable source of information about her species. She had just revealed a critical piece of intelligence. So, you are telling me, Grievous said softly, his tone not betraying any anger. Merely curiosity and calculation, that wasn't the full force of your race. Only one clan. Morathi nodded minutely, her crimson eyes steady on his. Yes, Bloodlord, clans vary in size, but the news of your destruction of that clan will have the others waking up and gearing up for war. The clan you took over is only a sixth of the size it once was, but to you. You can simply start a breeding program for us later if you wish. Grievous snorted, a sound of both amusement and disdain. He stood up from his chair, towering over her. If the clans want a fight, then they will have one upon. What is the name of your vessel? The Nightshade, Bloodlord, she replied, her voice soft and reverent, a weak smile gracing her lips. Yes, the Nightshade, he repeated, nodding as he started to walk out of the room, Morathi following closely behind. If they want to find a defensive opponent, they will be disappointed. Grievous marched through the forward operating base, the metallic clanking of his footsteps echoing through the halls. His mechanical form moved with a grace that belied its size, and the droids and organic beings alike cleared a path for him. He found his right-hand droid, IG-188, coordinating a group of battle droids. IG-188, Grievous commanded, his voice cutting through the din of the busy fog, have the army begin preparations for a full assault invasion. I want to begin tearing through this ship, the Nightshade, in 3 hours' time. All 11 miles of this ship are to be scoured. Those who do not surrender are to be killed, and the survivors are to be captured. I want this to be like the Dathomir campaign, no mistakes. Cover every inch of this place. If you want more droids, I'll call them in to reinforce. Am I understood? IG-188's crimson optical sensors flashed as it processed the orders. Understood, General. The preparations will commence immediately. Grievous turned to Morathi, his emerald eyes locking onto her. You will guide us through the Nightshade. Your knowledge of its layout and defenses will be invaluable. Morathi bowed her head, her silver-white hair shimmering in the dim light. As you command, Bloodlord. With a final nod, Grievous left IG-188 to his tasks and made his way to the command center to oversee the preparations. The Nightshade was vast, but he relished the challenge. Every corner of the ship would be searched. Every enemy would be rooted out. The Draculvar clans would learn that crossing General Grievous was a fatal mistake. As he moved through the corridors, the memories of the Dathomir campaign flickered in his mind, a campaign of relentless assault, unyielding force, and absolute domination. The screams of the Night Witches as they fell to blaster fire, his lightsabers. The moment he defeated Asajj Ventress before the undead corpses of previous Night Witches attacked his forces. The Nightshade would be no different. The Draculvar would either bend to his will or be broken by it. Chapter 14. As the march of the droids approached the Nightshade, it started as a distant vibration, then escalated into a ground-shaking tremor that reverberated through the corridors of the massive ship. Draculvar warriors, proud and fierce, stood ready to defend their home against the approaching threat. Their primal instincts surged as they glimpsed the first wave of droid spindly B1 series battle droids pouring in like a relentless tide. Blasters fired, cutting through the air with deadly precision, yet the Draculvar met them head-on, their strength and ferocity unmatched. But elation soon turned to horror as more droids flooded through the tunnels, highways, and passages of the Nightshade. B2 series battle droids unleashed heavy wrist blaster cannons and wrist rockets, tearing through Draculvar ranks with brutal efficiency. Commando droids, sleek and deadly, infiltrated secret passageways, launching devastating flanking attacks that caught the defenders off guard. The male Draculvar moved with swift, predatory grace as he tore through the squad of B1 battle droids with ease. His powerful claws sliced through their metal frames like a hot knife through butter, sending sparks flying as he advanced relentlessly. With each strike, he exuded confidence, his movements a deadly dance of precision and power. But his triumph was short-lived as two towering figures emerged from the smoke-filled corridor ahead. These were no ordinary droids, they were B2 series super battle droids, their massive frames dwarfing the Draculvar warrior. With arms raised, the super battle droids unleashed a hail of blaster fire, their heavy blaster cannons roaring to life. The male Draculvar's reflexes kicked in, and he attempted to deflect the incoming blasts with his retractable claws. But against the thick armor plating of the super battle droids, his attacks proved futile. The blaster fire tore through his flesh, leaving smoking wounds in their wake. Despite his strength and agility, he was no match for the relentless onslaught of the B2 super battle droids. With a final, defiant roar, the male Draculvar fell to the ground, his body riddled with blaster burns. As the super battle droids loomed over him, their cold, mechanical eyes devoid of emotion, it was clear that in this brutal conflict, the Draculvar faced adversaries unlike any they had encountered before. The squad of commando droids moved with deadly efficiency through the labyrinthine corridors of the Nightshade, their red photoreceptors scanning for any sign of movement. Each droid, it was armed with an E5 blaster rifle and a vibroblade, their weapons poised and ready for combat. As they rounded a corner, they encountered a group of flanking Draculvar, their silver-white forms blending into the shadows. Without hesitation, the commando droids opened fire, their blaster bolts tearing through the air with lethal precision. The Draculvar reacted swiftly, attempting to dodge the incoming fire. But the commando droids' accuracy was unmatched. Amidst the chaos of blaster fire, the commando droids closed in on their targets, their vibroblades humming to life with a deadly energy. With swift, precise strikes, they slashed through the Draculvar ranks, their vibroblades cutting through flesh and bone with ease. The Draculvar fought back ferociously, but against the disciplined tactics and advanced weaponry of the commando droids, they stood little chance. In a matter of moments, the skirmish was over. The commando droids stood victorious amidst the fallen bodies of their enemies, their red photoreceptors gleaming with satisfaction. It was a chilling display of the CIS's formidable military might and the ruthless efficiency of its elite soldiers. Amidst the chaos, General Grievous's modified IG-100 series Magnaguards led the charge, their electrostaffs crackling with lethal energy as they cut through flesh and bone with ruthless precision. Massive B3 Ultra battle droids advanced, their towering frames bristling with weapons. Flamethrowers spewed jets of searing fire, reducing Draculvar to charred husks, while repeating blasters and shoulder-mounted RO. Sea-Ket pods unleashed a hail of devastation. IG-188, the formidable Magnaguard, faced off against the female Draculvar Bloodlord with calculated precision. Its bladed electrostaff crackled with lethal energy as it moved with mechanical fluidity, its red photoreceptors fixed upon its opponent. The female Draculvar, her silver-white form radiating power and determination, met IG-188's gaze with a steely resolve. She bared her curved teeth in a silent snarl, her claws extending in preparation for combat. With a swift motion, IG-188 lunged forward, its bladed electrostaff slicing through the air with deadly accuracy. The female Draculvar reacted swiftly, dodging the initial strike and countering with a flurry of blows from her retractable claws. The Magnaguard parried each attack with precision, its electrostaff whirling and flashing as it deflected the Draculvar's strikes. Despite her ferocious onslaught, the female Draculvar struggled to land a solid blow against the relentless precision of IG-188's combat techniques. As the duel raged on, the two opponents danced around each other with deadly grace, each seeking to exploit the other's weaknesses. Despite her formidable strength and speed, the female Draculvar found herself outmatched by the cold, calculated efficiency of IG-188's combat programming. With a final, decisive strike, IG-188 delivered a powerful blow that sent the female Draculvar crashing to the ground, her body convulsing with electrical energy. The Magnaguard stood over her fallen form, its red photoreceptors gleaming with victory as it prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the female Draculvar realized the true extent of the threat posed by the CIS's advanced droid forces. As she lay defeated beneath the towering figure of IG-188, she knew that the battle was far from over, and that the relentless onslaught of the droid army would not be easily overcome. Severance Tan, the Dark Acolyte, moved with deadly grace amidst the chaos of battle. Her crimson lightsaber carving through the Draculvar with ruthless efficiency. With each swing of her blade, she left a trail of destruction in her wake, her movements fluid and precise as she engaged her enemies with the full extent of her dark side abilities. As she faced off against the Draculvar, Severance unleashed the power of the dark side with devastating effect. Sith lightning crackled from her fingertips, arcing through the air to engulf her foes in searing agony. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in its path writhed in pain as the energy surged through their bodies, rendering them helpless before her onslaught. With a mere gesture of her hand, Severance wielded the power of the Force to choke the life from her enemies, their desperate gasps for air silent. NCED as she tightened her invisible grip around their throats. Their struggles were futile against the inexorable power of the dark side, as they succumbed to her will with each passing moment. As the battle raged on, Severance drew upon the dark side to drain the life force from her opponents, feeding upon their fear and pain to sustain her own strength. With each fallen foe, she grew more powerful, her dark aura pulsing with malevolent energy as she reveled in the chaos and destruction that surrounded her. In the heat of battle, Severance Tan was a force to be reckoned with, a relentless harbinger of death and destruction whose mastery of the dark side knew no bounds. With her crimson lightsaber and her dark side abilities at her command, she carved her way through the Draculvar with unmatched skill and ferocity, leaving only devastation in her wake. The Draculvar, once proud and powerful, now faced an enemy unlike any they had encountered before, lifeless, metallic, and seemingly endless. Their valiant efforts were met with overwhelming force, and the realization dawned upon them that they were no longer the dominant species. General Grievous, a monstrous figure wreathed in swirling lightsabers, cut through their ranks with unmatched skill and brutality. Despite their bravery, only a fraction of the Draculvar population survived the relentless onslaught, a mere shadow of their former strength. As the echoes of battle faded and the smoke cleared, the Nightshade stood silent and desolate, a grim testament to the merciless power of the Cis war machine. General Grievous chuckled darkly as the last of the Draculvar were put down, by his own blade of course. The remaining survivors had surrendered and proclaimed themselves as their bloodlord. The droids quickly ved them to the fob before his holocom chimed, lifting it up before the image of a droid appeared in crimson hologram form on his palm. It was clearly a female model, based on a human replica droid BU. Its head was that of a skull as its silicon-based female body was curvaceous but also like looking at death. Glowing scarlet photoreceptors stared backing unblinkingly. Greetings, General Grievous, the droid intoned in a cold, somewhat female mechanical voice. I bring you a report on the outcome of the battle at Trenchar Prime. Grievous nodded, his expression unreadable behind his skull-like mask. Proceed. The Republic forces, bolstered by the arrival of reinforcements, managed to repel our advance and inflict significant casualties upon our fleet. The droid reported, our forces have been forced to retreat. And the planet remains under Republic control. Grievous's eyes narrowed slightly at the news, though he remained outwardly composed. Casualties. Approximately 70 pay. Our cent of our fleet has been destroyed or disabled. The AI hiding as a droid replied. Losses among our ground forces are estimated to be even higher. Grievous grunted in displeasure, his mechanical hands clenched into fists. Unacceptable. Prepare a full assessment of our losses and casualties. I want a detailed report on my desk within the hour. The droid nodded obediently before the holographic image dissipated, leaving Grievous alone with his thoughts. Despite the setback, he remained determined to continue the fight against the Republic, his resolve unwavering even in the face of defeat. With a silent vow to crush his enemies and claim victory for the Separatist cause, Grievous turned his attention to planning his next move. Severance Tan stood amidst the aftermath of the campaign. Against the Draculvar on the Nightshade, her chest rising and falling with each heavy breath. The metallic tang of blood and the acrid scent of burned flesh lingered in the air. She closed her eyes, momentarily blocking out the carnage around her. As she began to purge the dark side energies from her body, memories of her training with Count Dooku surfaced. The training room on Sereno was dimly lit, shadows dancing along the walls as Count Dooku circled her, his lightsaber held loosely in one hand. His presence was commanding, and his voice was a blend of authority and cold instruction. Severance, he began, his tone measured and calm. The dark side is a powerful ally, but it is a double-edged sword. To wield it effectively, you must maintain control over it, lest it consume you. Severance, her crimson lightsaber ignited, faced him with determination. Yes, Master Dooku. Dooku's lightsaber ignited with a snap hiss, the red blade casting a sinister glow. Show me what you have learned. She lunged at him, her movements a blur of speed and precision. Dooku parried her strikes effortlessly, his experience and mastery of the Force evident in every motion. As their blades clashed, Severance felt the seductive pull of the dark side, whispering promises of power and victory. Good, Dooku said, his voice almost a purr. Feel the anger, the hatred. Let it fuel your strength. Severance did as instructed, drawing upon her rage and channeling it into her attacks. Her strikes became fiercer, her movements more aggressive. But with each passing moment, she felt the darkness creeping closer, threatening to overwhelm her. Dooku's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift within her. Enough, he commanded, stepping back and lowering his blade. Remember, Severance, the dark side is not your master. You are its master. Purge the excess darkness from your being. Use only what you need to achieve your goals. Severance deactivated her lightsaber and closed her eyes, focusing on the task at hand. She drew in deep breaths, envisioning the darkness within her as a swirling vortex. With deliberate intent, she began to push it away, reclaiming her control. The process was exhausting, but she could feel the corruption receding, replaced by a clear and focused mind. Now, standing on the nightshade, she repeated the exercise, purging the dark side energies from her body. The lessons from Count Dooku resonated deeply within her, guiding her actions and keeping her from losing herself to the seductive power of the dark side. As the last remnants of darkness dissipated, Severance opened her eyes. Her mind clear and her resolve stronger than ever. She would continue to harness the power of the dark side, but she would never let it control her. Severance Tan was catching her breath when Morathi, the first Draculvar to swear loyalty to General Grievous, approached her with a sense of urgency. Her silver-white hair shimmered in the light as she bowed slightly. Lady Tan, Morathi began, her voice respectful yet insistent, General Grievous wishes to speak with you. She jumped and internally cursed, how the criff did she walk up on me? Severance externally nodded, acknowledging the message. Thank you, Morathi. I'll see him immediately. Morathi led Severance through the corridors of the Nightshade, the imposing vessel now firmly under Separatist control. Sevra, NCE was also trying to not stare at the alien woman's swaying hips. It was really hard to drag her eyes away from it. She had been around Morthy for the past few days to understand that her walk was a sensual strut that was something almost all the females of her species walked. They reached Grievous's FOB command building, where the atmosphere was charged with activity. Droids and officers moved with purpose, finalizing preparations for the next phase of their operations. As Severance entered the command room, she saw General Grievous concluding a holographic conversation with one of the senators of the Separatist Parliament. The image of the senator flickered and disappeared, leaving Grievous standing alone in the center of the room. He turned to face her, his mechanical body imposing and intimidating. "Severance," Grievous greeted, his voice a low growl. "The campaign against the Draculvar is complete. We have secured their loyalty and eliminated those who resisted." Severance bowed slightly, acknowledging his words. "The Draculvar have proven to be formidable opponents, but our victory was decisive." Grievous nodded. "Indeed. However, our work is far from over. The Republic, IC, has used this time to take a world back with a new warship, something that will cause a turn within this war. I will be leaving to take direct control of the war effort, something that will be my main priority now." Severance's eyes narrowed slightly, understanding the weight of his words. "What are your orders for me, General?" "You will remain here to oversee the final integration of the Draculvar into our forces," Grievous instructed. "Their strength and abilities will be valuable assets in the coming conflicts. Additionally, ensure that the Nightshade is fully operational and ready for deployment at a moment's notice." Severance nodded. "It will be done." Grievous's eyes glinted with satisfaction. "Excellent. Remember, Severance, our ultimate goal is the total defeat of the Republic. Every step we take brings us closer to that objective, despite what the Republic may believe." As Grievous turned to leave, Severance felt a surge of determination. She had learned much from Count Dooku, and now, with Grievous's leadership, she was poised to play a crucial role in the Separatist war effort. She watched as the general exited the room, his presence a constant reminder of the ruthlessness and strength required to achieve their goals. Left alone in the command room, Severance took a moment to center herself. The dark side of the Force was a powerful ally, but she knew the importance of maintaining control. With a deep breath, she focused her thoughts and prepared for the tasks ahead. The war was far from over, and she was ready to ensure that the Separatists emerged victorious. Zidane, Jar Wadinri, the Sangheili admiral, stood on the bridge of his flagship, a massive Covenant supercarrier, as the fleet prepared to exit hyperspace. The swirling tunnel of hyperspace G Avenue way to the star-speckled darkness of real space, and the Kali system came into view. The battlefield was chaotic, with the sleek, elegant ships of the Hapes Consortium engaged in a desperate struggle against the insectoid Yamri battle frigates and the angular warships of the Republic. Zidane's fleet, comprising 1 supercarrier, 4 capital ships, 18 cruisers, 10 frigates, and their support vessels, emerged from hyperspace in a precise formation. The Sangheili admiral surveyed the scene, his mandibles clicking thoughtfully. The Yamri and Republic ships were numerous, but they were not prepared for the overwhelming firepower the Covenant fleet brought. "Prepare all weapons," Zidane ordered. "Engage the enemy on all fronts. Show them the might of the Sangheili and the Confederacy." The supercarrier's energy projectors and plasma turrets began to charge, while the cruisers and frigates moved into attack positions. The capital ships, with their formidable energy shields and heavy plasma batteries, led the charge. A volley of plasma torpedoes streaked through space, slamming into the closest Yamri frigates and reducing them to molten wreckage. The Republic ships, already engaged with the Hapes Consortium, found themselves caught in a crossfire. Zidane watched as a Republic cruiser attempted to maneuver away, only to be caught in the deadly embrace of a Covenant energy projector. The beam sliced through the cruiser's hull, causing it to erupt in a brilliant explosion. "Target the Republic command ship," Zidane commanded. "We will break their coordination and scatter their forces." As the Covenant fleet advanced, the Yamri battle frigates swarmed, their insectoid designs bristling with weapons. However, the precision and discipline of the Sangheili forces were unmatched. Banshee and Seraph fighters launched from the supercarrier, alongside modified Vulture droids that looked like they belonged with the fleet Zidane commanded, engaging the enemy's smaller CR aft and providing cover for the larger vessels. On the surface of Cali, the Kaleesh warriors, locked in combat with the Yamri invaders, looked to the skies and saw the brilliant flashes of the space battle above. Their spirits were bolstered by the arrival of these powerful new allies, and they fought with renewed vigor. Zidon monitored the battle's progress, his keen eyes tracking the movements of the enemy ships. The Hapes consortium vessels, recognizing the opportunity, began to coordinate their attacks with the Covenant fleet. Together, they pushed back the Yamri and Republic forces, their combined firepower proving too much for the beleaguered enemies. The Republic command ship, a Venator-class star destroyer, found itself the focus of intense fire from the Covenant capital ships. Plasma torpedoes and energy projectors tore through its shields and hull, causing it to list and burn. Zidon allowed himself a rare smile of satisfaction as the Republic ship broke apart in a series of explosions. "Continue the assault," Zidon ordered. "We will not relent until the enemy is vanquished." As the battle raged on, it became clear that the tide had turned. The Yamri frigates, now leaderless and disorganized, began to retreat. The remaining Republic ships, heavily damaged, attempted to flee but were pursued and picked off by the relentless Covenant forces. With the space around Cali cleared of enemy ships, Zidon turned his attention to the planet below. "Prepare for ground deployment," he ordered. "We will assist the Kaleesh in driving the Yamri from their world." As P ships and landing craft launched from the Covenant fleet, Zidon reflected on the significance of this battle. The Sangheili had proven their strength and loyalty to the Confederacy, and Cali would be a valuable ally in the ongoing war. The Yamri and Republic had been dealt a crushing blow, and the path to further victories lay ahead. As he watched, the few ships that belonged to the Hapes jumped away. Zidon wondered if he should report this to Grievous, but he decided to let it lie. There had been markings on one of the ships, the Battle Dragon if he remembered, that would make it seem it wasn't with the Hapes. Something to give to the Confederacy intelligence to look into. Chapter 15. Within the captain's observation room aboard the Spire of the Invisible Hand, Grievous growled darkly. As he read the next report from the Skynet line, the defensive line had held remarkably well, but there were persistent reports of ships escaping back into Republic space. Notably, these ships were C. Milar to the Acclamator-class transgalactic military assault ships but seemed different. Details were scarce, as these ships remained on the edge of the scanner range. Turning his gaze from the report, Grievous looked at Morothy, who was wearing a sleeveless, strapless white dress that hugged her body. "Morothy," he intoned, drawing the Draculvar's attention, "what is the current status of the Parliament?" "All I have are reports that they are a bit worried that the Skynet line will collapse in weeks, if not days." "Preposterous, but what do politicians know?" Morothy, ever composed, nodded and approached the general, her voice smooth and respectful. "The Parliament is indeed concerned, Bloodlord. They are calling for a reassessment of our defensive strategies and are pushing for increased reinforcements to fortify the Skynet line." Grievous's eyes narrowed, his mechanical fingers tapping impatiently on the armrest of his chair. "And what do you suggest? You know the temperament of the Draculvar better than most." Morothy inclined her head. "The Draculvar are a proud and resilient people, Bloodlord. We understand the importance of strategic retreats and reinforcing key positions. However, I believe we should use this opportunity to lure the Republic forces into a trap. Allow them to believe the Skynet line is weakening, and then strike with overwhelming force." Grievous considered her words, his gaze shifting to the 6 female and 4 male Draculvar who were either kneeling or in a meditative stance, awaiting his orders. These warriors had proven their loyalty and strength in the recent campaign, and he knew they would follow his commands without question. "Very well," he said, his voice a low growl. "We will bolster the Skynet line with additional forces, but we will also prepare a counteroffensive. I want our best ships and troops ready to strike the moment the Republic believes they have the upper hand." He turned to the assembled Draculvar. "You have all proven yourselves in battle. Now, I require your strength and cunning once more. Prepare yourselves for the coming conflict. We will not allow the Republic to gain any ground." The Draculvar warriors nodded, their expressions resolute. Grievous then activated his communication console, sending orders to various commanders across the Confederacy to prepare for the upcoming strategy. "Morothy, ensure that our forces are ready and that the Parliament is kept informed of our plans. We cannot afford any missteps. Of course, Bloodlord, Morothy replied, bowing slightly before stepping back to relay his orders. Grievous returned his attention to the reports, a dark satisfaction settling over him. The Republic thought they could breach the Skynet line, but they were gravely mistaken. With Th. Idra Kulvar at his side and his strategic mind guiding the Confederacy, they would crush the Republic forces and secure their dominance. The Skynet line would hold, and the Republic would fall. Obi-Wan Kenobi was in his element. His sky-blue blade carving a defensive velocity so bewilderingly fast that it looked like he was standing behind a wall of blue light. Commander Cody was giving out orders while firing his blaster into the droids trying to flank them. Cody, Obi-Wan said over the sounds of explosions and blaster fire, I do believe they mean to kill us. I'm not surprised, sir, Cody replied lightly, amused. They've been rather hospitable until we blew up their massive wall. The massive wall was now a destroyed relic, thanks to the age of progress. Its heavy turbolasers had turned the once impenetrable barrier into rubble, allowing the 212th and 836th to move into the fortress, blasting apart the battle droids with extreme prejudice. Obi-Wan moved through the walled passageways of the fortress, carving through droids and deflecting blaster bolts back to their senders. He felt, more than heard, the presence of the twin Erithian Jedi Masters, Kira and Lyra. Their HT staff and lightsaber hummed in harmony with the chaos around them. Connected with the demolition squad, Cody reported, as they pushed deeper into the fortress. Jedi Masters Kira and Lyra took the tunnels. They completed another objective we didn't know about. They found a droid factory under the fortress and collapsed it with explosives. Wonderful, Obi-Wan dryly said, parrying another blaster bolt into a sniper droid aiming for Cody. Means the droids guarding this place won't be reinforced. How are the rest of the 212th and 836th handling the resistance? Cody checked his comm, listening to various reports. The 212th is securing the upper levels, clearing out pockets of resistance. The 836th is holding the perimeter and making sure no droids escape. So far, casualties are minimal. We're holding strong. Obi-Wan nodded, feeling a sense of satisfaction amidst the chaos. Good. We need to push forward and link up with Kira and Lyra. Once we've secured the fortress, we'll set a defensive perimeter and prepare for any counterattacks. Cody gestured to a nearby sergeant. You heard the general. Let's move out and clear a path. As they advanced, Obi-Wan's mind raced with strategic calculations. The collapse of the droid factory was a significant blow to the separatists. Without reinforcements, the fortress would fall quickly. But he knew better than to underestimate their enemy. Grievous and his forces were always full of surprises. Stay alert, Obi-Wan advised his troops, and may the Force be with us. They moved forward, the synchronized hum of their advance echoing through the fortress. The sounds of battle raged around them, but Obi-Wan felt a sense of calm. The mission was progressing well, and the 212th and 836th were performing admirably. Now, it was a matter of securing their objective and ensuring the fortress remained in Republic hands. Clones pushed in deeper, their synchronized movements a testament to their training and discipline. Blaster fire ricocheted off walls, and the hum of lightsabers created a symphony of battle. Obi-Wan spotted the pair of twins ahead, their distinctive lightstaff and lightsaber cutting through the chaos with lethal precision. With a fluid motion, Obi-Wan carved through a super battle droid, sending it to the ground in a smoking heap. He advanced, his smile genuine despite the dire circumstances. Masters Kira and Lyra, a pleasure to see you both here and in good hands. The twins turned, their identical faces breaking into relieved smiles. Master Kira, wielding the lightstaff, nodded. General Kenobi, it's good to see you. We managed to take down the droid factory, but the fight isn't over yet. Master Lyra, her lightsaber a blur of movement as she deflected blaster bolts, added, we have intel Su. G jesting there's a command center deeper within the fortress. If we can capture it, we might be able to disable the remaining droids. Obi-Wan nodded, his expression serious. Then we must push forward. Cody, he called, turning to his trusted commander, coordinate with the 212th and 836th. We need to secure that command center and ensure the fortress is under our control. Understood, General, Cody replied. relaying orders through his comm as he fired at another wave of droids. The twins moved in sync, their movements a dance of death as they advanced alongside Obi-Wan and the clones. The fortress was a maze of corridors and rooms, each turn revealing more droids and traps set to hinder their progress. But the combined strength of the Jedi and the clones proved unstoppable. As they approached the central command center, resistance intensified. Super battle droids and droidekas formed a last line of defense, their blaster fire creating a deadly crossfire. Obi-Wan and the twins moved as one, their lightsabers deflecting bolts and cutting down any droid in their path. Almost there, Kira shouted over the din of battle. "Push through," Obi-Wan commanded, throwing the last droideka into the wall with a powerful force push. They breached the command center, finding a group of tactical droids desperately trying to coordinate the failing defense. With swift, decisive strikes, Obi-Wan and the twins decapitated the droids and secured the room. Cody and his men poured in, securing the area and setting up a perimeter. Obi-Wan turned to the twins, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Well done. With the command center under our control, we can disable the remaining droids and secure the fortress." Lyra deactivated her lightsaber, nodding. "It's a significant victory. Trenchar Prime is a critical point, and holding it will give the Republic a strategic advantage." Kira placed a hand on Obi-Wan's shoulder. "Thank you, General. Your leadership made this possible." Obi-Wan smiled, feeling the weight of the battle lift slightly. It was a team effort. "Now, let's fortify our position and prepare for any counterattacks. The fight for Trenchar Prime isn't over yet, but we've dealt a significant blow to the Separatists today." As they worked to secure the fortress, Obi-Wan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his troops and the Jedi beside him. The Republic's hope burned bright, even amidst the darkness of war. The Chancellor's office was a serene space amid the chaos of the galaxy, a testament to Ahsoka Tano's calm and composed demeanor even in the face of adversity. The office, adorned with artifacts from various worlds and cultures, reflected her journey as a Jedi and now as the Supreme Chancellor. The room's centerpiece was a large, round table where the newly formed Chancellor's Council was seated, ready to begin their first official meeting. Ahsoka Tano, at the head of the table, surveyed the council members with a composed expression. To her right sat Padme Amidala, cradling Luke and Leia in a baby bed beside her. Bail Organa, the ever-diplomatic head of finance and economy, was reviewing data on his datapad. Advados, the wise and strategic leader, Jedi Master Galen Trevu, and Captain Gilad Pelion formed the triumvirate of war, their presence a reassuring reminder of the Republic's military might. Jedi Master Depa Billaba and her Padawan Caleb Doom, who was trying to keep his adoration for Ahsoka discreet, rounded out the group. Commander Rex, representing the Grand Army of the Republic, sat with a look of quiet determination. Ahsoka called the meeting to order. "Thank you all for being here. We have much to discuss, starting with the victory at Trenchar Prime. Obi-Wan and his forces have secured the fortress and dealt a significant blow to the Separatists." Padme smiled, glancing at her children. Obi-Wan's report was promising. "This victory will bolster our morale and demonstrate our resilience." Bail Organa nodded. It's a critical victory for our strategic positioning. However, we must also address the troubling reports from Rothana. Ahsoka leaned forward. Indeed, the last communications from Rothana indicated the shipyards were under heavy attack. We need to assess the damage and understand the implications for our fleet production. Captain Pelion, ever the strategist, spoke up. "Rothana is a vital asset. Losing it would severely impact our ability to produce new ships and maintain our current fleet. We need a comprehensive plan to secure it." Jedi Master Depa Billaba added, "Our intelligence suggests that the Separatists are focusing their efforts on disrupting our supply lines and shipyards. We must be prepared to defend these key locations." Ahsoka turned to Advados and Galen Trevu. Had are our options for reinforcing Rothana and ensuring its protection?" Advados, with her characteristic calm, replied, "We can divert some of our forces from less critical engagements and prioritize the defense of Rothana. Additionally, we should consider deploying our stealth ships to intercept any further Separatist incursions." Galen Trevu agreed. "A swift and decisive response will be necessary. We should also consider coordinating with our allies to provide additional support. Commander Rex chimed in. I'll mobilize the GAR units closest to Rothana. We can be ready to deploy within hours. Ahsoka nodded, appreciating the swift responses. Very well. Padme, please coordinate with our allies and gather any additional support we can muster. Bail, ensure that our resources are all allocated efficiently to support this effort. Padme and Bail both acknowledged their tasks with determined nods. Caleb Doom, trying to impress Ahsoka, spoke up. What about the intelligence on separatist movements? Can we predict their next target? Depa smiled at her Padawan's eagerness. A valid point, Caleb. We need to stay one step ahead of them. Ahsoka smiled warmly at Caleb. We'll analyze latest intelligence reports and adjust our strategies accordingly. Good thinking, Caleb. The meeting continued with detailed discussions on resource allocation, strategic reinforcements, and intelligence updates. The presence of Luke and Leia, innocently unaware of the weight of the discussions around them, served as a poignant reminder of what they were fighting for the future of the galaxy. As the meeting drew to a close, Ahsoka looked around the table, feeling a sense of unity and purpose among her council members. Thank you all for your insights and dedication. Together, we will overcome these challenges and ensure the safety and prosperity of the Republic. Ahsoka was about to get up as well before she remembered something that had been brought to her attention. Before we go, I did get a report of some of Rothana's ships breaking through the Skynet line and arriving at Kuat. She taps at the holoprojector on the table and the image of a massive 2,212-meter-long vessel with a 20-ship escort of ships in similar design along with nearly 60 Acclamator-class transgalactic military assault ships. The 20 smaller ships were around 985 meters in length as the Council blinked in surprise. Those designs look like the Rothana destroyers that were not selected by Palpatine, who wanted to go for the Venator. Captain Pelion said, his eyes narrowing. The smaller ones are the destroyers, Ahsoka said before pointing to the massive ship, which actually looked like an enlarged version of the Rothana destroyer. However, that one is a battlecruiser or battle dreadnought. It has triple the weapons upon its hull, using quad heavy turbolasers as the main weapon complement, along with dual heavy turbolasers to complement the quads. Nearly 40 proton torpedo launchers, multiple medium turbolasers and a criff ton of anti-fighter point defense weapons. The Rothana battlecruiser is to be a flagship or headquarters compared to the frontline battleship Tector and carrier Venator. The Rothana destroyer will be the in-between for both Tector and Venator, with a heavy complement of guns and a good-sized fighter wing. Adva chuckled. Rothana clearly wanted to make a good impression. Too bad your predecessor didn't see it. They also came with blueprints and other Rothana plans, Ahsoka intoned as she pulled up the ones for the Rothana destroy and the battlecruiser. The battlecruiser would take 3 months to build one in Kuat, but the destroyers will take only a week or two more than the Acclamator takes, and with the many smaller medium-sized to smaller IP yards scattered around the inner core and mid-rim, we could easily supplement our naval forces with these designs. The room fell silent as the holographic projections of the Rothana ships hovered above the table, casting a blue glow on the faces of the council members. The sheer size and firepower of the battlecruiser, along with the impressive fleet of destroyers, elicited a mix of awe and strategic contemplation. Captain Pelion studied the designs with a critical eye. The Rothana destroyers and battlecruisers are formidable assets. Their introduction could shift the balance of naval power significantly. The Venator-class star destroyers have served us well, but these new ships offer a blend of firepower, durability, and versatility that we desperately need. Ahsoka nodded, her expression thoughtful. With these ships, we can fortify our lines and ensure our key strategic locations remain secure. However, we must also consider the logistical challenges of integrating these vessels into our existing fleet structure. Padme Amidala, ever the diplomat, leaned forward. The political implications of this new fleet must also be managed carefully. We need to ensure that our allies are reassured by this development, rather than feeling threatened or overshadowed. Bail Organa added, agreed. We should communicate our intentions clearly to the Senate and our allies. This is a defensive measure to protect the Republic and its citizens. Ahsoka gestured to the holographic display, highlighting the blueprints. The Rothana shipyards have provided us with detailed construction plans and specifications. This will allow us to expedite production and deploy these ships where they are needed most. Advados, considering the strategic impact, spoke up. Deploying these ships to K. EY flashpoints could deter further separatist aggression. We should prioritize their construction in shipyards that are currently underutilized, maximizing our production capabilities. Jedi Master Depa Balaba, with a calm demeanor, added, our focus should remain on protecting the Republic and ending this conflict with minimal loss of life. These ships are tools to achieve that goal, but we must use them wisely. Ahsoka, sensing the consensus forming among her council, smiled. Then it is settled. We will begin construction of the Rothana destroyers and battle cruisers, focusing on key strategic locations. Captain Pelion, I want you to oversee the integration of these new ships into our fleet. Ensure that our commanders are briefed and that we have the necessary support infrastructure in place. Captain Pelion nodded. Understood, Chancellor. I will coordinate with our shipyards and fleet commanders to ensure a smooth transition. Before the council could adjourn, Ahsoka added one more thought. Let's also keep a close eye on the reactions from both our allies and the separatists. This new fleet will undoubtedly draw attention, and we must be prepared for any diplomatic or military responses. As the council members rose to leave, the weight of their responsibilities hung in the air. The introduction of the Rothana ships was a bold move, one that could turn the tide of the war in their favor. But it also came with risks and uncertainties. Ahsoka watched her council members depart, each one carrying the burden of their roles with determination and resolve. In the silence that followed, she glanced at the holographic blueprints one last time, her mind already turning to the many challenges ahead. The path to victory was long and fraught with danger, but with the strength and unity of her council, she was confident they would find their way through. Rondaru San Shilal stood at the edge of a vast, crumbling temple on Kali, her piercing eyes scanning the horizon. As the sun dipped below the jagged mountains, her red and gold robes fluttered in the warm breeze, a stark contrast to the barren landscape around her. Despite her youth, there was an air of authority and wisdom about her. A presence that demanded respect and reverence from those around her. As the last surviving daughter of Quamine J. Shilal, known to the galaxy as General Grievous, Rondaru Ha-D inherited a legacy steeped in conflict and power. Born to his 10th wife after the death of his first beloved, Rondaru Lij Kumar, she bore the name of the woman who had been her father's great love and the inspiration for much of his journey. Her childhood had been marked by tragedy and resilience. She had been just a child, the equivalent of a 5-year-old human, when she witnessed the horrifying state of her father after the shuttle bombing that transformed him into the fearsome cyborg warlord. The memory of his broken body, the smell of burnt flesh and metal, had been seared into her mind, driving her to pursue the twin paths of shamanism and warlordship. Rondaru had her father's prowess in magic, a gift that stemmed from Quamine's own blood. She also wielded the Force with an innate skill that marked her as a formidable warrior and leader. These dual gifts made her a powerful and enigmatic figure among her people, feared and revered in equal measure. Her role as a shaman allowed her to commune with the spirits of their ancestors, drawing wisdom and guidance from those who had come before. As a warlord, she led her people with a fierce determination, her tactical mind and combat skills unmatched among the Kaleesh. Her presence on the battlefield was both inspiring and terrifying, her enemies falling before her as if she were the incarnation of death itself. Many called her Quamine's ghost for her brutality in combat. She had bested one of her father's most brutal followers, one Bentele Sanskar, a massive male Kaleesh, nearly 3 meters in height, in combat. He bowed himself to her after his thorough thrashing by. Rondaru was pleased with how she was handling her position in life until the Huk returned with the Jedi, putting themselves back into Kali with their filthy honorless footsteps. However, with the arrival of another fleet under the command of one Zidon, Jar Watinri, they had pushed back the wave of attackers. These new aliens worked in tandem with one another as they dropped out of the sky in drop pods or used curved vessels of curious origin. The Sanghali, Mgalakgolo, Ungoy and Kig Yar came in and overwhelmed the clone Yamri forces, before creating a battle line that would throw off any assault. Then she had met the admiral of the fleet, and her heart had skipped a beat at the 11.5-foot tall alien male. She might be A bit over-optimistic, but she swore that she saw the Sangheili admiral glance in her direction more than once. What would her father say about that? She missed her father deeply and wanted to have his counsel very badly. She was only the human equivalent of a 19-year-old in human years, for Kalishai's sake. She didn't exactly know emotions and relationships of the physical kind in any way. She mentally cursed herself for not learning as well as she could have. Chapter 16. Admiral Wolf Yularen grimaced to himself as he thought about what he had gone through earlier that day. A rather RSE chewing out by the Chancellor Tano and being told that he wouldn't be removed from command, given a rather overfilled datapad on Jedi from the Old Republic. Chancellor Tano had called him out on some of his skills in combat. Like his failing in commanding starfighter squadrons. Sure, he can generally do it, but his main skills in combat was his ability to command the naval vessels that the Republic used. He had tried to do starfighter formations and tactics, but it was something he was subpar in. Ahsoka had called him out on it and pulled up the data, which hadn't been good for him. In his first 4 engagements before being joined by General Skywalker, he had lost nearly 3/4 of his starfighters every single time. When Skywalker came into the picture, his numbers had dropped to only a 1/4 th. Skywalker was a tremendous pilot and leader, helping to counterbalance his skills with his unorthodox ways. So, he was sent with a warning and slap on the wrist to Kuat to see the new 51st Fleet. Taking command of the new Rothana-class battlecruiser. Named the Diplomacy's Hammer, the battlecruiser was surrounded by the fleet he commanded. He could see the Resolute, the Venator Star Dest. Royer he had commanded for 4 years now. He sighed before looking at the pilot, a clone trooper that was of the 4th generation of clones. "Take us in, pilot," he intoned as the pilot nodded. They landed in the hangar bay of the Diplomacy's Hammer. Yularen was greeted by a pair of clone troopers from the 501st. "Sir," the first one said, saluting with his brother, "we are to escort you to the command bridge." "Then lead on, troopers," Yularen said, giving the pair a small smile. "I do believe we are on a schedule." With a rather short route to the command bridge, Yularen took in the design of it. 4 crew pits, 2 where they would be on the Venator, but the second pair of crew pits were larger and placed diagonally to the main ones. They had far more technology in this flagship, with sensors, weapon displays and other upgrades that only the Tector had. Though, he noticed that the ship was packing an inordinate amount of weapons. For a ship its size, he shouldn't be surprised at all. "As Skywalker aboard, he will be, sir," a female officer said, saluting him. "Commodore Phaline, sir." "Commodore," Yularen saluted. "Quati." "Yes, sir, been assigned to the Hammer by the Naval Republic office. Simply put, I'm here to streamline the chain of command between you and the rest of the fleet." "And will we have any other ships to be added?" Yularen asked the Commodore, looking out of the bridge transparisteel. "Yes, the 2 new Tector-class Star Destroyers that only undocked 2 hours ago are going through final checkups as we speak," Commodore Phaline said. Wolf Yularen stood at the viewport of the Diplomacy's Hammer, his eyes tracing the sleek lines of the massive Rothana battlecruiser. This ship was a marvel of engineering, bristling with heavy turbolasers, heavy quad turbolasers, proton torpedo launchers, and point defense weapons. It was designed to be the hammer in the Republic's arsenal, capable of breaking through the toughest defenses. "Which is good," the Voice of Anakin Skywalker said as he came up behind the pair, "because the boys in blue are inching to turn some droids into scrap metal." His thoughts were interrupted by the presence of Anakin Skywalker, who walked with his usual confident stride, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. Yularen had come to appreciate Skywalker's unconventional approach to warfare, even if it sometimes caused him headaches. "Admiral," Skywalker greeted with a grin, "I see you've met Commodore Phaline." "Indeed," Yularen replied, turning to face the young Jedi. "She's briefed me on the new additions to our fleet. The TWO Tector-class Star Destroyers should bolster our firepower significantly." Skywalker nodded, glancing out at the bustling activity in the shipyards. "And we'll need every bit of that firepower. The separatists aren't going to make things easy for us." Commodore Phaline, a poised and professional officer, stood beside Yularen, her hands clasped behind her back. "Admiral, General Skywalker, with your permission, I'd like to conduct a full readiness review of the Diplomacy's Hammer and her support vessels." We need to ensure everything is in order before we move out. Agreed, Commodore, Yularen said. Make it so. Skywalker glanced at Yularen, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Admiral, I heard you had a bit of a run-in with Chancellor Tano before coming here. Yularen sighed, running a hand through his hair. Yes, she pointed out some deficiencies in my handling of starfighter tactics. It seems my reliance on capital ship combat has left a gap in my capabilities. Skywalker chuckled. Well, Admiral, that's what I'm here for. Between your command of the fleet and my handling of the starfighters, we make a pretty good team. Yularen couldn't help but smile. That we do, General. Let's just hope this new fleet lives up to its potential. Commodore Phelan nodded. With the diplomacy's hammer at the center and the new tectors by her side, we have the makings of a formidable task force. The Separatists won't know what hit them. Skywalker's expression turned serious. The battle ahead will be tough, but we've faced worse. We just need to stay sharp and work together. Yularen looked out at the fleet, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Then let's get to it. The sooner we finish our preparations, the sooner we can take the fight to the enemy. As the trio made their way to the command bridge, Yularen couldn't shake the feeling that this new fleet, with its advanced technology and seasoned commanders, would be a game-changer in the war against the Separatists. The diplomacy's hammer was more than just a ship, it was a symbol of the Republic's resolve and its ability to adapt and overcome any challenge. The bridge was a hive of activity, with officers and crew moving with precision and purpose. Yularen took his place at the command console, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. He glanced at Skywalker, who gave him a reassuring nod, and then at Commodore Phelan, whose confidence was palpable. All stations, prepare for full systems check, Yularen ordered. Let's show the galaxy what the Republic is capable of. As the crew responded with crisp efficiency, Yularen allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The diplomacy's hammer was ready, and so was he. The Republic's new fleet would be a force to be reckoned with, and under his command, they would strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Of course, the fleet was still getting ready before its first maiden voyage to the Skynet line. He'd rather take his time having the fleet ready than jump in head first. Because Force forgive him if he becomes like General Anakin Skywalker. Bera, Kangami adjusted his armor with practiced precision, the weight of his responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. His mandibles, including the mechanical one, twitched slightly as he thought of Thalo Kagram, the fierce and ingenious leader of the Death Legion whose life had been brutally cut short by the Spartan's bullet. Her loss was a wound that still bled, but it was also a fire that fueled his determination to honor her legacy. As he stepped into the morning light, he massive supercarrier Herald of Destiny cast a long shadow over the training grounds on Kali. The Kaleesh warriors, alongside the members of the Death Legion, moved with disciplined grace, their RNING routines a testament to the rigorous training Thalo had instilled in them. Bera's eyes scanned the grounds, taking in the sight of the holographic image of Thalo overseeing the training. Even in death, her presence was felt, her influence a guiding force for the Legion. He moved purposefully towards the training grounds, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. The clang of metal and the hum of energy weapons filled the air as Sangheili and Kaleesh warriors sparred, their movements fluid and deadly. Bera couldn't help but smirk with pride as he observed the camaraderie and skill on display. Halo had always believed in fostering strong bonds among her warriors, and it showed in their seamless coordination and mutual respect. His gaze was drawn to the center of the training grounds, where a figure stood out among the rest. Rondaru San Shilal, a female Kaleesh warrior with a commanding presence, was overseeing the training with an intensity that matched his own. Her powers, rumored to be akin to those of the ancient Forerunners, set her apart and made her an invaluable ally. Bera had heard tales of her prowess and had witnessed firsthand the awe and respect she commanded from her fellow warriors. Rondaru was sparring with a group of Sangheili, her movements a blur of speed and precision. Her twin blades danced in her hands, deflecting strikes and landing precise blows that sent her opponents sprawling. She moved with an otherworldly grace, her connection to the mystical energies of her world evident in every motion. The Kaleesh warriors watched with a mixture of admiration and reverence. Knowing that they were in the presence of someone extraordinary, Bera approached the sparring circle, his imposing figure drawing the attention of the warriors. Ronderu finished her bout with a final, decisive strike, and turned to face him, her eyes meeting him with a piercing gaze. There was a moment of silence as they regarded each other, two leaders recognizing the strength and determination in one another. Ronderu-san Shilo, Bara greeted, his voice deep and resonant. Your skills continue to impress. Ronderu inclined her head slightly, a gesture of respect. Bara, Kangami, your warriors are formidable. Thalo, Kagram trained you well. Bara's mandibles twitched in what passed for a smile. She did. And now, it is up to us to carry on her legacy. The Death Legion A.N.D. the Kaleesh will be a formidable force once you are given the proper weapons to counter their relentless numerical advantage. Ronderu nodded, her expression serious. Indeed, our enemies are numerous and relentless. But together, we are stronger. Bara extended his arm, and Ronderu clasped it firmly. There was an unspoken understanding between them, a shared resolve to honor the memory of those who had fallen and to fight for the future of their people. As they stood there, surrounded by the warriors of their respective factions, it was clear that the alliance between the Sangheili and the Kaleesh was not just a necessity, but a bond forged in the fires of battle and tempered by mutual respect. With the morning sun rising higher, casting its light over the training grounds, Bara and Ronderu turned to address their warriors. The battle for Kali was going to turn even more bloody as they gathered the troops to prepare for a forward assault on the Republic ground base. Mace Windu F. loaded in the soothing embrace of the Bacta tank, the fluid around him working tirelessly to heal his grievous injuries. He could feel the slow but steady mending of his shattered chest, the lingering pain dulled by the healing properties of the Bacta. As he gradually regained consciousness, his senses slowly sharpened, and he became aware of his surroundings. The sterile look of the healing halls, the soft hum of machinery, and the sight of his former Padawan, Depa Balaba, standing vigilantly outside the tank, brought a sense of reality to his disoriented mind. Depa Balaba, sensing his awareness, activated the communication terminal connected to his tank. Her face appeared on the small screen inside, a tight but warm smile gracing her lips. Hello, Mace, she greeted, her voice carried clearly through the ear covers that protected his ears from the Bacta. It seems you've finally woken up. A lot has changed over the past few weeks. Mace sent a wave of curiosity and concern through their master Padawan bond. His silent question hanging in the air, what has happened? Depa's smile faded slightly, replaced by a more serious expression. Ahsoka Tano has risen to the position of Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, she began. Her leadership has brought some much-needed stability and hope, but it hasn't been without its challenges. Mace's mind raced. Ahsoka Tano, Supreme Chancellor. He could hardly believe it. She would have been a civilian last time he would have seen her, but there was no deception in Depa's presence. Grievous's attacks have intensified, Depa continued, her voice steady but tinged with concern. He declared himself the Jedi's judge, jury, and executioner. His ultimatum has been ruthless. Many of our orders have fallen or been captured. A sharp pang of worry echoed through Mace's mind, but he remained silent, urging her to continue. The Republic has established a defensive perimeter called the Skynet Line. It's held up remarkably well, but it's been strained. Grievous's forces are relentless. Depa's eyes flickered with determination. However, there have been some significant advancements. Rothana's shipyards managed to break through the Skynet Line, delivering new warships to our fleet. These include the Rothana-class battlecruisers and destroyers, formidable additions that could turn the tide of the war. She paused, allowing Mace to absorb the information. His thoughts were a whirlwind of emotions, relief, concern, and a hint of hope. He sent a wave of gratitude towards Depa for her thorough explanation. Depa placed a hand on the tank, her expression softening. We need you, Master Windu. The Jedi Order needs your guidance and strength. Ahsoka has been doing an incredible job, but your wisdom and leadership are irreplaceable. Mace closed his eyes, focusing on the bond he shared with Depa. He projected his resolve and determination back to her, a silent promise that he would recover and return to the fight. The road to recovery would be long and arduous, but he was not one to back down from a challenge. Not now, not ever. Depa nodded, understanding the unspoken message. Rest and heal, Mace. We'll be here when you're ready. As the Bacta continued its work, Mace Windu felt a renewed sense of purpose. The galaxy was in turmoil, but with allies like Depa, Ahsoka, and the countless others fighting for peace and justice, there was still hope. He would rise again, stronger and more determined than ever, ready to face the darkness and bring light back to the galaxy.